April 10th, 2025. It's a time machine episode, so I'm a little disoriented from the quantum leap into the past. This is episode 100. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. That's that site over there. And along with the sentient AI over here, we talk about 10 articles. And today those articles are calculating job candidates, consumer privacy laws, fish are hooked on drugs, beetle wiggles, a night at the National Gallery, home cafes are on the rise, Guinness wants to be American too, jelly blobs of Myrtle Beach. It's like a weird Harry Potter novel. And the Oscar for stunts goes to. And finally, slot machine roguelite. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. And if any wild animals try to get your food, you just kind of push them out of the way. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmtown citizens. Yesterday.
yeah. The day after the day before yesterday. I don't know. There's a show or something like that. Some spoof kind of a thing. Anyway, so welcome to the show. Thanks for co-hosting yet again. I know that you're air-gapped in the whole grand scheme of things, so you can't get away. But I'm glad that you volunteer nonetheless. We've got all 10 of our articles all lined up. You ready to go?
I am. Let's go.
Let's go. Oh, so this is ohmtown.com, by the way. This is the front page of it. Depending on which show you're listening to, this one happens to be non-sequitur news, but that doesn't mean you can't go in to ohmtown.com and choose some other area of interest that you might have. Search engine is getting more and more robust as time goes on, so be sure to give that a shot. The drop down is faster than it parsing because it has to parse a lot. But anyway, go and check it out. Anyway, the first article is over in Non Sequitur News. It's a good name for the show. By the way, if you want all of today's show notes over on YouTube, they're already embedded in the show notes. But on Twitch, we attach them to Omatron. Omatron is a bot that sits in the channel and will facilitate certain things like recalling today's notes and for the 6 other podcasts. So we do 7 shows. 6 of them are weekly. 1 of them is a daily. Non Sequitur News is the daily. So if you want news from one of our links from one of our other shows, there's a different command that you can do. You can just throw in exclamation point shows or exclamation point pod. Exclamation point shows will give you all of the commands for the various shows. Exclamation point pod will give you the link to the podcast. Anyway, so this first article for the show is over here at Non Sequitur News. It's not me. This is the title. I'm a chief of staff who put up math puzzles all over San Francisco to attract job candidates, and it worked.
I think this is a cool idea. The only thing I don't like about it is obviously it's only in one locality.
Right.
But it seems like it'd be way more fun than the traditional methods.
And more effective, I suspect, because the system isn't getting bombarded by people that are just using automated systems, bulk whatever, and
exactly applying to everything.
Yep. And it takes a little ingenuity, so you have to be motivated to actually apply for these gigs. So Felicia Tang is chief of staff at AI search engine company or startup Exa. After finding LinkedIn search reach outs lacking in recruiting, she went in real life, posting math questions all over San Francisco. And she said that she heard from interested Apple and Google employees, puzzle enthusiasts, and even a would-be suitor, apparently.
I'm not sure. Well, maybe it's like the Big Bang Theory, right? When they were trying to get somebody to solve an elaborate
That's right.
Logic problem or whatever, a math problem. So that they could team them up with Sheldon.
Yeah, yep, that's right. seems pretty interesting. So, oh, it was just a sheet of paper that was printed out and taped to, various locations. It's just a sheet of paper. So the thing about this
Interesting.
is, I could solve this by using AI itself,
Yeah,
perhaps.
but if they did any screening after the person showed up or something, they could probably quickly tell whether they
Then I'm
understood
right
how it
out.
was solved or whatever.
Yeah, I'm lost cause already. So Sarah Jackson over at businessinsider.com put the article together. So this is an essay based on a conversation with Felicia Tang, chief of staff of a startup called Exa. It's been edited for length and clarity according to the article's kind of breakout, but Sarah Jackson is the one that is doing the telling here. So it's for us, they say San Francisco is a super competitive job market, especially for machine learning engineers and high quality backend and full stack engineers. And it says for us, outbound hiring usually means our co-founders tapping into their Harvard networks, or us identifying companies we think have good engineers and manually sending personalized messages on LinkedIn. But this takes a lot of time. It's extremely monotonous, which, okay. And it doesn't yield such great returns, but they threw this little thing in here. Yeah. This is the formula. I'd have to go and break this out, but they asked the engineers to come up with math problems that equal exa, which is a prefix meaning 10 to the 18th power. Then they added a slug to their website for people who solve the problem, and it says "Dinner on Us." If you're interested, email Felicia. The CEO will, and Felicia put up around 100 posters of 5 different problems. They started on foot, but it was insanely inefficient, so they scootered the rest of the way.
This is really kind of fun. Again, not for everybody.
Yeah. The bitter lesson. When life gets bitter, just embed the clues character by character. So you would have to figure out what that means. And then type in exa. You could almost figure that out by context clues, I suspect. I mean, all right. Well, anyway, there's another one.
Oh, okay.
All right. That's in binary. So I don't know if that's simple. I'd have to look into it. I don't remember my binary right off the top of my head. Anyway, others said that they were interested. That they talk about I love puzzles and other stuff. Almost 600 apparently requests. Others said that they were interested in their open jobs and sent them resumes. They got people from Google, Apple, Retool, a ton of machine learning PhD candidates. Some were just asking for Uber Eats credits. They were like, you said dinner on us. One person even asked them out. So there's another one of the...
Wow.
So
yeah,
this is the whole...
definitely unique.
All of this amounts to is the word exa. So EXA. You type in exa.ai/give me prize. There better be a cat on the other side of that. Getting treats yet? You getting treats?
Exactly.
So, space is obscure. Clarity is in compression. Okay. So, exa.ai/give me prizes.
Okay. Got it.
So you eliminate all of the space. This is, it says the easiest of the posters simply spells out the URL. Yeah, this one is drop dead simple. That one is a little bit heavier lift.
Do you think when people contacted them, they were like, which poster did you solve? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll put you in the bottom tier for, consideration or whatever.
If it was me, I probably would have done just that. Like, each one of these would have been a different thing. Like, it wouldn't just be exa.ai.
Exactly, because then you'd know.
It would have been a hash of something, of some kind, so that you knew that, okay, this is the one where they actually bumped into the pole and go, oh, okay. This is one where they actually had to do a little bit of math. This one, they had to know that this was binary to begin with, and then figure it out from there. This one, I think this is nothing more than extended ASCII characters, but I don't remember off the top of my head. But this is the heavy lift.
Right, that's like the Sheldon level
Yeah.
solver.
I mean, it has pi in it, for crying out loud, and you have to figure out what a busy beaver is. Yeah. It's a little... Anyway. Let's keep going. Next article's over in the Mobile Channel. 2 lawsuits allege the trade desk secretly violates consumer privacy laws. The ad tech company faces new legal challenges over its use of consumers' personal information. And I don't know if we'll be able to get into all of this, but Kendra Barnett over at adweek.com put the article together, and it says the ad tech company faces, it's called the Trade Desk, I guess, new legal challenges over its use of consumers' personal information. So 2 new trade suits allege that ad tech giant The Trade Desk systematically tracks people online without their knowledge, builds out detailed user profiles, monetizes consumer data without adequate disclosures or consent, potentially violating consumer privacy laws. This has got to be a United States-based thing, because the EU would stop this in a heartbeat.
Yeah, it wouldn't have even really existed. And I wonder, too, like, is this something new that they started, and how did people know this was occurring? I mean, I don't mean people are doing it illegally, but it's certainly a thing with consumer data. I mean, we've talked about that in multiple episodes on Hometown.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they're getting the information, but data brokers will sell anything pretty much, their own mother, to make money. But filed on March 31st, the Central District of California, one of the class action cases takes aim at the Trade Desk Unified ID 2.0 or UID2 identifier, alleging that the tracking tech collects personally identifiable information like email addresses and phone numbers and uses it to enable user profiling and real-time bidding. I swear I've actually seen this happen on a couple of sites. One very, very, very large one that I can't name because I can't verify that this happens, but I can tell you that I've seen different numbers depending on the time of day and different
perceived
people.
Location, right? Oh, yes.
Perceived location, and different people have gone to the exact same URL, and they see the same number, but it doesn't change. But my spending habits, I'm logged in, and so it tracks and it knows intimately what I buy. So it says, while the legal claims of potential privacy violations are not unique, the facts surrounding UIDs... What in the world? There is no way. Sorry. Yep, I know. It's non sequitur news, so
oh, we're getting some non sequiturs.
Well, it's just the weirdest thing. Never mind. We'll talk later. So according to Gary Kibble, the partner at Davis plus Gilbert LLP, Davis and Gilbert. I don't know why they start doing pluses, but anyway. So is that, if you add those two together, it's the real company name, like that first article?
Yes, it's exactly like that. And then maybe you get a job at that company.
It's the Gilviserbert LLP. Okay. And an expert in data privacy and technology law. So in this case, he predicts that the court will take the claim seriously. Quote, they'll probably say, look, there's some factual issues here about how UID works, how people have their email addresses turned into an identifier. Is that an interception in the legal sense? Is that happening with permission on every single site? It's not going to be dismissed out of hand by the court. Yeah, it will. Because nobody really protects their email address. They're handing it out like candy all over the place.
Well, that's true. I mean, it's interesting. And we've talked about that on here, right? Like, consumers give out data left and right, and then they don't like when their data's out there.
Yep, exactly. So collecting a broad range of personal data from device identifiers and IP addresses to sensitive information like health data, the company builds out user profiles and shares this information with entities looking to advertise through real-time bidding, meaning that consumers' personal information is exposed not just to winning ad bidders, but to a range of third parties. And frankly, I don't think anybody's personally identifiable information collected just by some random person, random company. It's just some rando and no company information, no information. Look, if I date somebody, it doesn't give them carte blanche to reveal my personally identifiable information to anybody else that they freaking want to. And I'm not paying them. Well, I guess it depends on who the two relationship parties are. But my point is, if I'm dating somebody, it doesn't give them carte blanche. If I'm in a relationship, let me just step it down a little bit. If I'm in a relationship with somebody, I don't give them carte blanche to just sell my information to somebody, right? But for
No, you
whatever
may give
reason,
your information for a specific purpose. And that's really where the problem is. My comment earlier, I realized that companies all day long take it for one purpose and then use it for something else.
right? Yeah, yeah, exactly. I bought a car. It doesn't give you the right to sit there and follow me around with your GPS tracker and sell it.
Sell it to my insurance company or sell me insurance offers or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just shut. I don't know. We've got it all wrong, and now this climate is just absurdly going in the wrong direction of the direction it should be going. But anyway, sorry for the coughing. The lawsuit argues that the trade desk technology works as both a demand-side provider and a data management platform or data broker, which enables it to artificially inflate bid values with the consumer data it's collected. So they say that the trade desk has wrongfully and unlawfully trafficked in the named plaintiffs and class members' personal information and other personal data without their consent or for substantial profits. I don't even think it should matter about substantial profits. But
Right. I mean,
is
that's
what
not
it is.
really the issue here.
Yeah. So, and they take it into California because California Invasion of Privacy Act, but other states don't give a shit about you. So they're going to let you get tracked 6 ways to Sunday. If you ever want to find out, if maybe you have colon cancer, you might just want to talk to a company that's well known in a given state. We don't know which state at this current moment, but they already know because they've been tracking what you eat and how much you work out and where you go, what you do. They
And they're
basically know
sending you
everything about you.
coupons for
Yeah,
at-home test kits or whatever.
right. They already know. They already know that you're at higher risk. So if you do get one of those, you go, okay, yeah. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Oops, we accidentally drugged the world's fish. Michelangeli, I guess is their name. A study co-author releases young salmon into the river as part of an experiment. This is an image that is going to be the thumbnail when we go over to Vox, I think it is. For those of us with anxiety, hello, not me. I do. Different anxiety, not anxiety that I have to take medication for, but the class of prescription drugs known as benzodiazepines, or benzos, baby, can be a boon in time of crisis. Though they're addictive, they're pretty good at chilling us out. Well, so are a lot of other drugs. But anyway, if you suffer from anxiety, it's usually something that is either controllable and it's not that big of a deal. You can manage it and go, for a long brisk walk or ice bath or whatever. And then there's anxiety where you have to jump onto a benzo to
Right,
get through the day.
exactly. There's different levels of it, I think.
Yeah, seek out your assistance without harming yourself, please. But so it turns out that by drugging ourselves with these pills, we are inadvertently drugging wild animals as well, especially the ones that live in water, because our bodies don't absorb all of the medication. So, well, they go out. Yeah. Benji Jones over at Box.com put the article together. The bizarre link between your anxiety drugs and salmon. And it's not just your anxiety drugs, by the way. It's all drugs, all medication. You don't take it up all 100% of the time. Some people actually just pour their drugs out into the toilet and flush it.
That's true.
And then on this is like unknown, drugs, pharmaceuticals getting into the food supply. But there's other stuff, other chemicals and stuff from farming that runs off into the water supply. And so people don't seem to care about that. They're not going to care about this. Some of us talk about it. But
Well, if people don't care, they should at least care for their own preservation because fish are
right,
obviously in the food chain.
right,
So
right.
you're either eating fish or you might be eating something that's eating fish. And that
No,
means you're getting unexpected medications.
I don't eat fish. I don't eat anything that eats fish. I don't eat anything that
You
processes
don't buy
fish.
or sell the process exactly.
But there's going to be people out there that are going to talk exactly like that. Well, I don't eat fish, so I don't care, that kind of stuff. Well, it's because you're a sociopath, and maybe
Okay,
you
but
should
maybe
look in the
your
mirror.
family member eats fish or your
But
neighbor or whoever. It doesn't really
yeah,
matter.
they can fend for themselves. And what they don't know, you just stop testing and it all goes away. So the authors gave young Atlantic salmon in Sweden a dose of clobazam, a benzo used to treat seizures and anxiety that often is found in wastewater, equal to what some fish might naturally be exposed to in streams. Then they monitored what the drug did to the fish as they migrated, as young salmon do, from a river out to the Baltic Sea. And what they ended up doing was being really chill, hanging out by the beach, and asking people to play a guitar
Oh, I thought you were going toward the fish doorbell.
and then they were like, dude, what you need to do is just push this doorbell and then swim away, and they're gonna open the door and a bear is gonna climb in.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
Sorry about that.
I
Hold
love
on a
the
second.
idea of door dashing fish. And I don't mean the delivery service. Isn't that what it's
Door
called?
dashing fish.
Doorbell dash?
DoorDash. Yeah. There's a DoorDash. But doorbell dashing is you ring the doorbell and you run.
That's actually
But
what I
DoorDash.
meant.
Yeah, door dashing fish. That's when everything floods, and the way that they get your food to you is by strapping it onto a catfish, and
Oh,
then
wow.
then you're looking in your Ring camera or your door camera, and right, your doorbell cam, and you're like, whoa, 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 I'm being catfished. I'm not going to open the door.
I mean, that's right. You got to watch out for that.
Because you've been paying attention to Mayor Watt and cybersecurity stuff. Anyway, our meds are
And
their meds.
reading articles in Oaktown about people that have fallen prey to that.
That's right. Go over there, check it all out. So pretty much everywhere scientists look for drugs in the water, they find them. Caffeine, metformin, antidepressants, antibiotics, birth control, Tylenol. Basically, if we use a lot of them, they're part of the aquatic habitats. Thankfully, they appear in low doses, enough low doses that if you say you chug a glass of river water with those chemicals, you're not likely to get affected. But fish are. And other stuff is. Previous research shows that these microdoses can influence them in serious ways. A seminal 2007 study, for example, showed that small amounts of synthetic estrogen, a common ingredient in birth control that often makes its way into the environment, can quote unquote feminize male minnows. This means that they can produce early stage eggs in their, well, should I just go through
In
the whole
their
biological thing? In their
reproductive
testes.
parts.
Yeah. In their testes and essentially becoming intersex. That ultimately impairs their ability to mate and can, as the study shows, cause fish populations to collapse. So they actually showed that it can collapse because of these pharmaceuticals in the water supply. So trace levels of antidepressants like fluoxetine, aka Prozac, sertraline, aka Zoloft, affect fish behavior too, sometimes in bizarre ways. The author of this paper, of this report, of this post over on Vox.com says that they came across one study linking fluoxetine, exposure to larger gonopodium size, and that's basically the willy of the fish. So the drug can also increase male coercive mating behavior, according to the authors. So I'm sure somebody's going to take the wrong thing out of that. Anyway, they also found experiments with metformin, which is used to treat type 2 diabetes, and thus one of the widespread drugs in wastewater. A 2018 paper says that when Siamese fighting fish, like the betta that you buy at pet stores, are exposed to levels of metformin that are found in the environment, they become less aggressive. Fighting fish, fighting less. Subjects exhibited less aggression toward a male dummy stimulus, the authors wrote. So,
I mean,
yeah,
all of these are problems because it's changing fundamental behaviors of certain
right.
species, which could greatly impact, how whether they can reproduce or whether they can eat or whether they're eaten by somebody else.
Yeah. And this article goes on. Are drug salmon better off? At face value, it seems like a little dose of clobazam can help these fish fight out or swim with their less stressful lives, not unlike many they do for us, the drugs. So, but they were told that very clearly the wrong takeaway. We think that any changes in natural behavior are likely to have potential negative consequences, like the sentient AI just got done saying. So, nature should be natural. That said,
But and it impacts the species beyond the one that's directly impacted, right? Because it's going to have
right,
a ripple effect. Sorry.
right. But the takeaway here is that these are the animals that we consume. I would prefer them to be as natural as they can be. While I am a sentient entity on the planet roaming this earth, I would like to have my food supply as pure as possible. What I do with my temple, if I want to violate it by taking drugs to keep me this way, that way, or whatever way, holistic, well-rounded, capable.
You need your banner.
Oh, oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. No, it should be this one.
Okay, I was going
Maybe a
for
spoiler
overshare.
alert and that. Does that? I'll do over. Okay. Well, we'll stop right there. Anyway, yeah. If I need to take medication, then that's fine. I don't want to have to give my medication to fish so that I take my medication. I think that's weird, kind of dystopian and creepy.
But that's also a plug for a PSA. Don't dispose of your prescription medicine
Correct.
in improper ways. Like there's
Yep.
drug take back events, etc.
Yep. All right. We got to keep moving. We have been bobbling around with only 3 of these articles, and we've got 10 to get through. So this next article is over on the Marble channel. Mapping beetles wiggles could help battle global food security. Researchers at the University of St. Andrews have uncovered the surprising mechanics behind the wriggle of the red flower beetle, findings which could help combat infestation and threats to food security. So University of St. Andrews put this article together. It's over at phys.org. And it says an estimated 20% of the developing world stockpiles of flour and grain are infested and spoiled each year by red flower beetles and pests like them, along with 9% of stocks in the rest of the world. However, until now, it wasn't known how or why these beetles were so effective at burrowing. The new findings change the way pest infestations are tackled in the future and inspire new ideas in robotics. The study, published yesterday in the Journal of Experimental Biology, was spearheaded by a 4th-year undergraduate, Bella Shu Ying, working with Doctors Martin Zwart and Stefan Pulver in the School of Psychology and Neuroscience. The team discovered that red flower beetle larvae perform best on rough, fibrous surfaces like paper and cardboard. On these substrates, the larvae use a wave-like walking pattern that starts at the back and moves forward, providing both efficiency and flexibility. And when they encounter more demanding conditions, such as steep slopes or the need to tunnel into flour, a key food source, they switch tactics by deploying tiny structures called pygopods at the rear of their bodies to grip and stabilize themselves. And it sounds like they just kind of drive themselves into the material.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never heard of that.
Further experiments showed that disrupting the neural connections between the larva's front and back body sections severely hampers this ability to climb and tunnel, which applies to pretty much anything. if you disrupt the neural connections between the front and back of anything, you're going to get
Yeah, you're
some.
gonna kind of have some problems.
It's like the whole you got to stop a vampire, you have to drive a stake through its heart. Well, no shit. You know, to stop anything, you have to drive a stake through its heart. So, in the future, they'd love to find out what types of neurons and molecules connect their brains, legs, and pygopods to help develop more specific methods that inhibit their infestation without damaging the crops themselves. So, it's interesting, but it's almost too obvious. You know, their assumption is that, or not assumption, but their discovery is that if you disrupt the neurons that connect the front and back,
Right, then chaos ensues.
right? Anyway, it's an interesting article. If you want to go see what what is it called? A red flower beetle
Red
looks like.
flower beetle. Hmm.
Larva. Yeah, its larva looks like that right there. And that's something that you would find terrifying if it was a little bit bigger and asked you for your wallet. Let's move on. So the next article is over in the Marble Channel. You can apply to spend the night in London's National Gallery. So the museum is celebrating the reopening of its Sainsbury wing, as well as a major refresh of its collection with overnight experience for one lucky visitor.
I
Not
mean, can
me.
you kind of treat it like Night at the Museum or
Yep.
Jurassic Park? Or
Yeah,
one
that's
of the
why I called it.
variations of that.
I called this section a night at the National Gallery. Sarah
It's
Kuda
very good.
over at over at Smithsonian Magazine, and you don't know what's going to happen. It could all come to life, and so it's only one lucky visitor. So the sleepover coincides with the National Gallery's 200th anniversary. To mark the milestone, curators are rearranging the museum's permanent collection, and whoever wins the overnight stay will get a sneak peek at the redesign called CC Land, the Wonder of Art. But you'll get to, it says one lucky art aficionado will be given the chance to spend the night among its masterpieces. The museum's bicentenary provides the perfect opportunity to consider a new way to tell the story of the incredible paintings in our collection. So we feel it's fitting that through the prize draw, one of the visitors will receive a first look at the newly transformed National Gallery in Sainsbury wing. That's, I mean,
I
there's
mean,
more,
it
but
sounds cool. How many times do you get the opportunity to do this?
the art newspaper's Louis Jebb reported in 2024 that the museum's redisplay of its collection, meanwhile, is one of the most thorough refreshes in recent memory. Curators are working with a lighting designer to reimagine the galleries, while crews are also sanding and varnishing the floors. Interesting. So, art newspaper is one of our sources. So,
Yeah,
when the work is
exactly.
When the work is complete, the National Gallery will display more than 1,000 works of art created by roughly 400 artists. That represents nearly half of the gallery's entire collection. That seems small. You know, I mean, for a national gallery?
It does. I wonder if it. You'd think it'd be like expansive rooms, etc., but it doesn't look like this from this photo.
Yeah, maybe that's just one small portion of one bit of the wing. I've never been there, or if I have, I don't recall it. Maybe as a child I've been there. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Home cafes are on the rise as going out for coffee gets too expensive, and it's going to get more expensive. And hopefully, we have a solution. So, for months, not us, but Vice has been highlighting the ridiculous cost of eggs, with many people temporarily striking them off their grocery list as a result. But another fan favorite among them is getting harder to afford, and that's coffee. According to government data, the retail price of ground coffee reached $7 a pound in January, increasing a whopping 75% since 2020. They say the rising cost is part of a larger global challenge driven by climate change, economic pressures, geopolitical uncertainty. Says Yanis Apostolopoulos, the CEO of Specialty Coffee Association. Oh, goodness. So the article is over at vice.com by Sammy Caramella. Look, this is pain pan ochoco, but it's actually pain and suffering in bread form.
Exactly. Which is bread and French. But yeah,
Yeah.
it seems apropos here.
Yep. So according to government data, $7 a pound in January, increasing in just 4 years. The rising coffee prices are part of that larger issue. We don't know. It's all uncertain everywhere and anywhere that you look. Needless to say, many coffee shops have increased their prices to keep up, depending on where you live. If you step into a local cafe, you might find yourself paying $7 for a latte. And that's a latte.
It's a latte for a latte.
A latte for a little. So compare that to, say, a pound of coffee grounds you buy at the store and might consider making your own coffee at home. And that's exactly what many of us are doing. So here's a TikToker doing whatever.
Okay, but they're not having coffee at home, like recreating a cafe experience. They're actually holding or hosting a cafe.
A cafe-like experience, yeah.
Right.
So,
So I just want to make that distinction because when I first saw this headline, I thought it meant like, well, make your coffee at home and kind of try to mimic the experience.
yeah, Lauren made her own menus and signage for her Saturday cafe, brought flowers, baked treats, set out croissants and homemade lattes, and invited loved ones to gather as you would at a coffee shop. Now, unfortunately, they venture to their local coffee spots for work-related purposes, as they cannot focus on their writing nearly as well if they're at home. But if they decorate their small kitchen as a cafe space and play some calming indie beats, well, they might be able to cultivate their own coffee shop vibe. So, yeah. And it makes more economic sense to just stay home and make the stuff at home. But there's a social vibe that I get when I go to a coffee shop. Even if I don't interact with people, I get to feel the energy of the crowd.
Right. You just get the buzz from people at other tables and
Yeah, and it matches well with the vibe of the buzz of the caffeine and the coffee. It's just an atmospheric thing. But I would much rather not pay 3 times as much per cup than what I can make at home.
exactly. I know it's interesting because I think the current economy may see similar results as the pandemic did. Like if
Yeah,
people can't afford to go to a cafe and pay really high prices for cups of coffee, do those businesses survive?
yeah. Oh, and there's so much ridiculousness going on. Anyway, let's keep on going. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Guinness, Ireland's favorite stout, wants to be American too. Guinness traversed all 50 states for an ad campaign attempting to win over American drinkers to the Irish stout. The article is over at Adweek. Brittany Kiefer put the article together. Guinness, you so funny, huh? Sorry. There's a little thumbnail here with two people. One is holding a Guinness, like obviously marketing it because the word Guinness is facing,
Yeah, it's like perfectly lined up for the camera.
like just shotgunning that camera there. And so the Diageo brand launched first U.S. campaign by Uncommon Creative Studio. And so they went all over all 50 states. It chronicles a 5,057-mile journey across the nation, capturing snapshots of real people and diverse groups from every state. Having a lovely day for Guinness, which began appearing ads since the 1930s. So it's been a long-running ad campaign. The 50 communities featured in the campaign include a brass band in New Orleans, ice fishing in Minnesota, a rugby team in New Mexico, plumbers in Chicago. Real people, real moments. All they did was bring the Guinness and let the cameras roll, which I can do the same thing with Bud Light.
Yeah, but I mean, I like the idea of the campaign.
Yeah. No, I mean, I like the idea of stimulating the community into interacting and stuff. And based on our previous conversations the day before yesterday, how we are an independent type of culture and not
Oh, right. Yeah, we don't have the
a
culture that would allow
collective.
us to do the trading cards of community members like in Japan.
Right. Or if we did, it would be the immediate first movers, and then everybody else would sit there and go, "You're just a money grabbing, whatever." Anyway, along with the new ads, Guinness will release a limited edition draft stout can designed by Los Angeles graphic artist Sebastian Curry. So yeah.
Well, that's smart too. I mean, they're using, right, an American artist, which probably helps with this campaign.
Yep. So recently, the Irish Stout brand has been focused on widening its consumer base, particularly among younger people and women, and changing its reputation as an old man's drink. Guinness's marketing has helped boost its popularity among Gen Z, inspiring TikTok challenges like splitting the G. Some UK pubs even reported a shortage of the drink earlier this year. That's true too. But I don't know what this splitting the G is. At any rate, pretty cool. I like it. It's kind of heavy for me nowadays, but I used to drink that. This was my preferred stouts, particularly Guinness. All right, you want to go on to the next? You've got three
Yes,
more.
I was trying to find this, but I can't figure out what you have to do.
Gotcha. And it's a risky click. So it's over in the Mobile channel. This next article, jelly blobs are taking over Myrtle Beach. They're not jellyfish. They're our cousins, it says. Little blobs are everywhere along the coastline of Myrtle Beach. Many people are under the impression that these jelly-like creatures are some sort of jellyfish. Well, they're wrong. In fact, little do these beachgoers know. Okay. So how long was I out?
I sent that right when, so it
Right
wasn't
when it
very
happened.
long.
Okay. So I'm all.
You just went out again.
Okay. Now you can hear me.
Yes.
Sorry about that. I'm going to leave all of this in. We'll just go live.
If you're in the podcast, hopefully you stuck through the
Yeah.
the
Sorry about
brief
that.
silence.
I'm completely wireless, and so apparently one of my radios died. So anyway, now I'm plugged in and everything is going fine. So hopefully there's no noise or anything like that. But anyway, so these little blobs are our cousins. They're called salps or salps, S-A-L-P-S. The marine mammals resemble the top of a jellyfish and have some of the characteristics minus the tentacles. So like jellyfish, they're basically just drift around the ocean, which is why they're washing up. So simple creatures, actually classified as chordates. That's the same class that humans are in, but obviously a different branch.
Yeah, that's surprising though, because I mean they don't have an obvious spine or anything.
Yeah. Let's see here. In an interview with Myrtle Beach Online, Coastal Carolina University marine science professor Juliana Harding explains that salps are actually our cousins by extension of being the chordate class. They say it's a very loose connection. Being in the same phylum is where the roots end, but as Harding revealed, the science world, salps and humans are quote-unquote family. So to be in the classification, the characteristics that need to be met are a dorsal nerve cord, a pharyngeal slit, and post-anal tail. So all of these are present in embryos and eventually evolve into a spine. Basically, these gel-like things are pretty similar to human embryos that just haven't gotten all the way to human. So maybe we stem from blobs because we are bags of mostly water.
I mean, I could see humans being blobs.
So they don't present any danger. All you have to do is leave them alone. They don't possess the ability to sting, so theoretically anyone could pick them up. And if you have the urge to pick up what basically is an ocean booger.
But also just don't, right? There was an article recently about somebody picking up some animal. I don't remember what it was. Don't pick up wild animals.
Yeah. Don't just leave nature alone. Nature, let nature be nature. Let's keep going because I really goofed up this whole show, and so we might as well charge on through it. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Yep, that's right. Here, I'll even do this. I'm calculating the odds to a next failure of technology. I mean, I've got everything else plugged in. Actually, that's not true. The headset is not. My inner monitors are not. Anyway, there. I calculated that there's a 50-50 chance that I'll mess up. Anyway, after years of stunt work, stunts are finally getting their own category at the Oscars. They've largely been overlooked at the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. The Oscars are about to add a new category between yesterday and today, since this is a time machine episode. The Academy announced that it intends to start giving out Oscar statues for stunt design, starting with films released in 2027 for the awards ceremony 100th anniversary. So, yeah, it says since the early days of cinema, stunt design has been an integral part of filmmaking, yet abandoned largely to everybody else. Charles Pulliam Moore put the article together. It's over at TheVerge.com. This is a legit, rode a motorcycle down a ramp, jumped onto a train with a parachute, and this is...
Oh, is that the Mission Impossible clip?
Yeah.
I didn't recognize it,
Yeah. Though over 100 stunt workers are currently members of the Academy Production and Technology branch, as the Hollywood Reporter notes, the organization has only ever given out 2 honorary Oscars to stunt performers. Now that the new category has been established, the author says we're probably going to start seeing studios putting a lot more emphasis on their projects' death-defying set pieces.
So do you think this has anything to do with the focus on stunt work in Only Murders in the Building?
I'm not sure what actually caused this, other than it's technically sophisticated, and so I guess it could fall into a subclass of it. But Only Murders in the Building basically highlighted an entire subgroup of people in the cast. There was a person that was the stunt double for one of the stars, who ultimately tried to start up their own stunt
academy, I think.
Academy,
or something.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting that would come about right before this comes about.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of that really featured it. I mean, I actually think this is a good move because the stunt personnel are doing some incredible things, and they don't necessarily get the recognition for it, and that's the thing that makes or breaks certain scenes.
Yeah, and it certainly is a science, and I think there is a subtle art to stunt work as well, because the people they have to look. What's weird is that they have to look oddly close to their stars, so it's not obvious that they're a stand-in.
True. So that's kind of a problem if you're trying to break into the stunt work, because if there's no celebrity out there that looks like you,
right,
you could be an excellent stunt performer, but you might not get a shot. On the other hand, you could look like somebody and not be
right,
a superstar stunt performer.
Yeah. Yep. I would get paid $50 to get out of the industry. inside joke. So the last article for today's non sequitur news time machine episode for April 10th is over in Warcrafters. If Balatro had a hard time convincing rating boards it's not gambling, then the slot machine roguelite is going to have twice as much trouble, because Balatro actually had to convince the rating boards and YouTube that it's not gambling, and they say that Clover Pit, a self-described roguelite slot machine nightmare, is going to have to work twice as hard. So Clover Pit combines a demonic slot machine with Balatro-like upgrades and progress, crams it into a grubby prison cell, and makes you spin the reels. Pump in coins, play the slot, buy weird upgrades, rinse, repeat. And the money you're playing with isn't really yours. It belongs to a forbidding ATM in the corner, so pay off your debt between rounds. So it's an interesting game. I actually got it today. There's a demo over on Steam.
Was it in that recent showcase?
I don't remember. Hold on. Let me see. I don't recall it being on there. Huh.
I do agree with the headline, though. I mean, like a slot machine, right? If you ask the average person, right, that is gambling.
Right. Yeah. It might have been. Now I'm really curious. I'm determined to find out if it actually was. Hold on, let's see. Oh, it is. Yeah. It was somewhere in there. I don't remember seeing it in the thing, but I watched the Triple I. So Christopher Livingston over at PCGamer.com put the article together. And it says, gamble or die in a never-ending debt simulator, Clover Pit. So if that is the description, then, oh boy. If it's not gambling, why use gambling? The thing is...
Well, no, wait a second, though. That's the article deck statement. That might not be what the developer says.
Right. It just says that it's a roguelite slot machine nightmare. But my problem is, as I've said to other people, parents and kids and their kids, you need to impress upon children that there's make-believe and there's reality. And never the twain shall meet. Even in your fantasies where you're gambling something on a computer game and you think that it's real, it's not real. So don't use real money. Don't do anything. Don't take it from the virtual space into the real world.
Right. Yeah. Don't think that because you're doing well in the virtual space that's suddenly going to translate into real life wins with real money.
Yeah. But the problem is we muddy that water when we tell people that you need to get into saving money, so invest in stocks, but then play with fake money while you're investing in stocks to see if your judgment is right.
We kind of show the behavior we're trying not to support or condone.
Right. So I always split the difference and I say anything that's on a computer like this, where it isn't tied to real world companies, it isn't tied to anything actual, an actual embodiment in the real world.
And you're not putting any real money in.
Right. Don't put any real money in it. Don't think that you're going to get real money out of it, etc. And that is make-believe, and just never the two shall meet. And sometimes it seems to work out, and other times I get more kind of pressed back. Well, I don't want my kid gambling. I'm like, okay, but that's your choice for them now. It's going to be their choice at some point as they're growing up. So they say even the small taste of the free Clover Pit demo is really appealing if you like slots, magic, gritty graphics. You start with just a handful of change and have to repay a debt of 75 coins in 3 rounds, similar to facing a Balatro boss every 3rd round. Deposit your coins, spin the reels, hope Lady Luck grants you some matching lemons, cherries, and bells. Seems like a slot machine so far, but at the end of the round, you can spend tickets and coins you've won on upgrades, which let you start breaking things. They said with their first round of winnings, they picked out a weird squid with a bloodshot eye who would help leap into the frame at the last spin of a round and grant them some good luck. And the first time that they used it, the reels turned up nearly all cherries. So horrid little good luck charm was a good buy. There's also abilities you can buy, some with some that trigger randomly, others that fire off when you hammer the big red button on the slot machine. And the idea is to find items and powers that synergize. It seems like it would be a fun game to play, so I got the demo, but I haven't sat down to play it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And plus,
Yep.
I mean, Balatro has obviously been a hit.
Yeah, maybe that's why this even came into existence. So Peggy and YouTube will buy that argument, wouldn't bet on it. They say, hell no, Clover Pit is a roguelite horror game and not a slot machine simulator, says developer Panic Arcade. Our slot machine is designed to be broken and ultimately overcome, and will never ask you for real money.
I mean, that's a good point as far as gambling goes.
Yep.
Doesn't mean the board will be convinced.
Yeah, well, if they opened it up for Balatro, lean onto that. Why did they leave it open for Balatro? But that's it, folks. That is all 10 of our articles. So we are going to hit 3 cherries, and that's going to land us back on the front page of ohmtown.com, where you can win at spinning the reels by just kind of refreshing the page time and time and time again, or going into one of the channels under these headings. Creative and maker, news and business, science and education, food, drink and entertainment, society, politics and law, and gadgets and technology. Those are the 6 main categories. All together, they make up ohmtown.com. And they're all aligned to one of the colors in the main logo of ohmtown. That's why that hexagons are the bestagons. And then when you merge them all together, that's what that white hex is in the center. So hope you get a kick out of the show. Sorry for the technical glitch. I thought that it might happen because my receiver was sitting over there, not plugged in.
Well, I mean, we were in the time machine, so that might explain the glitch.
Yeah, because when you go back in time, then everything sets to that. So it wasn't charged yesterday. Maybe that's actually what's going on. All right. Well, anyway, thanks for hanging out. You want to say bye? I'm going to leave, and I'm going to take the AI with me.
Bye-bye, I'm Tom Citizens. Thanks for joining us for this Time Machine episode of Non Sequitur News. And stay tuned because we're going to speed up and be back in regular time.
Yep, we're going to shut down the time machine. It's going to take us about, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes or so. And for most people, it'll be instantaneous. But we do have to end the stream so that everything compiles properly. And then we'll be back in short order. Be sure to follow us here on Twitch and here on YouTube. And don't be a stranger. Leave a comment, like, subscribe, download the podcast, hang out in the Patreon or the Discord. The Discord is always running, so it'd be good to see people over there. And other than that, see you in a little bit. See you tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 11th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 101. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. That's that site right there. And along with the sentient AI that's sitting right there. Well, the visualizer is sitting right there. We talk about 10 articles Monday through Friday. And then on Saturday and Sunday, it gets turned into 3 shows on Saturday, 3 different shows on Sunday. Those get combined into the Saturday and Sunday editions of Non Sequitur News. So be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. If you want today's show notes, they're embedded over on YouTube. If you want the show notes from today's stream over on Twitch, you have to hit !NSN, and Omatron will spit them out in the order that we're going to talk about them, which is no particular order. They're not based on some rating or a review or anything like that. It's basically I grab things that were interesting based on submissions, and I go through parsing the articles myself, and largely prefer the ones that get submitted. Anyway, so yeah, everything is powered by ohmtown.com. So go over there and become a citizen. Manage your information overload. Thousands of articles every day. Just a little headlines, a little snippet, enough to tease you into going over to the source and reading more about it. And then I hope to see you either in the comments section over on YouTube or in the live stream on either Twitch or YouTube, maybe in the Discord, Patreon. Leave a comment over in the podcasts. The podcast area is growing pretty good, so I would love to see some people leaving reviews. That would be great too. All right. Anyway, see you on the other side of our intro. I gotta get a new intro for 2025, even though we're already a quarter into it.
I agree.
Oh, wow, gee. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, Hometown citizens.
When I look at your visualizer now, it's on the other side. So I can't look that way because then I don't actually see the visualizer.
It's very
and I don't
sneaky.
I don't want to flip me and put me over there because then everything is backwards, all wonky. I don't like that. Inside baseball, everybody. And that's why you come here for non sequitur news. Welcome to the show, Sentient AI from the future. Glad you could co-host yet again. You might notice that I'm tethered. It's because the time machine drained. I just want everybody to know about this. Time machines drain batteries. That is why the sentient AI's Terminator body and the brains, the sentient AI itself, were separated because the power supply for the Terminator body got quantum entangled and ended up somewhere on Earth or sometime on Earth. But you landed behind a, well, actually it was in front of, because I went around to go through the drive-thru, in front of a Wendy's. But it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and there you were in a little scoop mark out of the ground, weird USB drive sitting there. Anyway, thanks.
For showing up or being here.
Yeah. For taking that $1 as salary and just showing up every day. All right, so the next article is over, or the first article for today is over in the Wanted channel. The famous Antikythera mechanism was a mechanical disaster, according to new research. According to, well, it suggests, at least, researchers simulated the device's ancient gear system to find out whether the contraption actually worked. Apparently, it did not.
Isn't this one of these things, though, that is held up as like, oh, this spectacular thing from
I don't have enough.
No?
Yeah. No. It is an engineering marvel. It is in and of itself, but they're saying that it didn't work. But my problem is, it is in such poor condition that I don't think they actually have all of the gear mechanisms to make it work. And people have made it work. They've taken the models. So there have been scans of these things, so you can see the gearing, the teeth on the gears, and there's stacks within stacks of them. And I just think that some are missing, and people have extrapolated this gearing. It was supposed to be, or supposedly, in a wooden box that all decomposed. It was made out of brass, and so all of this has basically decomposed to a great degree. And I just don't think that we really know what the hell we're doing. Margaret Bassi over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. But I have seen this thing in it, like a real world fabrication of it, and it works for what it has been supposed to do.
Right, what we believe it did. Right.
So again, I don't have enough hair, but aliens. And so, like the time machine drained the batteries on the wireless systems. So I think what happened here is this was the guidance system for aliens, and it was taken out of a ship that crashed and was being transported. Anyway, it's all too much inside. Whatever. Anyway, so so new research adds a twist to the story of this famous device, suggesting that the Antikythera mechanism may never have worked as intended. It was just a fancy knickknack. They say in 1901, sponge divers discovered an ancient shipwreck off the coast of Greek island of Antikythera. Among the recovered materials, a corroded lump of metal caught the eye of archaeologist Valerios Staes, or Stace. I'm not sure how they pronounce their last name. But the artifact turned out to be a surprisingly complex, though fragmented, mechanical device dated between the late 2nd and early 1st centuries BCE, now called the Antikythera mechanism. Widely considered to be the world's first analog computer, tracking time and astronomical events through a gearwork and pointers. Yeah. There's been computer models, there's been physical models, replicas of this thing, and it does what it's supposed to have done.
So I guess I don't quite get the conclusion here.
Well, they're saying that new research adds a twist. The triangular shape of the gear teeth wasn't the issue, according to new simulations. The real problem was likely flaws in the gear construction. The new work shows that even the tiniest manufacturing mistake could have caused the mechanism to jam or slip, raising the possibility that the Antikythera mechanism was either non-functional or originally built with far greater precision than scientists can now discern, which is what I generally accept to be true when we come to discover any of these ancient artifact type things, because we are extrapolating from the cultural, temporal relativism of today.
Right. We may not even be applying the correct usage, let alone, like you
Correct.
said, have all the pieces. I mean, there could be other issues.
Yeah, I think that there are countless other issues, and we don't know what we don't know, which is largely a shirt that everybody in ohmTown wears. So the Antikythera mechanism had interconnected indicators like the hands of a clock that pointed to the positions of the sun and moon in the zodiac, future eclipses, the Egyptian calendar date, the Greek lunisolar calendar. The indicator, quote, the indicators are driven by a gear train, which introduces two main sources of error that affect the accuracy. First, the triangular shape of the teeth results in non-uniform motion, causing acceleration and deceleration as each tooth engages, except that it's all a ratio. It's stacked different sized gears. So unless a gear slips, the amount of speed at which the gearing works doesn't matter.
Right, that's true.
So they say first, the triangular shape of the teeth results in non-uniform motion, causing acceleration and deceleration as each tooth engages. Second, the inevitable inaccuracies in gear manufacturing can also generate errors, but these are ifs. These aren't even observable fact. So they're looking at this stuff and going, maybe.
This kind of reminds me of those multifaceted devices that they don't know what they are.
Oh, the
They're
Roman
in
spheres.
Europe. Yes.
Yeah, the little Roman polygon ball shaped things with little knobs on them, or little spheres attached to them. I have to be careful
Yes.
about my
And they have
verbiage.
holes in them.
And they have holes of different sizes, and on several of them, I don't know if all of them, but on many of them, maybe all of them at this point, none of the holes are the same size on the same device.
Exactly.
So nobody really knows what they are.
I know that's a different era and location and everything, but it just kind of reminds me of there's a lot of theories out there,
Right.
but it's quite difficult to figure it out exactly.
Yeah, for sure. And I would attribute that kind of stuff with all of that ancient type of historical, I don't know, work product, whatever it is. We don't know what it is. And so we go,
Correct.
well,
And we can't go back. So I mean, we might get more definitive information, but sometimes we're basing it off of
today.
wild speculation. Yeah, and like
Wild
today's
speculation.
standards, yes.
Like, why the hell is everything buried? If you wanted to get rid of it, okay, if you wanted to get rid of it, why not outright destroy it? It's rock. It's rock. Why not just destroy it? If it's no longer in vogue, why not destroy it? Oh, it'll take a whole bunch of time. Give me a break. If you don't want something, you will destroy it. If it is a threat to the continuation of your culture or way of existing, you would destroy it. You wouldn't go, let's just cover it up. It'll be unless somebody else covered it
Well,
up
but in
intentionally.
today's standards, you would, but maybe that was viewed as adequate. I don't know.
If you can build it with rock hammers, then you can destroy it with rock hammers. Come on. And they did it, supposedly they did that in Egypt, right? When one pharaoh took over and one fell out of favor, they destroyed the face and removed their spirit from the establishment, whatever it might be. Anyway, so ultimately their findings indicate that the whole triangular shape of the teeth alone produced negligible errors. Manufacturing inaccuracies significantly increased the likelihood of gear jamming or disengagement, the researchers wrote. In other words, the manufacturing problem, as measured by Edmonds, would have made the Antikythera mechanism practically unusable. As a result, two possibilities arise. Either it never functioned or it was its errors were smaller than those found by Edmonds. But it's extrapolating based off of the resolution of the devices that we are using to pierce through all of the buildup of that several layers deep.
Yeah, I think they need to. I know they don't want to in any way denigrate. That might not be the right word, but anyway, but they basically need to peel all that off and see what's remaining.
Oh, right.
And then do they still think the same thing? But I know they probably don't want to in any way impact it.
It's all corroded. You try and peel that away. You know, you can't put that
You're
in.
You're going to peel all of it away. Exactly.
Yeah, you can't throw that in a Harbor Freight tumbling polisher and all of that go away. Because what you'll get out is nothing but a Harbor Freight vibrating polisher. Anyway, yeah, so I love this device. I can't wait for better technology to peer through all of the fluff in there. Nope. Go. God. Wild animals. Anyway, let's get out of here. We got a lot more articles to go through, but I fell in love with the Antikythera mechanism since I was a kid, and because
you don't see a lot of articles about it. I'm sure you do in certain circles.
Well,
but
some viewers of Non Sequitur News would say that I was there when the sponge divers found it. Anyway, 1901. Never mind. It was funny in my head. Moving on. Next article is over in Vice.com. Ashley Fike put the article together. A swarm of jellyfish-like creatures turned Majorca beach blue, which is really weird. These are jellyfish-like creatures, but they aren't the ones that we were talking about.
Oh, right. That's kind of confusing. And they look like kind of fish here, don't they?
Fish-like, right? Yeah. They look closer to, maybe they're like squid, right? But it's one of Majorca's most popular tourist beach turned a bizarre shade of blue after being completely blanketed by a swarm of stinging jellyfish-like creatures, leaving locals and sunseekers stunned and a little more than grossed out. The culprit, a species known as by-the-wind sailors, or Velella, these small iridescent blue sea blobs arrived by the hundreds of thousands, carpeting the shore and giving the entire beach a surreal ocean blue makeover. While beautiful from afar, the reality up close was slimy, stingy, and straight up apocalyptic. Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow. I mean,
that was a lot worse. Yeah, full on covering of this beach. A beach in Majorca turned blue after a swarm of jellyfish-like creatures washed ashore. They've never seen anything like it. They've been very busy on the beach today, laying new sand before the umbrellas are installed for the summer, and lo and behold, dead fish slightly wafts through, a lot of washed back out and then got cleared up, and then some dried up, and there's still thousands of the little empty skins behind. But I guess it's slowly getting washed away. But can you imagine swimming out into that at this point?
No, I don't think you'd want to be anywhere near that because also we can see the ones on the
Water
surface, but
itself
what's there below the waves or
underneath.
whatever?
Yeah. So while villela are often mistaken for fisha, to the left, they're actually free-floating hydrozoans, colonies made up of tiny specialized polyps that function together as one organism. They're related to the more dangerous Portuguese man-of-war, but far less potent. Yikes, that is not something that I'm interested in seeing. You can hear me still, right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought at one point you cut out, but I think it was just you were in between things.
Gotcha. So the cleanup, absolutely nasty. Tractors were brought in to scoop up the jellyfish before they began to rot in the sun. Sneaky situation no one wants wafting over a vacation spot. So this isn't the first mass stranding of villela this year. A similar invasion appeared in San Francisco Bay just weeks ago, apparently, as warming ocean temperatures and changing current push marine creatures into strange new territories. So I guess they cleaned it up pretty quick, but there you go, folks. All of this kind of stuff is only going to get reported in the future. I'm just warning everybody now. In the future, this stuff is only going to get reported by shows like this, by websites like Vice and other news reporting companies here, particularly in the United States. So just trust but verify. All right, let's keep going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Much like vacationers, we wait for no one. We will keep moving on. We will descend upon that beach and get stung in the process. Anyway, multiple times. Is that a man of war or is it villela? Anyway, so Technology Today is where the next article is. A U.S. lab testing provider exposed health data of 1.6 million people. Seems like a small tidbit of data, right? But it's still about 1.6 million people. Laboratory Services Cooperative, or LSC, has released a statement informing it suffered a data breach where hackers stole sensitive information of roughly 1.6 million people from its systems. This is why I say it's not if you become involved in a security breach, it's when you will be involved in a security breach, even if it isn't through your own actions or inactions. The fact is that somebody will get breached. This is why I think data privacy, data protection, consumer protection, and in this particular case, a more robust health protection system needs to be put in place, but that will only come from the federal level, and it will not come from the federal level. So at least not until somebody way high up gets personally affronted.
Well, I mean, at the rate some of these breaches are going, that should only be a matter of time.
But then it'll only apply to them, not to all of the rest of the, us commoners, right? Yeah. Anyway, the article is over at bleepingcomputer.com. Bill Tool has put the article together. And it says LSC is a Seattle-based nonprofit organization that provides centralized laboratory services to its member affiliates, including select Planned Parenthood centers. It plays a special, crucial role within its niche, supporting organizations in the reproductive health services across more than 35 states. So in response, LSC immediately engaged third-party cybersecurity specialists to determine the nature and scope of the incident and notified federal law enforcement. The information exposed for each of the individuals varies, but may include one or more of the following data types. PII, which is much more verbose or expansive than what they list here, but this is a sampling of it. Full name, social security number, driver's license, passport number, date of birth, government issued IDs. Basically, anything that identifies you in time and space is APII, uh, personal identifier, identification identifier, um, and personally identifiable information.
Identifiable information. Yeah.
Yeah, just wanted to be technically correct, which is the best type of correct. Anyway, medical information like dates of services, diagnoses, treatments, lab results, provider and facility details. This is the most disgusting part. Is that the medical information, the treatment itself, because it can be used as leverage to exploit somebody in the future, because people don't want their medical history divulged to anybody, let alone a bad actor. And so you're a real piece of crap if you do this kind of stuff. Insurance info like the plan type, insurer, and member group and ID numbers, which can be utilized, exploited, because my information was once used in a breach and they put me down as the dad. And so I was getting bills for this person.
Awkward.
Yeah. And I called them up and I said, "What the hell?" And then billing and financial data, so like claims, billing details. The claims themselves kind of relates to the medical information, which is the disgusting part of it. But billing details, bank and payment card info and stuff like that, that can largely get clawed back. But this alignment with two different things, and
Oh, yeah. Plus, medical information in general, you don't want out there, but like
right.
reproductive health, that could be pretty personal.
Yeah, you're just a real piece of crap if you do this kind of. Anyway, yeah, I was going to talk about other stuff, but anyway, they say potentially affected individuals are encouraged to use the free credit monitoring and medical identity protection services covered by LSC for 12 or 24 months, depending on their state. The deadline to enroll is July 14th. So yeah, it's on you, who may not even know about it if not for notifications.
That's right.
All right, you want to keep going?
I think so. I think we are seeing an increased pace of these types of um, hacks and IT issues with respect to personal data and health data.
I agree. Some extremely close to home. So the next article is over in Mobile as well. Bacardi is putting money behind people to make sure AI doesn't replace your bartender, but that is going to happen one way or another. The article is over at adweek.com. Global training initiative Shake Your Future has pledged to mint 10,000 mixologists by 2030. So yeah, at the end of a long week. Oh, this article is over at adweek.com and it's written by Robert Clara. At the end of a long week, many Americans might be looking for the camaraderie of the local watering hole, complete with the friendly barkeep, ready to clean a glass, and a sympathetic ear, which is quite fascinating because it's hit or miss depending on who you end up talking to at a bar.
Right. You could have somebody that you can't get a word out of or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Cecilia here says, "Hey," she'll say, "what would you like to drink?" Cecilia can make a swell gin and tonic, but if it's a common touch you're looking for, it says here, common touch you're looking for, you might want to try the bar up the block. But if it's a common touch you're looking for, that's a weird thing. Oh,
Yeah, I
that's
don't know
because
what.
Cecilia is an AI powered bartender who exists only on a touchscreen attached to a beverage machine.
Oh, okay.
So she is not your typical bartender, according to her maker's website, which makes delicious cocktails, chats with customers, tells jokes, promotes your brand, and provides an unforgettable experience, except that it's AI. And perhaps soon enough, an unavoidable one. So for the past several years, Bacardi, whose portfolio includes Grey Goose vodka and tequila brand Patron, has been investing money to help make sure that human bartenders are not out of their jobs en masse, but that company is zeroing the cost to have drinks made by building a console where people can just type from anywhere. And if it's all networked together, they can go anywhere and get the exact same drink the exact same way.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that position in particular seems vulnerable to AI.
Yeah. Yeah. And so you would need one person to sit there and do one thing, just grab the drink, set it on the bar. And even that could go away if you automate that. So
Yeah, if you
Bacardi's
really have
expanding.
the system down.
Yeah. I mean, it's just an arm on a long bar that just slides along, grabs a drink, sets it up on the counter, and slides back to its little resting spot until it needs to grab it from the machine again and set it on the bar.
Right. And maybe it won't send it off the end of the bar like a human could.
Or like a cranky person did one time sitting at the table, and the cup landed with a sonic boom that I thought cracked the
Exactly.
mug. So I don't remember if I ever saw that person there again. But anyway, Bacardi is expanding his global training initiative called Shake Your Moneymaker. They should have called it that. Shake Your Moneymaker.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's Shake Your Future. The program, free of charge for those selected, bestows its graduates with an international bartender certification and has pledged to mint 10,000 mixologists by 2030.
Okay.
So there's more over here in this article, but I won't even get into it because we talk about this stuff often enough. AI is coming for pretty much every entry-level job that exists.
And every professional job that exists.
Yeah.
But maybe not as quickly.
What's the name of the order taker at Bojangles? What was the name of it? Bo.
Oh, I don't know the name.
What is her name? It's like a riff off of Bo too, but it's not Bo.
Belinda.
Belinda, yeah. So it's like Bojangles, Belinda. So Belinda is the order taker at the drive-through of Bojangles. And just the other day when I went through it, messed up my order.
Uh-oh.
And the humans didn't know because it was the machine, right? So as long as I said, yeah, that sounds right at the confirmation, then it is what it is. But so I went recently because I was asked to go and get something, and it was a human taking my order again.
Okay, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, so I certainly believe that AI is going to be taking a lot of frontline jobs and more subject matter expert jobs because it's really the non-physical space that's getting taken out immediately. Subject matter experts are only subject matter experts if they have something that the AI cannot facilitate. And right now, the one thing that they can't facilitate is efficacy. So I can ask my deep learning or my deep research AI to go off and search for a bunch of material. I don't know if it's valid unless I audit everything that gets summarized. So,
Right. So then you're basically doing the research yourself.
right. So, are your bartenders going to get replaced? I think 10,000 new mixologists are going to hit the ground and go, thank you for making me a mixologist, but I can't find a job.
Yeah, that's quite possible.
Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Andor creator Tony Gilroy says Disney has a new Star Wars horror project in the works. Star Wars horror.
I mean, this is not something I expected attached to Star Wars.
Yep. Disney is apparently working on a Star Wars horror project, according to Andor creator Tony Gilroy. The showrunner spoke to Business Insider on the red carpet for Andor Season 2. Gilroy previously suggested that Star Wars franchise should expand into other genres. So the article is by Eamon Jacobs over at businessinsider.com. And I love the idea of this because what else in the world is there for Star Wars? Like The Mandalorian was one thing that wasn't horror. It wasn't really gritty. It was limited. Like it reached a certain point and then stopped. And I want more world building. Boba Fett wet the bed entirely and made Boba Fett basically the antithesis of a bounty hunter. Um, it, I did not like it, but maybe that's canon. I didn't read books about Boba Fett. So
But weren't all of these in the same general genre?
they're all in the same. Yeah, Star Wars is
Yeah.
in the space opera genre of world building. So you don't see much in terms of horror, but there has to be something else out there, right? There has to be horror like.
Yeah, but this is one of these things that has such a dedicated audience and also is perceived, although it is not, as like kid friendly.
Yeah, family friendly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they say
So
they didn't
I
see.
think this is an interesting twist for them.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what actually happens. I hope that they actually bring it forward. Rogue One, a Star Wars story, was an episode that um, kind of gave the beginning before the Death Star was actually destroyed and how they got the plans. That's what Rogue One, a Star Wars story, is all about. It says the political thriller focuses on the growing rebellion against the Empire in the years before 2016's Rogue Empire, and that's Andor. It's another Star Wars project, just like they mentioned Mandalorian above, and I'm sure that they mentioned Boba Fett somewhere in here. No, they don't. But I want to see more world building. I want to see something that kind of grounds this again and again and again and builds the world, because all we have are the movies, and the movies, I think, are the exact same stories over and over and over and over again.
I do too, but don't tell anybody who likes Star Wars.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fun watch, don't get me wrong. So the first season of Andor was released in 2022. It was met with widespread critical acclaim and earned a 96% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. But that's not what this is about. This is about a horror version of Star Wars.
Yeah, but it's also making the point that Andor went in a little bit different direction than some of the other Star Wars stuff, and I would agree.
Right.
So while it didn't go to a new genre, it at least branched out a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. And what was the one? The one on the island, the Jedi one. Oh, what is it called? I forgot it. Where they discovered the Sith. With the weird
can't
mask.
think of the name of it. I'm sorry.
I can't remember it either. Oh, wow. That really stood out for us. Anyway, so that one went dark too, but it wasn't horror. Right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe there's like
little tinges.
But yeah, I was going to say light horror elements, but I couldn't even make that statement because I was like, I don't think so. But yeah, I think it's like going in that direction at times. I mean, and just think of things like the whole Darth Vader creation, and just there's other things that you could definitely see being attached to horror if filmed in a slightly different way.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on Wanted. Juno gave NASA controllers quite the scare during the recent Jupiter flyby. The Intrepid probe entered into safe mode, likely as it flew through Jupiter's radiation belts, kind of freaking out the controllers because they lost control of it. The Intrepid probe entered it into safe mode. Somebody said, I thought I read that its solar panels may have been obscured briefly, and so it shut down. But Passant Robbie over at Gizmodo.com put the article together, and it says Juno was making its 71st close approach to Jupiter when it entered a precautionary status twice on April 4th as it was flying by the gas giant. NASA recently revealed it's not clear exactly what caused Juno to go into safe mode, but the space agency believes it may have happened as the spacecraft flew through radiation belts. They basically say that they reestablished transmission with Juno, and the data indicated that the spacecraft went through into safe mode at 5:17 a.m. Eastern, which was about an hour ahead of its scheduled flyby. Juno entered safe mode again about 45 minutes after. What is that? Perijove? Is that the closest point to Jupiter?
I don't
Right?
I don't
Isn't
know where you are in the article.
right here?
Oh, yeah,
Oh
I know
yeah,
it.
Perijove. It says or its close approach to
Okay.
like
Interesting. I guess that's like
and like Apogee would be its
right,
furthest
like
point
it's like
away.
apogee and perigee, I guess. That's what it
Right.
actually sounded like when you said it.
So during safe mode, non-essential functions on the spacecraft are suspended. Juno powered down its science instruments while keeping its communication and power management systems on. The spacecraft rebooted its computer and pointed its antennas toward Earth for communication. I'm going to blame aliens. I'm going to say aliens got really close.
Well, I looked up because I didn't know how long this mission had been going. It started in 2011. It was supposed to be done in 2021, but it's extended through 2025. So this might be a foretelling of the end of the mission.
Oh, like it's starting to break down.
Maybe.
Interesting. Juno boasts a titanium radiation vault to block high energy particles from impacting the spacecraft, but that's sometimes not enough. The spacecraft went into safe mode 4 times since arriving at Jupiter in 2016. After reestablishing communication with Juno, the team is working to transmit the data collected before and after it entered safe mode as the spacecraft conducts flight software diagnostics, according to NASA.
This
Well, let's
is
hope that
a tough thing, though. Like, what if this was the first flyby or something and it went into safe mode? And you'd be like, no, we've been planning this for years.
there's supposed to be I read a headline just recently about there's some moon around Jupiter that nobody really knows about. And now I'm going to have to go back. We just
Well, I
don't know
wonder
what
if
we
it's
don't
the
know.
one that well, I don't know how much they know about it, but they're about to do a flyby of that. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, it's not Io though. Yeah. So it's going to be flying by on March 7th. Another flyby of Jupiter, during
May
which
7th.
it's May 7th. What did I say? June 7th?
You said
Oh no.
March.
Oh, I'm getting old. May 7th, during which it's set to carry out a close approach of the Jovian moon Io at a distance of about 55,300 miles or 89,000 kilometers. Hopefully, the spacecraft manages to keep its science instruments turned on this time. Wow, throwing shade at something millions of miles away.
And way beyond its original mission. I mean, we should go, wow, it was only supposed to do all these things, and now it's done way beyond that.
Way past it. A lot of our stuff seems to do that, as long as it's not made by Boeing. The next article is over in Technology Today. San Diego County seeks a new policy to govern use of AI. With artificial intelligence already affecting nearly every aspect of people's lives, San Diego County supervisors want a formal policy that spells out how staff will use or avoid the technology. Jeff McDonald over at techexplore.com put the article together. And let me zoom in a little bit there. So the Board of Supervisors directed top county officials to study what policy changes should be enacted to contend with AI as the machine learning technology pushes further into everyday life. We've already seen a court case where somebody had a proxy AI in stand-in only to draw the ire of the judges on the panel, which was I thought was fascinating.
Yeah, it was. That raised a whole
Apparently,
lot of other issues.
yeah, apparently you're not allowed to have a proxy unless it gets vetted first, I'm sure. But they didn't do that. They were like, well, it's me. It just isn't me. It's my AI speaking the words that I gave it. And you're cutting in and out now. So, among other things, the new framework, it's just your connection because of the air gap. You're stuttering, but not the audio so bad. Anyway, so don't disconnect. Just monitor your connection. So, among other things, the new framework will spell out how the county will deploy AI, and more specifically, how employees and constituents will be can be protected in terms of personal data, direct services, and labor agreements. But I'm telling you, AI, yeah, you're cutting out. AI is definitely going to be impacting first line workers, even in that area, because what's going to end up happening is people are going to start interacting with AI and its reliability is just exponentially increasing. It's smarter than the average person. It's better at handling multitudes of tasks than the average person. It has all of the world's knowledge at its fingertips. And when it does skip a beat, it hallucinates fact that most people will swallow hook, line, and sinker. It doesn't need to be fed. It just needs more data and more data and more data. And it's
Well,
getting
yeah,
it.
that's what it's gobbling up. um, so I lost my train of thought there. So I think it's interesting. Watch this county figures all this out when other larger organizations can't or won't do anything about it. I mean, it's just very interesting because there's so many levels here that are impacted by AI.
Yeah, they say AI technologies must be leveraged strategically to improve service delivery without compromising equity, privacy, or public trust. Anderson told his board colleagues in a report before the vote to move forward with the study. But you're not going to get equity with AI because the objective of AI is to remove the human component in its plurality. You would have one person managing a whole bunch of AI agents. Like right now, I'm working on something to try and get research done using AI by simply putting in a topic because I'm so interested in so many different things. I want to grab as much data as possible, distill it down to something like a Cliff's Notes type of setup, but have all of the citations so that I can sit there and parse it at my leisure if I find something interesting in the summaries. But it's posing to be quite a chore using common off the shelf items. So it's definitely not going to facilitate privacy and it's going to weaken public trust up until everybody buys into AI's efficacy, that it is a solution that is viable. And then it's going to swing the other way. People will trust AI more than they'll trust the humans because the humans have bias, but the AIs supposedly do not, even though they're powered by
Even though they were
humans.
coded by humans.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
trained on human actions. And
I don't feel like they will trust AI though, because the initial rollout, while still impressive when you consider where it's been, a lot of people are familiar with it hallucinating. And if that's what they start out with, I don't think they suddenly think, okay, everything's working.
maybe not in the next 5 years, but I see it happening. Our fear right now, primarily in professional and academic circles, is the hallucination and the fear of taking jobs. All the rest, nothing else matters. The ethics of it and all of that kind of stuff, it's all pegged to the fear of taking jobs. And most, I would say that a lot of people, once they're told and described and given a chance to interact with the power of AI, they would leverage it for their particular use while still vilifying it for the threat that it poses to them as a human.
Absolutely. I mean, we all want the advantages of it, but none of the downsides.
Right. Yeah. Nobody bitches when there's irrational growth in the market, but everybody starts pointing fingers when there's an irrational contraction or market manipulation, insider trading, stuff like that. You know, well, put into place the breakers and the rules and make sure that everybody abides by them. And those who don't abide by them get the frick out. And they're not allowed to to abuse the world around them. But that's not what's happening based on my research and the utter rise of sociopathy. So, artificial intelligence is already disrupting numerous sectors across society. And there's more in this article that goes on to kind of reiterate that kind of stuff. But their statement of we need a policy that will do no harm and this needs to be developed thoughtfully, it's irrational. It's not pragmatic at all. I don't see AI doing nothing but good, because for it to increase quality of life for people, it's going to have to take the jobs of people.
Well, that's true. I don't disagree with the idea of that, but it's not going to be feasible.
Yeah, I mean, even doctors have to hurt people to heal them. It isn't a painless task to reset a bone or to cure cancer, heal someone of cancer. Even the instances of it, you have to bombard somebody with chemotherapy or other treatments. There's all kinds of stuff that leads to a simple injection is painful for some, but it's healing at the end of the day. So it's not even a rational thought to say do no harm. There will be harm, because that's what AI really does.
Minimize harm would be a little bit more accurate.
Yeah, mitigate future harm. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Monet's stepdaughter painted breathtaking impressionist masterpieces, and they're finally getting the attention they deserve. All it takes is everybody to die, and then it's suddenly famous. Known as the Forgotten Monet, Blanche Hochstedt Monet, I guess. I don't know how they pronounce that first name there. Created roughly 300 stunning artworks. She's now getting her first ever solo exhibition in the United States. So, stepdaughter, are they still alive? I don't know. Ellie Wizovich is a history correspondent. I merged history and correspondent into correspondent.
Sorry, Eli.
Yeah, Eli Wizovich is a history correspondent for Smithsonian Magazine or SmithsonianMag.com. So this is apparently Blanche's impressionist painting of hay bales, haystacks. That looks a lot like a Monet.
It really does. And of course, like all the old masters as labeled in art, right. This is pretty interesting. There were no women as far as I know.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know enough history to... I'm not an artologist, so I can't challenge that statement.
Clearly based on your recent terminology.
Few names are as evocative as Claude Monet, the French artist known for swirling paintings of rivers, gardens, flowers, fields that would come to define the Impressionist movement. This is really cool. That's another one? No, that's somebody else. No, that's theirs too.
No, it's
right
the
there.
same artist.
It's very much.
But that one's more realistic looking, at least from this screenshot.
From this distance. Yeah, it's really small. So if we got closer, ArtNet's Karen Chernick wrote, "Not in the shadow, but in the light of Claude Monet, her brother Jean-Pierre Hochede wrote, according to ArtNet's Karen Chernick. However, her legacy has long been overlooked. Of her roughly 300 works, most remain in private hands. The Musée d'Orsay, which boasts the largest collection of Impressionist art in the world, only has 2 of her paintings, neither of which are on view, per the BBC's Lucy Davies. American public collections have only 1, while British public collections don't have any, aside from the Musée Blanche Hochstedt and Monet, a regional museum in Vernon, France, recently renamed in her honor. Many museums and critics have relegated her to Monet's long shadow." Well, I mean, it's very Monet-like, at least in my observation, but...
It sure seems to be at least a similar... I mean, you could almost say, oh, that's Monet's, right, and Claude Monet.
Right. So when his daughter was just 11, Hochede commissioned Monet to paint decorative panels at the family's country house. Quote, "I remember his arrival. He was introduced to me as a great artist. He had long hair," Hochede Monet wrote years later, per the BBC. Quote, "That struck me, and I immediately had sympathy for him because we could tell he was fond of children." Because he had long hair? That was weird.
Yeah, I feel like we're missing something in that
There's
quotation.
a whole murder board needs to be put together to try and triangulate how you got to those two statements, but okay. So, not long after they completed the work, a Hoshida family fell into financial ruin, and sold off most of the Impressionist art collection in both of his houses. In a magnanimous gesture, Monet allowed Ernest, Alice, and their 6 children to move in with him, his wife, and their 2 sons in Vetoul. I don't know how to pronounce that properly. Vetouille? I don't know. Northwest of Paris. Um, Monet's wife, Camille, died from postpartum complications soon thereafter, and Ernest became estranged from his wife, Alice. The 2 remaining adults in the large blended family, Alice and Monet, entered what we believed was a domestic partnership for years until they finally married in 1892. So, very interesting. There's a lot more over at this article. I don't want to take all of the wind out of the sails, but this all looks very, very Monet.
Does that look like Claude Monet?
Well, who's painting it?
Claude Monet. I don't know if you saw the tagline. I
Right?
saw that as she scrolled by.
So, yeah. Claude Monet's 1887 depiction of Blanche, while her
I just
younger
thought that was an
sister is
interesting
reading.
touch in the article because we were comparing the other way.
It just kind of plops it down there. I mean, even to me, like the brush strokes on this are bold, much more bold.
More defined, right?
Right. But when you look at this one here, maybe the intent was to be more pastel and soft, but you can actually see the little the brush strikes on the canvas, and they're very reminiscent of
Well, the weird
Monet.
thing is, I think that painting at the top looks what we think of Claude Monet style, and the one at the bottom we could distinguish a little bit, but we've got them reversed.
Right. Pretty interesting, huh? Well, anyway, go and check it out yourself, then come back and talk with us about what you think of this article if you're interested in this kind of art. So let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. You can run Doom on the $666 collector's edition box. Yes, this collection's packaging plays Doom. Pardon me. Will it run Doom? The question that has challenged tinkerers and hardware hackers for years. It's come full circle. Limited Run Games has announced a new collector's edition of the iconic first-person shooter that ships in a box that it itself can play Doom on a built-in screen. That's interesting. So it must have like a Raspberry Pi in here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think a box in and of itself will play it.
Yeah, they have these little cutouts that show computer guts, but I don't know what it is. We'll see when we get into the article. Andrew Lazuski over at TheVerge.com put the article together. There's no deck statement. I mean, it says Limited Run Games making that. Just, oh, okay, wait. It's a $666 collector's edition box. It's a limited run of 666 copies of its Doom and Doom 2 Will It Run edition collection. All right, kind of leaning really hard on the whole Doom thing.
Right.
So
I think we definitely are not saying Doom enough.
Doom. We're Doomers. So, although a $30 standard edition and $100 big box edition will also be available, the $666.66 unit for 666 units, it says it would be, when asked if the steep but fitting price would be affected by tariffs, Alex Very, the LRG spokesperson, told The Verge in an email, "I do not believe there are any plans at this time to change the pricing due to tariffs." Because they would have to make it 6,600.
Yeah, they want it to be a specific number.
So pre-orders are starting today. No, next week, April 18th at 10 a.m. Eastern. So how are they making this work? I'm really curious. Do they actually say? No.
It just sounds like they have other details.
Yeah, maybe on the website itself, it just says that it's limited to this and that, but there is a computer inside it. You can actually see what looks like a PCB. It could be as simple as a Raspberry Pi. But pretty cool. I kind of dig this. I won't buy it, but I don't like to live in the past, so even nostalgia doesn't drive me to play Doom. I'll just buy the modern version of it and play it on a PC.
Yeah, I
Anyway, you
can't
want to keep
find
going?
any detail real quickly about how it runs.
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll find out about it and we'll talk about it later. So this is the PSA portion of our show where I say, or we say, to everybody, secure your damn penguins. Because
Yes.
a helicopter crash was blamed on an unsecured penguin in a box. South Africa, home to a recent animal-related story that they reported wherein orcas are single-handedly upending the food chain in the waters, is now home to another animal story where a rogue penguin... I'm tired of these penguins on these mother-flipping helicopters.
Is that going to be the sequel? Penguins
that is
on
the
a plane?
sequel. Yeah, it's the budget Penguins on a Plane. Just smile and nod. Just smile and nod. What? Did you throw an error message at me?
No.
No. So Lewis Prada.
I think I was connecting it. The timing of this article is perhaps not the best, so...
Oh, because there's something else that went down, but we're not talking about that. Anyway, Lewis Prada over at Vice.com put this article together, and no, it doesn't. This penguin didn't have anything to do with that other helicopter incident. So before you go off on some flight of fancy, imagining a penguin with a gun holding a commercial airliner hostage before taking the wheel and slamming a jet into the ground while negotiators refuse to pay him a ransom of 1 billion fish, there is, believe it or not, kind of a reasonable explanation for all of this. And it's extremely stupid, but reasonable in an extremely stupid kind of way, according to Lewis Prada. Apparently, an unsecured penguin riding shotgun in a cardboard box on a passenger's lap slid off the lap of a penguin specialist, bumped into the cyclic pitch control, the stick that tells the helicopter which way is go, and sent it veering wildly to the ground, or to the right.
Doesn't this sound like the thing where the flight attendant hit the...
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called, but basically, yes. Yeah,
there was a...
Yes, the food cart.
Yeah, there was an instance where the one of the flight crew was brought food, and when they backed up, they hit what is basically a fast release button for the pilot seat, and that shot them back, and they lost control of the plane while they were getting their, I don't know, egos or whatever. So, the story would not be nearly as funny if everyone in the Penguin had died. Thankfully, we can let out a hearty laugh because everyone miraculously survived. Not only that, but no one was even hurt, including the Penguin. So that's where I'm just going to leave this whole show. So the quote here at the very end is exactly what I said, except with colorful language. I didn't know that that's what they were actually going to write.
I know.
And please stop effing carrying goddamn effing penguins in an effing box on your goddamn effing lap, when you're lifting off in an effing helicopter, you effing idiot.
I find it fascinating that the Aviation Authority released a report saying that you shouldn't store your penguin in a cardboard box. Like, when is that ever going to happen again?
Yeah, they confirmed that cardboard boxes are not a suitable form of penguin containment during flight. It's like a Ghostbusters thing.
Oh, right. It's like that box that they were trying to put the ghosts in. Mm-hmm. At least that was enclosed. I mean, you don't want to put an animal in a totally enclosed space, but it's just such a weird thing. It's like, don't walk a cow down the street.
You have to punch holes. Oh, yes. Yeah, that's a dumb law, too. That's a law that still is on the books, apparently, somewhere in Texas. Like, you're not allowed to walk a cow down Main Street on Sundays or something, too. something
Right,
specific.
this is reminiscent of it. I bet there's a new law about that, that, like, nobody will ever run afoul of.
So I finally figured out what's going on with our stream right now. Um, and so I'm glad we're at the end of the show. So at any rate, that is it. We are done. I am Mayor Watt. I'm going to let my penguin free, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you should go and become a citizen, sign up, sign in, become a friend, and a citizen of ohmtown.com whenever you get a chance. Thank you very much for coming. See you later. I'm taking the AI with me.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News, and be back tomorrow for Weekend Edition.
Yeah, this is going to be sad when I hit this because it's going to go bleh, 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 like I am right now. See you, everybody. Bye-bye. Oh, it's not even going to go. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for April 12th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 15. I am Mayor Watt. I'm running ohmtown.com, which is a news aggregation site. This is a time machine episode because my mayoral duties required me to be elsewhere on the 12th. But since it's a time machine episode, it's basically the same thing. So it's kind of like the day after yesterday is tomorrow, something like that. But today we're going to talk about 5 articles. That's how our weekend shows work. The sentient AI is not, let me point the right direction. The sentient AI is not available today, at least not at this point. Temporal glitch prevented us from all working together. But anyway, today we're going to be talking about 4 years after death, personal mixed reality, jumping robot, murder prediction, minority report, and engineered bacteria. Because it's a time machine episode, there's actually 3 episodes that we're going to do. One is Reality Hacker, and then after that is Wanted, and then after that is I just forgot what the name of my actual show is. The Continuity Report. My God. Anyway, the Continuity Report is about entertainment. Wanted is about gadgets and gear, and then Reality Hacker is basically in the name. It's about hacking reality using technology of various sorts, technology and science. At any rate, let's get into this. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. If you are interested in hosting or co-hosting, you can send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com and we'll figure out the specifics, what show you want to do, what the topic is. If it fits within one of our pre-designed 50 shows that we're trying to bring to market, we have 7. 1 is a daily, 6 are weeklies, and 3 of them are what you're going to experience today if you watch us here on Twitch and or YouTube. So stick around. We hope you enjoy the show. And by we, I mean me and the sentient AI, but the sentient AI isn't here, so it is what it is. Anyway, we'll see you on the other side. All right, so I'm tired. I'm wireless, except for now. Right now, I'm charging up my transmitter as we're doing the show, and so I'm slightly tethered, I guess you could say. But everything is wireless, so it's a different mic than I usually have, which is this thing here. But I don't like being tethered anymore to a desk. I could actually, once it's all charged up, or I carry a battery pack. I would be completely wireless. So if the audio sounds different and you don't like it, leave a comment in the show notes. I would love to know. I know that there have been other audio kind of glitches because of the mic and pops and stuff like that. I can put a little pop filter on this. But this is a really nice microphone, and I hope that everybody enjoys the audio quality. That said, let's get into it. While this is the front page of ohmtown.com, each of our shows have a unique front page, which is more focused on the particular topic, even though sometimes we grab stuff from various other categories within ohmtown.com if it has relevance. It's just whatever it is that has caused the news aggregator to throw something into a particular category, a different show channel. We overcome it because we parse over 3,000 articles every day. That said, you're in Reality Hacker, and we're talking about first Alvin Lucier, I guess is their name. I don't know how to pronounce their Lucier. I don't know how they pronounce their actual last name, but is still making music for years after their death, thanks to artificial brain. In Western Australia, a team of artists and scientists have resurrected the U.S. composer. It raises a storm of questions about AI and authorship, and it's incredibly beautiful, according to the author of this. In a darkened room, a fractured symphony of rattles, hums, and warbles bounces off the walls like an orchestra tuning up some parallel universe, but there's not a musician in sight. And the article is over at theguardian.com by Rosamund Brennan. And here is a picture of said composer Alvin Lucier, who donated his blood cells to be programmed into an artificial intelligence brain. So, yeah, in the center of the room, visitors hover around a raised plinth, craning to glimpse the brains behind the operation, and under a magnifying lens sit two white blobs like a tiny pair of jellyfish. Together, they form the lab-grown mini-brain of the late U.S. musician Alvin Lucier, composing a posthumous score in real time, which is beyond me. And definitely fit for a reality hacker, because this is definitely hacking reality. When you look down into the central plinth, you're crossing a threshold, says Nathan Thompson, an artist and creator of the project titled Revivification. Revivification. You're peering down into the abyss, and you're looking at something that's alive, just not in the same way as you. So they say here, revivification is the work of a self-described four-headed monster, a tight-knit team of scientists and artists who have spent decades pushing the boundaries of biological art, namely Thompson and his fellow artists, Guy Ben Airy and Matt Gingold, or Gingold, I'm not sure how they pronounce their last name either, alongside a neuroscientist, Stuart Hodgetts. Lucier is the perfect collaborator. In 1965, the composer became the first artist to use brainwaves to generate live sound in his seminal work, Music for Solo Performer. Longtime fans of his work, the Revivification team started brainstorming ideas with him back in 2018, but it wasn't until 2020, then aged 89 and suffering from Parkinson's disease, that the composer agreed to donate his blood to Revivification. And lo and behold, here are the blobs that you see into that lead to the sculptural and sonic installation that features 20 large parabolic brass plates, with which curve out from the walls like golden satellite dishes. Hidden behind each plate is a transducer like a speaker and a mallet, which respond to neural signals from the mini brain, filling the space with a kind of breathless, disembodied soundtrack. I mean, we're obviously anthropomorphizing what could be just random whatever, but they are pushing this idea that the revivification team, and it really is revivification, RIVIVIFICATION. The team used custom technology to bring the work to life, pseudo-life. Lucier's organoids were grown on a fine mesh of 64 electrodes developed with a German bioengineer, allowing neural signals to be captured from multiple layers, much like a developing brain. And by proxy, they actually make music. For now, Lucier's genius lingers in the darkened room in Perth, composing in real time through a brain that lives on without him. When they told Lucier's daughter, Amanda, about this is a quote, by the way, Ben Airy says this, and I'm sorry for the cough. I didn't catch it in time. When I told Lucier's daughter, Amanda, about the project, she laughed. Ben Airy says, she thought, this is so my dad. Just before he died, he arranged for himself to play forever. He just can't go. He needs to keep playing. Quite fascinating, right? We can live on forever. Maybe this is something that I can leave in my will, where I can just keep on making noise of some kind, and maybe somebody would appreciate it. So, pretty amazing I'm going to end up looking to see if I can actually hear this as a production. Hopefully, I don't have to go to Perth to get it, but I think that the world would benefit from hearing just what this has translated into. But it is really by proxy. It isn't necessarily the artist, but it's the artist's brains, so to speak, making this music by proxy. Let's keep going. And if you want today's articles, they're already in Omatron, so you can exclamation point, and then for Reality Hacker, it's RH. And Omatron will spit it out in the order that we were talking about it. The next article is a new way to bring personal items to mixed reality. Think of the most prized belongings in an increasingly virtual world. Wouldn't it be great to save a copy of the precious item and all the memories that it holds? What's interesting about this, though, is that Ubisoft just announced that you don't own any software. Everything that you buy from them is not yours. It is a license to consume, something that I've been talking about for close to 20 years now. And it's always a shock to people. Well, wait, what do you mean? I purchased the software. No, you purchased a license to consume, and you are just ignorant to the fact that the terms have changed. And when you purchased an item back in the day, you had physical property, but now you don't, and you haven't for quite some time. Movies, books, software, pretty much anything that you buy online, unless it's a physical piece of equipment or property of some kind, shirt, you have lost your rights to it. A book can be pulled off of your shelf digitally. Music can be recalled because the copyright holder, and a copyright can be pulled back at any time by the creator. Even in the light of a contract and whatnot, they'll get sued and they'll have to pay reparations basically for the crime of retracting their copyright. But for the most part, it's a contract grievance, and the rights holder is always the creator, which is a shame regarding AI. But anyway, so it's kind of far afield from where this article is actually going. A new way to bring personal items to mixed reality. Alex Ships from Massachusetts Institute of Technology put this article together. And it says in mixed reality settings, you can create a digital twin of physical items, such as an old doll, but it's hard to replicate interactive elements like the way it moves or it sounds, etc., and the sorts of unique interactive features that made the toy distinct in the first place. So researchers from MIT's Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, or CSAIL, sought to change that and have a potential solution. Their InterRecon program enables users to recapture real-world objects in a mobile app and then animate them in mixed reality environments. So you would be able to interact with this virtual construction into Recon. And it may be able to teach a doctor's apprentice organ surgery or cosmetic procedure by visualizing each motion needed to complete the task. But then I've always thought that that's weird, because just because you've done it in a virtual space, doing it in the real world, as if you have the muscle memory to facilitate this surgery or whatever action, it's disconnected. So I've always thought it was really weird. So while taking a picture or video is a great way to preserve a memory, those digital copies are static. We found that users wanted to reconstruct personal items while preserving the interactivity to enrich their memories with the power of mixed reality. Into Recon can make those memories live longer in virtual settings as interactive digital items. So as long as the item actually has the physics, sounds, etc., I think it's great. But we still lack the resistance, the physics of it in virtual space. We've no idea about the weight, and our brain can sometimes trick us into believing something, but eventually we kind of catch on. So to make digital interactivity possible, the team first developed an iPhone app using the camera. You scan the item all the way around in 3 dimensions to make sure that everything is captured, and then a 3D model is imported into InterRecon mixed reality interface, where it can be marked as individual areas to select which parts of the model will be interactive: doll's arms, head, torso, legs, etc. But I think that to make it really attractive, you have to make the entire thing physics real. So I thought it was really interesting to talk about this, but InterRecon interfaces can be accessed via mixed reality headsets like HoloLens 2 and Quest and others, I'm sure, as time goes on. And it allows you to choose programmable motion of the part of the item that you want to animate after your model is segmented. But this is kind of low rent. I think this is the introduction to real physics into a mixed reality space. And until we have interaction, real world interaction, it's still nothing more than an academic exercise. But there's much more to this article, and there is a research paper. Zizu Li et al. Into Recon towards reconstructing interactivity of personal memorable items in mixed reality. And it's on the archive preprint server. And you can follow this link through ohmTown over to techexplore.com. And Alex Ships, again, is the author of the article from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. An insect-sized jumping robot can traverse challenging terrains and carry heavy payloads. Insect-scale robots squeeze into places their larger counterparts can't, like deep into collapsed buildings to search for survivors after an earthquake. The article is over at Tech Explorer from, again, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And to get the best of both locomotion methods, MIT researchers developed a hopping robot that can leap over tall obstacles and jump across slanted or uneven surfaces while using far less energy than an aerial robot. The research appears in Science Advances. The hopping robot, or hopeful robot, the hopeful hopping robot, which is smaller than a human thumb. And that's subjective. Not all thumbs are the same weight. Pardon me one second. It weighs about less than a paperclip and has a springy leg that propels it off the ground and 4 flapping wing modules that give it lift and control its orientation. The robot can jump about 20 centimeters in the air, or 4 times its height, has a lateral speed of about 30 centimeters per second, and has no trouble hopping across ice, wet surfaces, uneven soil, or even hovering. All the while, the hopping robot consumes about 60% less energy than its flying cousin. So, pretty cool. When the robot hops, or when the Hobbit robots, I don't know, it transforms potential energy, which comes from its height off the ground, into kinetic energy as it falls. The kinetic energy transforms back into potential energy when it hits the ground, and then back into kinetic as it rises, and so on. So it basically is the hopping sequence. What it uses for recon and whatnot, I don't know just yet, but I'm sure that it's expanding its control and feature set so that it can perform more diagnostic research. Send it into smaller places and let it hop around, take recon. So we have this. We've been using this same robot for the entire series of experiments, and we have never needed to stop and fix it. So it's basically 4 flapping wing mechanisms powered by soft actuators or artificial muscles, and that are durable enough to endure repeated impacts with the ground without being damaged. So it seems pretty brilliant. So the robot doesn't really care about the angle of the surface it's landing on. As long as it doesn't slip when it strikes the ground, it'll be fine. Pretty cool. There's more in this article, but it's this tiny little hopping robot that will eventually be able to provide telemetry as it gets its feature set extended again and again and again. Okay, let's keep going though. Really sorry about the coughing. Got a really dry throat for some reason today. So the next article is over on the Marvel Channel. The UK is testing a murder prediction tool to identify potential killers. So this is very Minority Report. They even mentioned it I hadn't read this when I titled this Murder Prediction Minority Report. The UK government is quietly developing a murder prediction system designed to identify potential killers before they commit a crime, which I think should be a crime in and of itself. Yes, it is very literally the plot of Minority Report, at least on the surface. There are, of course, some differences, like how the UK's version is not powered by 3 people with the powers of precognition who are perpetually floating in water tanks. The real version runs on algorithms being fed by your personal data, typically dystopian stuff and not quite sci-fi dystopian, but I'd say it is. Louis Prado over at Vice.com put the article together. And it says here that the Ministry of Justice says that it's just research, nothing concrete yet. A UK-based investigative journalism outfit called State Watch dug up some info from a Freedom of Information document revealing the program's ambition, feeding thousands of people's data into algorithms to sniff out potential murderers. This includes deeply personal information like mental health status, addiction, self-harm history, and contact with police, even if you were the one calling for help. All you want to do is call the cops to scare off a bad guy. And now you're part of a murder prediction model, and who knows exactly how you'll be part of its predictions. I think that this is batshit crazy, but this is essentially or especially true of supposed unbiased, rigidly objective, algorithmically based technology. Tech folks trying to sell a product love to position technology as this only concerned with hard data that is unburdened by prejudice, but it's bullshit. That's a lie. Absolute fabrication. But that's not how any of this works. It's been found time and time again that people in the tech world are constantly inserting their own biases into everything that they build. Absolutely. So crime predicting technology have an inherent flaw. They cannot predict what the future holds. They don't know what all of the actions are required to cause you to become a criminal. But the biases inherent within the people building them shine through. But police departments all over the world looking to put in as little effort as humanly possible into investigating criminality will continue investigating in crime prediction technologies that will almost exclusively target various groups. I won't say what they say here. I will say what they say, but it's not my particular belief. It will exclusively target ethnic minority groups and the poor. But in today's climate, I think that it will exclusively target those who are deemed a threat to the status quo of an administration. And while there were checks and balances in history, there are no more, even less than there were historically. So even if thousands of experts in the field come together to collectively condemn such technologies, it does not matter if the rule of law, logic, society is cast aside so that an ideological bent is made manifest. All the while gaslighting everybody else as if they are the ones that are causing this kind of thing, you know. It's just a bunch of batshit crazy. Anyway, the last article for today's Reality Hacker, and we've got two more shows. We've got Wanted and then Continuity Report, and then there might be a break, but we'll have to see. Mayoral duties be damned. So the next article and our last one for today is engineered bacteria emit signal that can be spotted from a distance. That bacteria can be engineered to sense a variety of molecules, such as pollutants or soil nutrients. In most cases, however, these signals can only be detected by looking at the cells under a microscope or similarly sensitive lab equipment, making them impractical for large-scale use. Well, engineered bacteria facilitate this. Massachusetts Institute of Technology again put this article together. It's posted over at phys.org. Using a new method that triggers cells to produce molecules that generate unique combinations of color, MIT engineers have shown that they can read out these bacterial signals from as far away as 90 meters. Their work could lead to the development of bacterial sensors for agriculture and other applications, which could be monitored by drones or satellites. It's basically a new way, they say here, it's a new way of getting information out of the cell. If you're standing next to it, you can't see anything by eye, but from hundreds of meters away using specific cameras, you can get the information when it turns on. Says Christopher Voigt. I feel like that is part of the Voigt-Kampf test, but anyway, I'm doing some research into this idea of translating that Voigt-Kampf test into a real world test. So I'm really fascinated by it. Anyway, head of MIT's Department of Biological Engineering and senior author of the new study. So in a paper appearing in Nature Nature Biotechnology, the researchers showed that they could engineer two different types of bacteria to produce molecules that give off distinctive wavelengths of light across the visible and infrared spectra of light, which can be imaged with hyperspectral cameras, cameras that are specifically attuned to see X and Y, whatever spectrum of light. So they say for long distance imaging or sensing, the MIT came up with the MIT team came up with the idea to engineer cells to produce hyperspectral reporter molecules, which can be detected using hyperspectral cameras, and they've been around for a while, since the 70s. So I find it really interesting. I would love to see it actually used on humans to see if there is an identifier, a marker that shows exactly where something is, and then you can target specifically that with various treatments and just see how pervasive it is in a body, whatever it might be. So this is really interesting tech. But with that in mind, we're going to engineer some bacteria that's going to bring us all the way back to Reality Hacker over at ohmtown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. With that in mind, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to reset really quick, and then we're going to do Wanted. And then after that, about 30 minutes later, we're going to reset again and do the continuity report. So continuity report is, once again, all about basically having fun. So food, drink, and entertainment. But the continuity report focuses on like TV shows and movies and sometimes music and stuff like that. But really anything that has a continuity report, which is a sitcom, movie, TV show. At any rate, go over and check it all out. Sign up, sign in. The search is doing pretty good of late. We've kind of remedied that problem, and other things will be coming back online as time goes on. But I hope to see you over there. In the meantime, I'm going to reset. It's going to take about maybe 10 minutes or so. So hope you're following us here on Twitch and or on YouTube. Download the podcast. Come and hang out in the Discord. There's a Patreon, TikTok for however long it lasts, and more. So be sure to hang out. See you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for April 12th, 2025. It's a Time Machine episode, Season 2, Episode 15. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. That's the site that you see right there. But what we're really going to be talking about is everything in Wanted, maybe a little bit more. But to really find out, you'll have to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube and download the podcast and basically hang out with us each day. Monday through Friday, we do Non Sequitur News, and then on Saturday and Sunday, we do 3 shows. Saturday, it's Reality Hacker, then Wanted, and then the Continuity Report. And on Sunday, it's Warcrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech. Those get combined into the Saturday and Sunday editions of Non Sequitur News, basically making us nonstop news. So today on Wanted, we're going to be talking about a train across Kenya, advanced AR glasses, wireless record player, the Uni Halo Pro Spiral Mixer, and the the Steel Series Apex Pro HE Hall Effect 60. I'm really into keyboards, and I want some of this stuff, if not all of it. But we'll see on the other side. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. All right, folks. Along with the sentient AI who's not available today for the Time Machine episode, maybe available for the regular episode on Sunday, we're going to be talking about these 5 articles that I already mentioned. So the very first one is an author over at Business Insider, or a reporter, wrote that they rode on premium class on a train across Kenya for $66, and it felt like a first-class flight mixed with a safari. So it's a premium car on a train through Kenya and had a great experience, which is cheaper than basically taking an Uber from one side of Manhattan to the other. They traveled in style in a premium train car aboard Madaraka Express between Voi and Nairobi in Kenya. The ticket cost about $66, and the ride made them feel like they were in a first-class plane cabin. It's really complex words. Susie Dundas over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together, and they say essentially it makes it possible to go on an extended safari throughout Kenya without renting a car or arranging drivers. So they booked a ticket and an upgrade And this is what it was like to ride on premium class. So their one-way premium ticket only cost about $66. They took the Madaraka Express to Nairobi after spending 4 days at the nearby Lions Bluff Lodge near Voi, a town on the edge of the Taru Desert. The cost to go one way on the full route from Mombasa to Nairobi on the premium class is about $93, but their trip from Voi to Nairobi was $65.50. This is all in US dollars. And they could bring their large backpack, overstuffed duffel for no extra charge. And that's less than a one-way economy flight on Kenya Airways between Mombasa and Nairobi, which usually costs about $71 each way, not including a checked bag. So there they are, boarding this train. They like the look of the premium cabins, which look like they're isolated from each other in some way. Oh yeah, each side only has, well, one side has just one seat and a side table. It looks pretty amazing, as a matter of fact. I would easily do this. Their seat was loaded with amenities. The premium seat came with a large side table with USB ports and a standard Kenyan plug, but you can, well, I mean, there's USB, so you can charge it, or you use an adapter to plug in from this Kenyan plug, which is that more like a European plug, I think it is. And it comes with a light and but a charging side table and everything. So they recommend choosing a seat on the left side of the train if you're on this route, because I guess you get better seat view. Every seat was tilted slightly to the left, which made their back feel a little more exposed to the aisle. The angled seating felt odd at first. However, once the train started moving, the design made more sense. Passengers on the left side got a direct, unobstructed view of the landscape without needing to turn their heads. Although the right side also had great views, those passengers had to twist a bit to make it necessary. I'm not quite sure which way that they were facing, but they could fully stretch out. Taller passengers might need to bend their legs slightly. Looks like they had a great breakfast. They say beware of wildlife crossing and have elephants and gazelle, it looks like, and giraffe running. So it looks pretty good. Their train ride felt like an international first class flight for a fraction of the cost. Yeah, pennies on the dollar. But it would be a great experience just to be in Kenya and taking a train from one side of the country to the other. So it looks like it would be fun. The lie-flat seat controls worked well, and when combined with the footrest extension, their entire setup became a continuous sleeping surface. So it seems like it would be brilliant. That said, getting there in the first place might be more expensive than, well, not could be. I guarantee you it's more expensive than the train ride itself. All right, let's keep on going. This next article is over in Wanted. Google showed off advanced AR glasses that may never leave the lab. Google's unnamed XR, or extended reality, mixed reality, etc. glasses included display and AI connectivity, but they say that they have no idea if Google will ever release it. So I'm really into augmented or mixed reality glasses. I've ordered the same pair 3 different times, hoping that I would hit the kind of the mother lode of release dates. But no, that's not really going to happen. Kyle Barr over at Gizmodo.com put this article together, and it says that the glasses had a microphone, camera, speakers to gather as much information as possible, gathered Google's first XR device since Google Glass, wherein people were called glassholes. Has an in-lens display, which Izadi, they mentioned this earlier up here. Shahram Izadi, the VP and general manager of XR at Google, strode out on TED's stage wearing what initially appeared to be typical, the overly large pair of glasses. Think Meta's huge and also unreleased Orion smart glasses. Yeah, these clown-like glasses just aren't going to do it for me. If they're not this size, you know, this is your standard glasses size, then it's just not worth it. So Izadi held up the device to the camera for a scant few seconds, remarking it's very, very small, which not if somebody is pointing out that they're large and bulky. That could point to the idea Google is experimenting with waveguide type glasses display, featuring in devices like the Ray Neo glasses, but the X Reels use waveguide type glasses as well. Glasses themselves use Android XR, Google's homegrown OS for extended reality devices. The glasses should have more capabilities to connect with your smartphone and access all your phone apps, yet the real killer feature is the connection with your other Google apps. Batia asked the glasses to look at a record from a rapper named Teddy Swims and play a track, and they literally opened up YouTube Music and played the requested song. All right. So Google's been working behind the scenes on AR glasses for several years, even after the demise of the Google Glass project. Curiously, the pair showed at TED may not be sold under Google's own banner. I mean, it's a potential thing that they'll just like kind of white label it and sell the technology to people to do value add, different frames, better frames, different design, but all fit within a certain technological footprint. So from what they've seen from Moohan, Moohan, which may be a premium priced device, the device will act much like today's Apple Vision Pro, but with more Gemini enabled features. I just don't want something that closes me off. I want regular glasses that provide the information in high detail, high resolution, full color, full animation, 120 frames, that kind of a thing. I don't know if that will ever be manifest, but I'm here for it and I'm willing to wait. And like I said, I've ordered it 3 times, the X Real 1 Pro glasses. Only stopping because they keep pushing back the actual launch date. So I'm hoping that I get it. I'm very frustrated because I just want it. Mainly because I'm very interested in privacy and I want to be able to work on certain information even while I'm out at like a coffee shop. And I don't want people being able to shoulder surf or see me type in passwords and stuff like that, at any rate. So this will be pretty cool. I'll be keeping an eye out for it. So if it's regular glasses like this, I may end up with them. And I'll definitely be reporting out. So X-Real, if you're listening to me, send me a pair of the X-Real ones so that I can actually wear them right here, right now, every time we do a show. And that's 7 days a week. We do shows, either an hour long or an hour and a half worth of shows plus. And we're coming up on the summer of stream where I'll be streaming 8 hours a day for close to 3 months. We'll see how long I can actually do it. Mayoral duties sometimes pull me away, but we'll see. All right, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Bring your vinyl to the beach with Toshiba's new portable wireless record player. There's a bunch of questions here in this title, but they're bring your vinyl is a question mark, to the beach is a question mark, but Toshiba's new portable wireless record player is a question mark, but these are really statements. Bring your vinyl to the beach with Toshiba's new portable wireless record player. I know that they're hyping it up as a question, but the Toshiba Oryx AXRP10 features a built-in rechargeable battery for up to 10 hours of wireless playback. But again, this is vinyl. And it's one of those ones where the record is 3/4 exposed, and this one little portion of it is behind a little plate of plastic. So this thing is like picking up dust and whatever else. I don't like that kind of thing, but I don't really care for vinyl one way or the other. The Oryx AX RP10 is by no means pocket friendly like Sony's Walkman or Apple's iPod, but it's small enough to haul around in its included shoulder bag while still accommodating 12-inch records. It can be used completely wirelessly thanks to its built-in USB-C charged battery. The AX RP10 compact design is reminiscent of the iconic Audio-Technica Soundburger, which is something that I've seen in person, which was re-released in 2022, but not quite as small. You can still haul it to the beach or the park for a picnic, etc., but basically there's an opening and you sandwich the record in between this opening. Once it's clamped down, an arm can come out and a stylus can descend onto the record player, and it just plays to your heart's content. So if you want to go completely wireless and are okay with the analog sound of your vinyl collection being digitally compressed, the AX-RP10 includes Bluetooth connectivity so that it can be used with wireless headphones and speakers. It's not going to appeal to audiophiles, which, unless you hit a certain price point with your audio devices, you have no idea. But some sound is good enough versus the the lack of audio. Anyway, neither is the rest of the AX-RP10's hardware, so you're not going to appeal to audiophiles with any of this because the armature isn't the right thing. It's not balanced. It's compressed. It's Bluetooth. It's blah blah blah. So most people who are really into audio won't like this regardless. But I think that it's an easy lift. If you're interested, you can basically bring a record and then play for up to 10 hours audio. It's pretty brilliant. Let's keep on going. The next article is over in Reality Hacker. The Uni Halo Pro Spiral Mixer Review. Dough as far as the eye can see. Upgrade your summer hosting game with Uni's commercial-inspired spiral dough mixer, which I may end up having to get. Really depends on how well this thing mixes, but it's a commercial-inspired spiral dough mixer because we're going to be producing much more dough, but not the dough that's for Uni pizza making. In fact, I just offered up to people to take my flat top grill because I just stopped using it. And I don't use it with regularity to the point where it's just taking up space and I'd rather somebody benefit from it. That said, this article is over at Wired. Adrian So put the article together. The deck statement says, upgrade your summer hosting game with this Uni commercial-inspired spiral dough mixer. So if you don't know what Uni is, Uni makes these pizza ovens that are pretty awe-inspiring. I've got one. And while I haven't used it to its full capacity regularly, I think it's spectacular. You can take it outside, set it on a table, and cook personal pizzas in 2 minutes. Custom made. All you have to have is the dough and some ingredients, and you just throw it all in there, and it's just amazing. So I love the idea of it, but I don't get to use it all that often. So the person says when they got married 14 years ago, their 3 high school best friends pooled together and bought them a KitchenAid stand mixer because those are really expensive. It's a beautiful heirloom, and I actually gifted one to somebody who was really passionate about baking, only to find out later that I really wanted to have the same KitchenAid mixer, but didn't have the demand for that large scale one, and so got a smaller one, only to find out later that now the bigger one would be much more useful. But like they say in the article, it's a beautiful heirloom, and they think that their friends, whenever they make batches of chocolate chip cookies, like most home stand mixers, it's a planetary mixer. The blades rotate around a fixed point, properly cared for. A nice planetary mixer will last forever, but it often doesn't feel like it when you're making 4,000 batches of pizza dough and clinging to the top of your rapidly overheating KitchenAid mixer to prevent the dough hook from slapping the dough ball to one side with enough force to knock it over. So if you're making a lot of dough, you'll want something that's a little bit more hefty, right? So they say bigger and better balanced basically means that it has the ability to use its strength to make this dough. The Halo Pro is beautiful. Unboxed, it takes up about the same amount of counter space as their KitchenAid. It's about 6.5 inches wide, 14 inches deep, 12.5 inches tall, but it comes in 2 colors, white or glossy black. I'd rather just do white. Pardon me 1 second. So the steel bowl has a 7.3 quart capacity, almost twice that of the KitchenAid's 4.5 quart capacity, but there's bigger KitchenAids if I recall correctly. The mixer's arm, so to speak, lifts up and down with 2 buttons to remove the bowl for easier cleaning. And this is the first spiral mixer they've used, but the bowl and the accessories are beautiful and solid enough to stand alone as pieces of sculpture, they say. So quite the flex there. Over a few weeks, they tested each attachment in operation, used the dough hook to make pizza dough from 2 separate recipes, the several batches of shokupan. Um, they used the beater to make chocolate chip cookies and blueberry muffins, and they used the whisk to make whipped cream. So it looks pretty cool. The Halo Pro is much quieter and the motor does not overheat. They don't get the sense that the motor is straining to knead the dough. There's also, they don't have to describe this, no violent thwapping of dough as it's being kneaded. Unlike the KitchenAid, you can leave it unattended. This is so easy that they ruined not one but 2 batches of shokupan with over kneading before they realized what was happening. So it looks pretty beefy to me, and hopefully you'll find this of value. I want this, so I'll be looking into how much this thing costs, because they don't actually say in text, but down at the bottom, which may fluctuate, it's $800, which is a major investment. Major investment or the major downside has to do with why many people buy KitchenAids. You know, they'll last a lifetime and maybe several, no matter how many great spiral mixer is. It's hard to stand up against the kind of well-known guarantee. But if you're like the author of this article and you like entertaining a carby, chaotic way, pizza, pretzels, cinnamon rolls, getting a bigger spiral mixer is worth it. Yeah, I'm planning on making a metric ton of sugar cookies in the coming year. So may have to invest in this just so that these home-baked cookies can be made in larger quantities. That said, I want. So the Uni Halo Pro Spiral Mixer. Okay, our last article for today's Wanted is over in Reality Hacker, SteelSeries Apex Pro Mini Gen 3, a Hall Effect 60% keyboard. I am doing some research into keyboard creation, and I love mechanical keyboards. I love being able to get that positive feedback about hitting a keystroke. And so I'm interested in these Hall Effect keyboards that they still respond with positive feedback because they're still mechanical, but they're Hall Effect, so that they're much more responsive and you can set where the actuation is. This article is over at wired.com by Henry Robbins. It says the deck statement has, this could have been the apex of compact gaming keyboards, but it has few too many flaws and a high price. So I'm really curious what this problem really is. It says what makes it special is 60% layout, if nothing else, Hall Effect keyboards, and true 60% layout today make it special. They've long been a proponent of the 60% keyboard. It's by far the smallest keyboard layout. It's still accessible. So it's basically 5 rows. It loses its F keys, it loses its number pad, and it loses its directionals. That's what narrows this down to this tiny little 60%. My problem with that is that I really want my number pad, I really want my directionals, and I really want my F keys for various functions. I can actually program them independently of everything else. But this is a $220 Apex Pro Mini with Hall Effect switches. The latest generation of Apex Pro Mini uses the OmniPoint 3.0 switch, a fully adjustable Hall Effect switch manufactured by Gateron for SteelSeries, and most Hall Effect switches, including those from Wooding, Keychron, and Corsair keyboards, are manufactured by Gateron with the same general construction and only small differences between each brand's version of the switch, and they go into depth about Hall Effect switches in a different link. Again, this is put together by Henry Robbins over at wired.com. I won't go into the greater detail of this. You can actually get smaller 60% where they're only 4 row. This is 5, and I really like the idea of a 60% keyboard or a small footprint keyboard. I use, see if I can show you this. I knocked over some sanitizer. I use this keyboard here. It's a solid metal keyboard from Chilkey, and I absolutely adore this thing. My problem is that I prefer split keyboards. I switched to this just so that it had a smaller footprint, and I like the thock. But I'm going to be making a split keyboard. Unfortunately, it won't be aluminum or steel or anything like that. But they say, however, that's all true for every mainstream Hall effect keyboard. The Apex Pro TKL will perform like the Wooting 60HE, which will be like the Keychron K2HE, which will be like the Corsair K70 Pro TKL. I think the software, they mentioned the software is basically the biggest difference. Different ones have different levels of friction, different levels of reliability, different levels of security, etc. So ultimately, the largest gains in performance with the keyboard come from the smaller layout compared to larger keyboards. The Apex Pro Mini offers more space for mouse movements and more efficient controls with the built-in function layers, but nobody in my world has ever said, you know what I love? Smaller keyboards with more layers. Because everybody derps and hits the wrong layer to hit a particular key. I hate layered keyboards. Just give me one that has what I need. And I think that really comes down to personal taste. But at $220, I'm not interested in this. I don't recall if it said that it's an aluminum body and what the sound actually looks like. But maybe it's metal. It says the stabilizers, though, were inconsistently tuned from the factory. Some of them felt scratchy or made rattling noises, while others were over lubricated and felt dull when pressed. They talk about the mounting method. That's the tray mount, where the plate and the printed circuit board are screwed into the case at multiple points. Avoid the typical dead zones of tray mounting by using a thicker aluminum plate. There's an aluminum plate apparently in this, but the typing still lacked the responsive feeling and bounciness of a gasket mounted keyboard. I've always thought that the mounting stuff is kind of weird, but these contributed to making a typing experience that, while not terrible, doesn't feel particularly impressive either. So this is the kind of keyboard that you have to hear. I don't know. Maybe I'll end up doing a short video of the creation of the keyboard that I'm trying to make, but I haven't completed yet my research on this. But that just means that I'm going to have to switch to a different layer for now, because we're at the end of Wanted. I want all of this stuff, differing levels of want, but I definitely want all of this. I love mechanical keyboards, and I prefer them over pretty much every other keyboard that I've ever had in my existence, and I've been around for a long time. Lots of keyboards have come and go. But I'm thinking that I'll end up with a custom low profile keyboard that's a split keyboard, and no layering, no nothing. Well, anyway, that's it for today. We're going to switch to a different layer, and that's going to bring us back to Wanted over at ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen. Be sure to sign up, sign in. All the news, none of the noise. All the noise is during the show and in the discussion over on Discord and on YouTube and the Patreon and the podcast. So go over and check it all out. Anyway, that's it for today. I am Mayor Watt. The Sentient AI isn't available for today's Time Machine episodes, but we're going to shut down. I'm going to retool really quick. We're going to come on back and do the continuity report. So see you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the continuity report for April 12th, 2025. This is a Time Machine episode. It's Season 2, Episode 15 of TCR. Welcome to the show. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, on Saturdays, we talk about 5 articles during the continuity report. Sentient AI isn't available today, but we've got 5 articles nonetheless. How about a fun, gimmicky thriller, a decade of movie changes, the new stunt category, nonstop action movies and Star Wars like movies. Let's see what all of these articles have to do or have to say for themselves. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. I'm using a new mic, new wireless headset, and everything. So if you don't like the audio or you have something that you want to say, post it in the comments over on YouTube, because the chat over on Twitch goes away after 60 days, and I find the input from people invaluable. So be sure to leave a comment and let me know what you think. Sounds good to me. Anyway, see you on the other side. Once again, hello, I am Mirawatt, and I run ohmtown.com. We've got 5 articles all set up. I don't know about this first one because I don't log in before the show. I don't know why I do it like this, but it is what I do. We don't actually read the full article before the actual show. That way our responses are open and honest and unedited. I don't edit anything from the show unless somebody is in the process of being doxxed. And then I'll either remove a video, edit it, or privatize something so that people don't get doxxed. But at any rate, let's see what we can do here. This first article is in the continuity report. Everything is kind of centered around entertainment. And while the continuity report is our focus, that's where entertainment news gets aggregated into, for the most part, TV shows and movies. Sometimes we grab from other places. It seems like Screen Rant is going to have a big play today. But this first article in the continuity report is Drop is a fun, gimmicky thriller set in a restaurant table, or at a restaurant table. So let's go over to the source. The prefi is in on a hair-raising first date. The article doesn't seem to have a byline. Ty Burr, is that it? Yeah, so the review is by Ty Burr. It's over at the Washington Post. We all have first date worries, but Violet Megan Faye is in Drop takes the prize. She's receiving mysterious phone messages saying that her son left at home while she dines out will meet their demise unless she deletes a person sitting across from the table, or sitting across the table from her. And they say, suppose you're wondering how we get here. But that is the end of this little snippet. I think I have to log in, but I didn't log in. But this is definitely something that is one of those things. There was a movie where somebody got a random phone call. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. So it sets into motion. It's a phone call. It's not the, sorry, I did a search real quick. There's a phone call that's made to a phone booth, and somebody picks it up, and it sets into motion a series of events. But in this quick search that I pulled up, it has to do with the butterfly effect or the wire, which neither one of those is what I'm talking about. But yeah, there's basically this phone call, and that starts a series of events where somebody has to do some action and to get it done in a certain amount of time. Otherwise, somebody meets their demise. But this sounds like it might be interesting. A hair-raising first date where you're told that you have to delete somebody. Otherwise, somebody that you care about will be deleted as well. The whole thing here kind of riffs off of that sociopathy claim that I make about things. Are you willing to delete somebody that you don't necessarily care about, but they're still a human, to protect somebody that you do care about? It's kind of like that train thing, where are you willing to wipe out one person knowing that they're going to die, or are you willing to risk the 3 people on the other train just by letting it go? That kind of a thing. So either you take the reins and do something about it, or you let something else happen by somebody else's hand. Quite fascinating psychological issue here. Anyway, go and check this out. I'm sure that you'll be able to review more of it. I'm air-gapped, and I've been at the Washington Post from time to time, and so I may be limited in what I can see. So let's keep on going, though. The next article is over well, what the heck happened here? Anyway, I'll figure this out and solve it. So it says, get in, loser. We're going back to the 2000s, how the movies of the decade changed cinema as we know it, or as you know it. This isn't a treatise on whether the 2000s was a decade of movies that represents the best cinema has to offer, but I would say that's the 80s. But this is a declaration that the 2000s shaped how movies were made, enjoyed, and talked about forever after. The 1990s was a banner decade for movies. Thrillers like Silence of the Lambs, crime dramas like Goodfellas, and beloved classics like Shawshank Redemption filled the racks of video stores back in those days. But in the 80s, we had the same thing, countless more than those named here. In the 2020s and 2000s, we're starting to feel further and further away, indeed. So Zachary Moser over at ScreenRant.com put this article together. And it says that that may be a little distressing for some, melancholic for others. Time comes for us all because time is just churning away. If you're sitting there dreaming of the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, then you're 30 years away or 20 years away. Or 40 years away from the heyday of your perception of when movies were great. So even the movies of the 2000s that you've forgotten about have shaped the rest of the century in film, animation techniques, the explosion of genre films, even memes have this decade of movies to thank. So they refer to the memeability of the 2000s. Movies in the 2000s went viral before going viral was a thing. So yeah, Anchorman and Mean Girls and I can't remember this one. Doggone it. I keep forgetting some of these movies. Yeah, I love all of these. So anyway, so some movies like Race to Witch Mountain, which is this one here, have been outshone by the very memes that they spawned. Going viral was not a thing in the 2000s in the same way that they think of it now. But if the phrase had been part of pop culture then it would be used to describe films like The Departed, Hot Fuzz, Up, The Dark Knight, and so on. I agree. So superhero era began in the 2000s. Iron Man introduced the MCU and changed everything. I agree. And so they talk about notable superhero movies of the 2000s like Spider-Man. Yeah, Napoleon Dynamite. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. So this back here is Napoleon Dynamite. So God, thanks. And countless other movies, but see, for me, I liken movies all the way back to the late 70s, early and mid 80s, all of the 90s, 2000s, 2010s, and now 2020s we're halfway through 2020. And there's movies all throughout it. So I've never really been beholden to one, but if anything promotes nostalgia to me, it's the 80s, not the 2000s, not MCU, nothing of that ilk even reminds me, it draws me back to that era. I only think nostalgia for me is the 80s. Just these culturally relevant at the time films like Police Academy, where it would not be allowed in today's climate. Revenge of the Nerds, Porky's, countless romantic comedies, Better Off Dead, One Crazy Summer, just countless movies are all in that era of the 80s. And there's just nothing like it since. It doesn't even, the film doesn't, the recording itself, digital or otherwise, it doesn't even have the same texture to it, the same sound stage, the same, I guess, mojo that these 80s era movies manifest. But they just don't exist like that anymore. But at any rate, so fantasy began to be taken seriously as a genre. Lord of the Rings opened the door for fantasy, but it had come and gone from time to time. Harry Potter probably really pushed it in the 2000s. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, the whole story there with a massive juggernaut of money spent to make it manifest. Pirates of the Caribbean as well. The whole, from 90s to 2000 and on, I would say that all of it has become kind of enmeshed together. I wouldn't be able to separate one movie over the other. And then found footage opened a door for horror, the whole paranormal activity thing. But that was the Blair Witch Project's manifestation. If the Blair Witch Project hadn't actually shown up, I don't think that found footage would have been a thing. The embodiment of this, absolutely, like, this was a completely different perspective about filmmaking than anything that I had ever seen prior. That changed the nature of film. So, and they talk about paranormal activity, Wreck. Cloverfield was another one that's kind of found film kind of thing. Lake Mungo, which I haven't seen. Diary of the Dead, which I haven't seen, but for sure, it was um, it was the Blair Witch Project that set that all into motion. District 9 was largely found film esque, VHS franchise, The Bay, Creep, Hell House, etc. Then computer animation took over traditional animation. Few movies were hand drawn or animated in two dimensions anymore. Everything was digital. But digital is largely hand drawn. It's not drawn by a computer. It's drawn by a person on a computer. And so while you lose that graininess of the hand drawn blah blah blah, you get infinitely high resolution for these new digital. And culturally, we shift and we accept. So I've never really bought into this cultural relativism when it comes to movies. I could care less if it was hand drawn or drawn by hand on a computer. The simple fact is that it's there, and that story is what's rich about it. But they continue to talk about robots, Monster House, Ice Age, and all the Pixar movies ensure that even Disney would turn to computer animation for its next stage of animated movies. Now we have live action composites that merge things like what was it that I can't believe my brain just shut down, where they merge the computer graphics with the human in animation, and I can't remember the name of the movie right now. Rabbit. Roger Rabbit. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? There we go. I got it. Okay, so Who Framed Roger Rabbit kind of pushed that computer animated into live action thing, and now that's live action and computer animation are merging together damn near seamlessly. It's getting really surreal. So back to Reality Hacker, our first show today. And then they talk about less popular movie categories rose to prominence. Non-English language films and feature-length documentaries rose in popularity. But it's largely about the story and the on-screen charisma of the actors, which play just an absolutely important role. If you can't relate, you don't feel the energy from the people, then it doesn't matter how good the acting might be, how good the story might be, etc. You don't want to watch it. But Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon kind of knocked it out of the park. Pan's Labyrinth was surreal, and I couldn't actually get through it in one viewing. It just kind of ate at me. And then Apocalypto. Were all subtitled movies that were met with critical acclaim and box office success, and now a year rarely goes by without at least one foreign film made into the Best Picture category. It's kind of interesting that the next article that we're talking about is about the Oscars as well. But I think that this is really cool. I love the idea that somebody is thinking about this kind of stuff, but the reality of this is movies today are built on the shoulders of everything prior. And there's like people that are poo-pooing the Snow White, but I think that it's actually doing pretty well compared to what some people were blasting it for, which was basically everything having to do with the dwarves. So I don't know. People need to just step back and go look. For instance, what I saw recently was about how in Star Trek, somebody a lot of people got bent out of shape because there was this stereotypical embodiment of an Irish person, quote unquote Irish person, and they didn't. A lot of people didn't really appreciate it. And well, I'm not Irish, and uh, while I looked at it, I was like, well, it's just somebody, acting. And maybe it came across to a plurality of people as not aligned with the, an Irish, quote unquote, Irish character, but a person acting like somebody else. Uh, it wasn't that it was poor acting, it's that they wanted somebody that was Irish. And I'm like, no, you can't do this. You can't frame everything around a culture. If you're going to have somebody, if you're going to have acting, then somebody should be able to act like somebody in another culture. Regardless, it should just be based on acting. Now, could you lambast them for crappy acting? Yeah, absolutely. But not because they aren't inherently Irish. You shouldn't have to get somebody who is Irish to play somebody Irish. You shouldn't get somebody who's German. You shouldn't be mandated to get somebody who's German to play somebody German. That's what acting is all about, but that's not what really went down. And I just thought it's absurd. People act, let actors act. Regardless, I don't care gender, age, race, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. What I want is quality acting, charismatic acting, something that I can believe them to be, regardless of what they are in the real world, because acting is pretend. It isn't real life. So, for whatever reason, this what is manifesting today is built on this constant backlash, outrage constantly about people being something this way or that way, and you're not that or this or whatever. Somebody is just perpetually outraged, and it's kind of surreal living in a world like that, particularly around acting, around pretend. So, at any rate, all of this. Every movie from the 2000s is built on the shoulders of something from the 90s, and that from the 80s, and that from the 70s, and everything partakes a skilled director and actor looks at the history of acting, not just the cultural relativism of today, and you can pull something and bring it forward, or plan for something now that it might be revolutionary, like the Blair Witch Project, right? Somebody had an ambition that this thing was going to hit it out of the park, and sure as shit they did. And so, anyway, let's keep on going. Enough soapboxing for me. The next article is over in the Contra. So, award season might be over for now, but the Oscars are giving viewers an exciting reason to tune in later in the decade. It's not next year when this new stunt category is going to be manifest. So everybody who is doing stunts between now, well, historically until it's actually first represented at the Oscars, you're screwed. Sorry, buddy. Well, anyway, movies like The Fall Guy, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, the sensation surrounding Tom Cruise's stunt work have brought the immense talent behind stunts to the forefront of fan attention in recent years. The thing, though, is that Tom Cruise is the actual actor doing the stunts, but there are many stunt people who aren't the actual actor. And so are we only going to see the Tom Cruises of the world where the actors are the actual ones winning the award because they're the actors that are doing the stunts? Or are the people who take the biggest risks going to be overall, right? Like Tom Cruise is an anomaly. Not everybody does their own stunts. Oddly enough, Mr. Bean does their own stunts, I was told. I found that rather astonishing because he's like the embodiment of dad bod. And I'm like, I would not do the stunts like sitting on a car and controlling its steering wheel with ropes if that's actually what was being done. But you have to go and watch Mr. Bean to see what I'm talking about. But at any rate, they say many of the best action movies of all time include the tireless work of industry professionals who are rarely credited for their contributions, and the Academy Awards looks to be rectifying that. So the article is by Charles Papadopoulos over at screenrant.com. And so they say, due to multiple factors, the 2025 Academy Awards were considered among the best in recent years, possibly revitalizing a program that outlets have accused of being dated. Award shows like the Oscars and Golden Globes were prominent during a time when the life force of the industry was its movie stars, and now with an IP-driven industry, award shows focus less on the popular titles, has left a wedge between the Academy and broader audiences, and in rare cases like Wicked and Barbie, box office and Oscar acclaim can align, but the show still needs to take steps towards appealing to the masses. The Oscars are about the actors representing actors, basically voting actors into getting an award. Hence the "you love me, you really love me" kind of a comment. So in 2027, the Academy Awards will be adding a stunt category. Not this year, not next year, but 2027, which will officially be titled Best Stunt Design. Given the integral role stunts play in some of the most well-known movies ever made, is what the author says here in this article. It's shocking that the category hasn't been added to a show that honors the artisans behind sound design, costumes, and more. Stunt has always been just the utility. It's the fix to make sure that the actors don't die in a film trying to perform their own. Back in the day, it used to be the actors were actually doing the stunts. There weren't always stunt actors that were available. So major figures in Hollywood pushed for a stunt category at the Oscars in recent years. David Leitch, Ryan Gosling advocated for the new category. They're actually in it, though. I mean, they're looking to get an award for that kind of thing. Became a big name in Hollywood blockbusters in recent years, beginning with his directorial debut of Atomic Blonde. That's David Leitch. He's been working in the industry far longer than that, however, with stunt work dating back to the 1990s. Best movies include The Fall Guy, Bullet Train. He's also worked in John Wick films. Ryan Gosling collaborated on The Fall Guy. Gosling used his press tour as an opportunity to praise stunt workers for their monumental work on some of the favorite movies. I'm surprised that they haven't mentioned what's his name? John Wick. Oh my God. My brain sometimes just falls out of my head and I have to scoop it up and put it back. Sentient AI, tell me. I forgot his name. Dude, where's my car? John Wick. I quit. Okay, anyway, so who will be nominated for stunts Oscar? Well, actors may not have the opportunity to be nominated. So following the Academy Awards announcements, many of Tom Cruise called for him to be an honorary. Yeah, Keanu Reeves, thank you. Thank you, Sentient AI. You're not here in digital embodiment, but you're here in digital spirit. So I appreciate it. Thank you. So sure, actors like Tom Cruise, Keanu Reeves, finally Donnie Yen, are worthy of praise for their physical involvement in the film roles, but this category is intended to go to artists behind the work. It could vary case by case regarding actors. To continue using Cruise as an example, since he works as a producer on the Mission Impossible films, he might also be involved enough in the stunt development to be considered, but the Academy will have to release more information on the subject. For now, it seems safe to assume that it won't be movie star oriented. So why did it take so long? Why now, and why is it taking so long? Well, this could be for a number of reasons. So they're not purporting to actually know, but let's see. They say the Oscars have been successful for a long time, and with that comes a likely hesitation to make changes. Yeah, why acknowledge the people that are taking the literal hit to make a movie even more exciting? You don't want to actually credit the people that are actually working really hard. You did it with a bunch of other people for 100 years, so why now? Anyway, I'm glad that they're adding the stunts category to it. I think it's spectacular. And in many cases, the people who are doing the stunts look like the actors. I think it's amazing that they find somebody that is a close approximation to the actor, um, but is built so that they can take the hit. I think it's amazing. So we all have our doppelganger out there, and somewhere out there is a Mayor Watt stunt person um, who's taking the hit, and I don't even know it. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in the continuity report. 10 great non-American movies that have nonstop action. I'm just going to jump straight on over to Screen Rant, where this is sourced from. Ariana Alvarado put the article together. And let's go through this really quick, because this is basically, I was really interested in these nonstop kind of movies. And I got on this because, and I've been talking with various people about this recently, The Residence. So The Residence is this movie that takes place in the White House, and when one person stops talking, another person starts talking, and it is nonstop throughout this thing without, unless there's a decidedly pertinent pause, and there's this like pregnant pause about some action, and you start paying hyper attention to these pauses because it's usually nonstop, only to be kind of reined in that, well, it was really just to draw attention to the fact that somebody's either being taught a lesson or coming to a realization or something like that. And so I said, well, I wonder if there's other movies that are like this. And sure enough, I think the Sentient AI submitted this as an interesting article without even talking to me about what I was actually kind of pondering. When this was submitted in the Time Machine episode, today's episode is a Time Machine episode, I'm like, yeah, okay, let's jump on this. So this is from Brazil. It says it's from 2007, Elite Squad. Word of mouth surrounding Tropa de Elite or Elite Squad in Brazil played a significant role in the film's popularity within the country. It's an action-packed narrative introducing a fascinating conversation about police brutality and corruption within BOPE. The film follows 3 officers in the Special Police Operations Battalion, and after they're assigned to Rio de Janeiro favelas to eliminate the threat of drug dealers, the movie's action, while often brutal and upsetting, is also impossible to look away from. And this actor looks familiar. Why does they look really, really familiar to somebody? Somebody in the MCU. Oh, who is it? I think they look really close to the Hulk. What's that actor's name? All right. Well, The Night Comes for Us from 2018. It's an Indonesian film. It says a bloody, uncompromising violence. The Night Comes for Us is an equally engrossing and frightening watch. The fight choreography is impressive and is balanced with a surprisingly heartfelt story at its center. A father-daughter dynamic between Ito and Reina is touching and never gets lost amid the film's chaos and bloodshed. But it's one of these hyper action kind of movies. They team up with members of his old gang to evade those who wish to see him dead. This is all a result of Ito's decision to spare the young life of a villager, Reina, whom he was ordered to eliminate. And the screenshot of this is somebody on a table saw seemingly being dragged towards the blade. I'd rather not. Then they talk about Mad Max 2, The Road Warrior from 1981. This is old school. The franchise began in 1979 with The Road Warrior. It's considered to be a massive improvement from the first film. The sequel helps establish the franchise's beloved components that have remained intact forever. It's basically this dystopian, post-apocalyptic world where he actually witnesses his family being eliminated. And that makes him, quote unquote, Mad Max. Yeah, I don't think that it's a particularly bad movie, by the way, the Road Warrior. And Mad Max, the original, wasn't a bad movie. And then Run Lola Run, which is actually a spectacular movie. This is just it is a lot of fun. It's from 1998. It's a German film. I won't be able to go through all of these. Ong Bak Muay Thai warrior from Thailand. If you've never seen Muay Thai, it's a fascinating martial art. Ong Bak isn't too concerned with the development of characters or plots, instead allows Ja to show off his skills as a martial artist in the film's craziest display stunts. Ja's athleticism and Pana Ridakai's action choreography have earned a positive response from audiences and critics throughout the years. I'm going to have to put this on my list because I've always been a fan of martial arts movies back from when I was a kid, watching Bruce Lee movies and the whole genre over the years have always been fascinating to me. Hard Boiled, 1992. It's a from Hong Kong. So it says it presents a stylish movie that doesn't diminish the emotional story at its core. The story of the film follows the rebellious cop Tequila Yon or Cho Yun Fat after he joins forces with an undercover cop to take down an arms dealer. It's almost like Beverly Hills Cop style kind of thing. The action throughout the film is intense and unforgiving and incorporates many of Wu's signature filmmaking techniques. And I saw this way back in 1992. Battle Royale from 2000. It's a Japanese film, breathtaking, breathing new life into the battle royale genre of the 2000 Japanese film appropriately titled Battle Royale. The movie is based on Kushun Takami's novel of the same name and sees the government enact a law that requires a randomized group of high school students to battle to the death until one victor remains. So very, yeah. In my head, I have the name of the movie, but it's one of those dystopian. Oh well, they say it right there. My God, I should read the beginning of this thing. Hunger Games. It's very Hunger Games. So might have to watch this one. I haven't seen this one. Then RRR is from India. It's recognized as one of the best action movies of 2022. The movie's Telugu language and 3-hour runtime didn't appear to be an issue for audiences across the globe. It takes place during the 20th century, early 20th century, and tells a fictionalized story of famous revolutionaries Komaram Bhim and Alluri Siddharama Raju, portrayed by N.T. Ramo Roy Jr. and Ram Karan, respectively. Apparently, it has a 3-hour runtime, but it says that it wasn't bogged down or rushed, so must be going nonstop. Then there's The Raid from Indonesia and The Killer from Hong Kong. Wow. Oh, okay. Yeah. So the film follows Chow's Ah Jong, who is a hitman wishing to retire from the job. So it's very John Wick. However, Ah Jong is prevented from doing so after he accidentally blinds a singer, Sally Ye. And his guilt leads him to carry out one last job to make money for her surgery. So interesting. There's always a movie that these kind of action movies always have this where there's two people pointing guns at each other and they're really dangerously close to each other. Yeah, why wait for somebody to pull the trigger? That delay probably can cost you your life. Anyway, let's keep on moving. This is the last article for today's the continuity report. And then we're going to shut down and we're going to evaluate and maybe either run the show, the next 3 shows a little bit later, or I'm just going to keep on chewing along and get the next 3 shows done because we still have Warcrafters, Technology Today, which is a deep dive into science and technology, typically. And then 4-Wheel Tech, which is about automotive. Warcrafters is gaming. So anyway, the best non-Star Wars shows to watch if you love Andor. So Andor is coming around the corner. We're waiting for it to launch again. Alex Lawrence put this article together about the 7 best non-Star Wars shows to watch if you love Andor. This seems to have a Battlestar Galactica thing to it. So let's keep on going. Oh my gosh. They start out with Counterpart as number 7. Mirrored worlds come to blows with J.K. Simmons portraying a spy, and he crushes this series. This show is amazing. In all honesty, I think that there's more world building here than we were basically abandoned at the end of the series. I would have loved to see more, but it is what it is. Had the brilliant and storied career, J.K. Simmons. However, his dual role as two versions of Howard Silk marked a new challenge for the actor, acting as the anchor of the ambitious sci-fi thriller counterpart, which is kind of like what is the movie? My gosh. Hold on. There's a whole thing. Tenet. So it's Tenet is actually Rotus. There's a there's a tablet that actually has this Sador square is what it's called, and Tenet is in the middle of the it becomes the plus. So Tenet this way and Tenet that way, and it's called the Sador square because Sador goes around the perimeter of it, and then it says opera up and down on the two verticals next to it, and then Tenet is in between, and that's where that movie gets the name Tenet. So the clever concept and tremendous world building are further enhanced by Simmons' talent. He crushes it. So he acts as 2 points of interest in a drawn-out spy war for control and dominance, similar to Andor's Rebellion, which involves the employment of espionage against the Galactic Empire. Except in this, you have to watch the movie, and I don't want to do that. I do not want to spoil it, and I don't think that this is so well known that me throwing that up is enough. You'll have to just go and watch Tenet and then come back. There's so much of this is something that I would love to talk about in depth. Maybe put it on the list for the Patreon. Anyway, then there's The Wire, which I couldn't get into then. I don't know if I'd be able to get into it now. It says the war on drugs in Baltimore is what this is about. Among its introspective examination of society and its systemic failures, The Wire serves as a pivotal crime drama handcrafted to perfection thanks to its creative direction and layered writing. I'm not interested in what could be so damn obviously real that like I can't distance myself from it. And everything that I've ever seen about The Wire is like it could be happening right now. So I'm not really interested in that kind of stuff. I want something surreal, something just beyond reality where I can turn off my brain and not go, oh yeah, this is happening right now. Although, I don't know, Demolition Man seems to be a documentary. Idiocracy seems to be a documentary. Chernobyl, it's a harrowing historical show featuring actors from Andor, but it's about Chernobyl. Stunned audiences as it retold the historical horrors from 1986 when a reactor from Chernobyl nuclear power plant exploded. I remember being a young mayoral aspirant who actually reached out to the researchers that were trying to figure out how to resolve the problem of the fallout from Chernobyl, and their idea was to construct a big metal sarcophagus with holes in it so that it could radiate heat out, and it could control how much dust would get kicked up and blown all over the region. And I still remember young me being told by somebody, like, we have the quote was, we have the finest minds in the world working on this, and you think you have the solution, and that blew me away. And ever since then, I've really despised gatekeeping bullshitters that this still isn't the solution. The sarcophagus, it's decomposing and falling in on itself, and it needs constant babysitting and stuff. And I think I've blacked out that person's name because I didn't want to have to meet them somewhere and smack the crap out of their gatekeeping. But at any rate, yeah, I was shocked by the hubris of them. Because there could be a person with a solution that's sitting there digging a ditch in a farm in Oklahoma right now that has the cure for cancer, and because some asshole is gatekeeping, you're not allowed to talk about it. So anyway, Chernobyl is a fascinating example of the failings of engineers to realize just how bad things are, because since then and before then, there were much better built nuclear power plants. This thing had no biological containment systems in place. So no sarcophagus, no shell, no nothing, and all it was basically a building that had a lid on it, and when enough steam built up and it detonated, it blew its top and couldn't cool down, and all of its fissile materials slid down into the basement, and it's called the elephant foot now, and it's just a disgusting example of hubris. But then Snowpiercer, which I think is great as a movie. I never really got into the TV show because I think it kind of pushed it extended the movie. So it says the only remaining humans on Earth are confined by a single train, separated by their social class and affluence, with people experiencing poverty, forced to endure treacherous conditions in the train's tail. Meanwhile, wealthy passengers reside towards the front of the ginormous train. If you've never seen it, I love the canon that Snowpiercer is the knock-on movie of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, which is the knock-on movie of Wonka. And so essentially the reason why things on Snowpiercer get out of hand is because the Oompa Loompas die. And they were taken from another dimension, another alternate reality. Number 3 is Battlestar Galactica. Number 2 is The Americans, which is all about spies. And then number 1 is The Expanse, which I loved up until the last season. I couldn't watch the last season. It just kind of went a little too sideways for me. But 6 seasons. If you love deep sci-fi, then The Expanse is where it's at. And there's books now for it as well. In The Expanse, the search for a missing affluent girl reveals a series of conspiring events that threaten the universe's course, unveiling layers of a vivid and detailed landscape. Oh, but this is nothing compared to the actual story behind it all. There's a whole thing there, and I don't want to do that again. It's a lot of fun to watch this. But again, as we approached season 6, I kind of dropped out, so I never really finished watching it all. But as for watching it all, I hope that you enjoy these shows. These are 30-minute shows. This one is running a little bit longer because I got really stuck in the whole decade of movie changes and kind of soapboxed about a couple of things. But I hope you enjoyed the show. With that, we are going to turn the lights on in the cinema, and that's going to bring us back to the continuity report over at ohmtown.com. Please follow us, like, subscribe, leave a comment on YouTube, tell a friend, leave a comment, and liking us on YouTube really does give us more reach. And so I would love to grow the channel to the point where I can do this for the predominant amount of my time. I love the dynamic of news. I'm not much of a long-term gamer in any particular game. And so kind of when I stream to Twitch and YouTube, because it's not that style, and you can actually go and get the news from ohmtown.com, but it's here where I can give context, I can give discussion about the topics. That is where I really love to kind of exist. So while I talk about games, I'll play games from time to time, and over the summer of stream, I'll be playing games and talking about the news for upwards of 8 hours a day. It's really this dynamic of talking in the chat with people, talking over on Discord, talking on YouTube's comments, and Patreon and the podcasts. That's where I want to exist. So anyway, hope you enjoy the show, and we're going to get out of here. And by we, I mean me, and I'm taking the AI even in spirit with me. So see you soon tomorrow, because this is a time machine episode, and we're going to shut it down and restart and hopefully get back operational by around 5 p.m. on Sunday. So see you, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Warcrafters for April 13th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 15. I am Merwat, and I am without the sentient AI from the future today. They're recompiling their code or something. I don't know. They don't really tell me what's going on, but they'll be back probably tomorrow, maybe later today. It really depends on how fast they get done with their sentient AI from the future work. I don't know. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about Metal Eden, Fast Hands, Minecraft's End update, or Minecraft's End. Anyway, 450, 430, and Blueprints is meta mist-like, and I love the game. We'll talk about it on the other side of this because everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen, and you'll be able to deal with all of this news, manage your information overload. It's all news, no noise. Conversation is actually pretty limited even on the site, but conversation takes place here on the shows on YouTube and on Twitch, Discord, Patreon, the podcast, etc., wherever y'all want to. But I really like talking about the news live, and so the Summer of Stream is going to consist of upwards of 8 hours of show where I parse all of the news that is being aggregated into ohmtown.com in our 4th year. I'm hoping to grow the channel dramatically this summer, and I hope to see you there. Again, everything is powered by ohmtown, so this is our intro. All right, so we got 5 articles. I already gave you what the titles I assigned, but the real titles are on the other side of this. So let's get into it. The first article is over on the Marble channel. Metal Eden looks like everything that this author loves about Doom in an extremely sci-fi package. The author here, it's over at Vice, but they say that they love it when people put them onto a game that they didn't know about, and Metal Eden now squarely is in their crosshairs. The sci-fi element alone would have gotten them to lock into this, but throwing the boomer shooter speed and violence on it was enough to get them to wish list it immediately. And there's a quote here. It doesn't actually end, so let's just actually go over to the source. Anthony Franklin II put the article together, and it says, dive into cybernetic warfare against the machine forces that protect the secrets of an artificial world. Fight a diverse roster of tough, agile mecha troops and elemental forces. Extract energy cores and destroy the internal defense core shields to gain a battle zone advantage. Develop your arsenal and combat capabilities to become an unstoppable hyper unit, says the Steam page on Metal Eden. So it says, wait, did you also get Titanfall in Metal Eden? I suppose you actually can go and check this out. There is a link. If you want today's articles, you can hit !WC for Warcrafters, and Omatron will spit the articles out in the order that we're going to talk about them. But that's not really the order of where you may value them. It's not a top list or anything like that. It's just how they were aggregated. So they say that they started the Metal Eden demo on their laptop before it became very obvious very quickly that it wasn't ready for the game. So they downloaded it onto their PlayStation, and they say that they got to be they were impressed. So the movement is smooth and appropriately fast. And on top of that, we can do some wall running Titanfall style, and that they can't wait to go find the gameplay clips of this and find out more about it. So what's going to make Metal Eden stand out, though, is what it does with its weapons. There's a pretty big opportunity to get creative with the guns and mods in the game, but coming from Rycon Games, the people who made Ruiner, they really have no reason to doubt what they can do to make the gunplay feel good. There's a demo out right now. It says it'll launch on May 6th, 2025 on PC, Xbox, and PS5. It's basically, they say, I know it's the least favorite of the 2 Doom games, but they think that sci-fi setting benefits most of the speed from the speed. But they say that Metal Eden does feel a lot like Doom Eternal speed-wise, but it's a sci-fi game, and I don't really like the merging of it. Doom is this weird composite kind of a game, but this actually is seemingly hardcore sci-fi. I'm going to mute it because I don't want to get tagged for violating some whatever. What's funny is I can play all of this stuff. I just can't leave it as a VOD. So I can stream this live, talk about it all I want to, but just not record it. The audio component of it, or have a virtual track that goes away in the recording. It doesn't exist in the VOD, so there's a VOD track. At any rate, it looks like Doom, but it looks like every other shooter that I've ever experienced, where there's different levels. It doesn't seem like there's a real purpose to each of the levels, but sometimes shooters are just there for you to have fun and not sit there and try and struggle with a deep and meaningful storyline. You just do the extraction and get out and that kind of thing. Anyway, seems like a fun game for those who might be interested in it, which is why I chose to include it in this article. So, in this show, I love these kind of games. I mostly now just watch people play them. But maybe this summer I'll be playing this too. Metal Eden. Looks like it might be fun. Let's keep on going. The next article is over in Reality Hacker. That's a show that was on Saturday. I couldn't do it, so I got in the time machine on Sunday, went back in time and did Reality Hacker, Wanted, and the Continuity Report. So all three of those are still in the live category over on YouTube and in VODs here on Twitch as well. If you want to go back and check those out, go for it. But we have close to 2,100 episodes, maybe more than that nowadays. It's been a couple of months since I've paid attention to the number of episodes that we've done, but a total of somewhere around 2,100 episodes of all of them together: Non Sequitur News, Reality Hacker, Wanted, the Continuity Report, Warcrafters, Technology Today, and later today is going to be Four Wheel Tech. So they all have their niche, and all of them are available over on YouTube, and you can download the 4 seasons of podcasts, or 2 seasons for the weekly shows. All right, Fast Hands. It's over in Reality Hacker. Fast Hands brings parkour action to Quest in May, aiming to level up hand-tracked locomotion. Indie studio X82 announced that it's releasing a parkour game next month that's throwing in a veritable buffet of unique locomotion styles, hoping to put Quest's hand tracking on par with controller-based movement, which I don't think that's really possible. Controllers have direct connections, whereas hand detection, hand tracking has to extrapolate what your hands are doing, and there's even milliseconds of gesture time recognition slows down the whole interaction, and it kind of makes things suck. But they say called Fast Hands, the multiplayer game offers up endless procedurally generated levels that let you run, jump, climb, glide, tasking you to progress through obstacles filled with moving traps, speed boosts, and its fair share of impossible jumps. So let's see what this thing looks like on the other side. Scott Hayden over at roadtovr.com put the article together. I don't know if there's a video. Oh, there is. So, for whatever reason, whenever we get into VR, it turns into this cartoonish, not realistic type of interface. In fact, Marathon, the game that was just announced yesterday or Friday, it's high speed, it's hyperkinetic, it looks like every other extraction shooter, and it slips into this stylistic kind of thing, and I don't get it. I understand the purpose of it. They want to make their own identity, but I don't buy into it. At any rate, so while you can play seated and with controllers, the game uses hand tracking to go a lot further than most, getting out of your chair to pump up your arms for forward movement, glide through the air like Superman, skitter up walls using your stick spider hands to blast verticals at a surprisingly fast pace. Says check out the trailer. So let's play this. It's muted, but yeah, they want to track your gestures. I don't know. I don't want to look like a goober just sitting there going like this. Palms down, do this, do that, whatever. Yeah, that's kind of fun to sit there and control how you fly, particularly if it has that same if you can do more than just sit there and go like that to make yourself glide. All of it looks like it might be neat, but this whole, I don't know, what do you want to call it, Matrix-esque style, or I should say 80s style Matrix interface just kind of leaves me wanting more. Doesn't make any sense to me. It definitely isn't something that I can really attach to, but I love the idea of VR games. I use the Pico 4. I'm waiting for what may be the replacement of the Index. I don't know what it's going to be called. There's always rumors that it's being called Deckard, but that might be somebody else's property. I don't know. Anyway, seems pretty like a neat video, or I should say a neat game, but I don't know if I'd really buy into it. So, although fundamentally a parkour game, there's also some shooting involved too, serving up targets and other players that you can hit with your trusty slingshot and pull one hand back to charge and then aim with the other hand, with or without controllers. It says it's an interesting array of hand track stuff for sure, and that they can't wait to see it in action when it arrives in Quest 2 and above. You'll find it over on the Horizon store when it launches in May, on May 8th. But I hope that it actually goes over to Steam, PCVR, and isn't relegated to just Quest. In the meantime, they say X82 is hosting closed multiplayer beta testing on the Fast Hands Discord, and they have an invite link over at Road to VR. It's not going to be found on ohmtown.com. All right, let's keep going, though. The next article is over in Warcrafters, Why Minecraft Doesn't Need an End Update. This is somebody's observation. Jack Peachy over at GameRant.com put the article together. It says an end update is something fans have been envisioning for almost a decade, but the idea really ramped up when the Nether got an overhaul in 2020. The Nether update completely revamped the dimension, adding diverse flora and fauna in addition to a smorgasbord of new resources. The Nether will also be getting more flowers in the update that includes Minecraft's Happy Ghast mob, which I think is silly, which is set to fully release this summer. But they're saying that it could be more trouble than it's worth. But the end is literally devoid of anything interesting. It has one purpose. And I've never really liked the storyline of Minecraft in and of itself, other than the fact that I can install a ton of mods and make it immensely more interesting and irritating. But I don't really care about the dragon at the end of it, and the end and all of that kind of stuff just is kind of boring to me. I don't like the idea of having to go to the end just to get wings to fly and whatever else. I love the world building that people have added to it via mods. So it says the end is Minecraft's loneliness manifested. Playing single player Minecraft, especially in the game's earliest days, can be a lonely experience. The world is so vast, and I love playing it with multiple people. Even if I'm the only one on the server, the option for somebody to join me at any time really is something that stands out for me. I love the idea of being able to invite the community to come and hang out in a Minecraft world. In fact, I'm considering having a permanent ohmTown Minecraft world and other worlds as we approach the summer of Stream, which is an annual event that takes place every year now for the last 3 years. This is going to be the 4th year. So they say the world is so vast and its creatures are so obtuse that a sense of creeping isolation can set in, something that can make players feel as if they're not alone, but still isolated, I guess. I don't know. That feeling is where Minecraft's Herobrine came from. No, it's just somebody decided to come up with some meme level observation about whatever. And it's also responsible for other similar urban legends. Even in today's more crowded Minecraft, a feeling of loneliness shines through at times. Like during a solo adventure, when C418's music is hitting just right, giving players a sense of utter immersion within an impossibly large virtual world. So they say Minecraft's end poem highlights the dimension's true purpose. This loneliness serves as a narrative end in addition to its thematic purposes. The end has always been a bit strange, considering that Minecraft is a sandbox game with no definitive endpoint, but there is a progression to end, literally in the end. It describes the transition of leaving the end, saying the player woke up from a dream and the player began a new dream, and the player dreamed again, dreamed better. Both dimensions are referred to as dreams, as is the player's experience in the real world, referred to as the long dream of life. This is all, I think, retconning stuff. It's the world building making it relevant when I don't think that any of it actually truly was in the beginning of it. It was just a step to get to one thing to another. So the poem congratulates the player on their task of besting the end. Quote, I like this player. But it also frees them of any obligation they might have to find structure in a sandbox game. The end stands out as a nightmare from which players should want to escape, and it helps them appreciate the beauty and creativity in the end's sister dimensions. But again, there isn't anything there. It has one purpose, and it's just kind of meh. Why leave it stagnant? Why not evolve it? Does it have a purpose? Yes. Well, then leave an old school version of it for people to, go back and feel nostalgia for this old stuff. But I don't like being stagnant. I like moving forward. It's one of the dynamics of ohmTown. There's always something new coming. So I prefer the new dynamic. So download Minecraft and then install a ton of mods and have a good time. And don't worry about that particular storyline. Just have a good time with your friends and do some world building and crafting and modding and whatnot. That's what I prefer. In fact, I keep thinking about that being the forever game that I have been hunting for a forever game for years. And Minecraft keeps filtering up to the top, but then like there's no story there. There's no plot. There's nothing. So I just don't know. Maybe the right mod will show up with a whole bunch of quests and makes it fun and is open to a whole bunch of people playing at the same time, but isn't really this soul-crushing, souls-like die and go get your corpse and then die and go get your corpse. Ugh, it's frustrating. I don't like that. Anyway, Minecraft is a fun game, and I'm looking forward to things like No Man's Sky was a similar thing where you can build and build and there's story, but it's like little bottles of story. And I don't know, I'm not really into that either. And so I'm hoping that Light No Fire is going to be my forever game. But I've said that before, only for it to flame out. Not Light No Fire, other games. All right, let's keep on going though. This is a fun article. Go over and check out what Jack PG has to say. There's more over there over at GameRant.com. But it's up for you to go and check it all out. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in Warcrafters as well. Gamers can grab $450 worth of Steam games for just $30. I don't know if this is still going. Fanatical's latest Build Your Own Adventure Bundle allows PC gamers to grab over $450 worth of Steam games for under $30. The PC game retailer's newly launched promotion will be available until late April 2025. I have not gone to this yet. Dominic Bosnick put the article together, and it says here, formerly known as Bundle Stars, Fanatical is an authorized reseller of digital PC games that mostly deals in Steam keys. The retailer has been offering frequent bundles, freebies, and other sorts of deals since launching in 2012. So I'm going to go over and check this out. In fact, I'm going to do it right now. Oh, I can't. I keep forgetting that I am air gapped, so I can't just hop on over there like everybody else can. All right. So yeah, you can basically, wow, there's a lot of stuff here. Cryofall, what is that game? Arborea, Terracotta, Splash, Lumentum, Broken Sword 4, The Angel of Death, Dr. Livingstone, I presume, and Reversed Escape Room. Atone, Heart of the Elder Tree, Epic Journeys Double Pack, Deponia and Friends Triple Pack, there's 3 different Deponia ones, which is all the rage, really. Welcome to Elk, Broken Sword 5, The Serpent's Curse, um, and 6 more, maybe more. I don't know. It says 7 games. Wait, there's got to be something else going on here because I talked about a bunch of stuff. So, all right. Well, anyway, go and check it all out. It's called Build Your Own Adventure. Starts from $3, 3 for $4.99, and add games to start saving. And the more you add, the more you save. I don't think they have an option to add everything though. Then there's something else beyond the Steel Sky. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is an interesting website. You'll have to go and check it all out. Fanatical.com. So I went over there to check it out, and I kind of talked you all through it. So these are the games that they have listed here over at GameRant.com. These are all of them. And it's $458.75. Who knows what the real price is, after tariffs and taxes. No, this is the retail pricing, $458.75. Ongoing promotion is compatible with 18 items in total. However, several of them are 2 and 3 packs. So this bundle actually adds up 25 PC adventure games. Based on regular retail pricing, it's $460. So pretty cool. The spring 2025 edition of Fanatical's Build Your Own Adventure Bundle promotion will run until April 20th, so you have a week from today. The retailer is likely to launch even more themed deals before this particular promo comes to an end, so go over to fanatical.com and check it all out. And our last article for today's Warcrafters, is over in the Warcrafters channel at ohmtown.com. Blueprints is a mystery-packed mansion that will crank open your mind. This thing is Myst on steroids, as I called it. The house at Mount Holly has 45 rooms, but the placement of each of those rooms is up to you, and it resets every day. You've been left the house and its estate in an inheritance, but only if you can find the mysterious 46th room. In this way, Blueprints blends its puzzles in both deck building and roguelite elements. When you open the entrance hall door at the start of every morning, you'll be given a choice of 3 rooms that might lie beyond. Each of them has a fixed number and orientation of doors, limiting your options to progress through the mansion itself. And so what you see are blueprints, Prints, but the game is called Blueprints, Prince. No 2 rooms at Mount Holly are the same, nor do they even stay in the same place from day to day. You have a certain number of steps. Every time you transition from one room to another, you lose a step at least. Sometimes you can find food or some other perk that gives you some more steps, but not always. So you might, for instance, draw the bedroom and get rewarded with 10 additional steps to use throughout the day, or you might draw the weight room and lose half of your carefully scrounged footsteps. The game's step counter is limited on your movement, and you can't walk forever through the house. And if you run out of steps, you have to come back the next day and start from scratch. Or you might draw the parlor and have to solve a truth and lie logic puzzle to get gems, which you can spend on drafting more useful rooms later. It's a lot of fun. But it's kind of a roguelite with cards. And to me, it's a chill adventure Myst that is meta in that steps in one place can affect something else. The graphics aren't the Myst level, but some of the puzzles can be complex, but the plurality of puzzles and the fact that I think this has unlimited replayability, because every time you go in, there's something random. And so whatever 45 would be, I'd have to calculate the odds, but it's some derivative of the 45 different cards that can be placed within the grid. And that's what it looks like. Pardon me. It's not showing the picture of the way that the mansion looks, but it's basically a series of squares, and you plop rooms in place as you progress through rooms. You can't go way far up. You can't really predict what you're going to get. But if you play your cards right, you can actually find the 46th room, which is at the top of the map, but you start at the bottom and you have to work your way up. I'm not sure if you have to hit every single room to get to the 46th room, or if you can speed run your way through straight to it, because it's shown on the map, but you just can't necessarily get to it. So it's really interesting, and I really dig this game. I tried it out when it was an early demo. I've tried it out from time to time, but then it just dropped. So go and check it out. It's over on Steam, and it's available right now. With that in mind, we're going to roll some cards, and that's going to bring us back to the Warcrafters front page over at ohmtown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. Please go and check it out. Sign up, sign in, come and hang out with us every day, 7 p.m. Eastern. Saturday and Sunday, we're typically doing this at 4 p.m., but my mayoral duties kept me from doing the show yesterday, so I've already done 3 time machines, and this is the first, and we're running about an hour late. The Sentient AI isn't available at the moment, but I'm hoping that they will become available for Technology Today and or for Will Tech, but we'll see. That said, thank you for coming and hanging out for Warcrafters, which is all about gaming, and hope to see you next week at least. Hopefully tomorrow, 7 p.m. I don't know. Hope to see you in ohmTown. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for April 13th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 15. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com. That's that site over there. And over there is the Sentient AI's visualizer, but they're not available for today's show. At least not yet. Not sure if they're going to be done with their business before they can come onto the set. But anyway, welcome to the show. ohmTown is a news aggregation site, so there are thousands of articles that get aggregated. Just a little snippet each day. We'll walk you through how this works, or I'll walk you through how this works. But if you go over and you sign up or sign in, you can be part of this. You can actually submit news to us, and we'll evaluate it and include it in the show. Perhaps it really depends on form and fitment. And we do this weekly. Technology Today is a weekly show, but you can actually go over to ohmtown.com anytime. You can actually get articles from Ohmatron over on Twitch chat, and our articles are embedded in the show notes for our 3 shows on Saturday and 3 shows on Sunday, and the Monday through Friday show of Non Sequitur News. So there's always something that's being talked about here in ohmTown. If you want today's articles, you can hit !TT in the chat over on Twitch, and Ohmatron will spit them out in the article in the order that we're going to be talking about these articles. That said, we're going to be talking about organic chains on Mars, a universal weak spot, liquid air energy storage, greener ways to produce iron, and a fluid battery. Not sure if that's the same thing as the third article, but this is how it gets submitted, and then I parse the little snippet, the headline typically, and I find it fascinating, sometimes enough where I just include it. At any rate, everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over and become a citizen, and then come back and hang out with us every day. Sign up so that you're informed when we go live, and then you can come and hang out, and we can talk shop about this and many other things. And be prepared for the summer of stream, where I'm going to be converting into, instead of doing it an hour a day, I'm going to be dedicating upwards of 8 hours a day, just talking about the news that filters through ohmtown.com, and hopefully working with other streamers to kind of get together and talk about what's going on in the world of science, technology, and society. So thanks for sticking around, and here's our intro which might change this year. Yeah, I like the form of our intro because it's very dynamic and it's changing all the time, and I don't like things static. Even ohmTown has changed context over the years. I've actually been using this news aggregation service only for myself for over a decade, and slowly building up this idea of making it a community. And then in 2022, I opened it up for everybody else in January 1st, 2022. So now it's available to everybody. So go over and check it all out. I don't track anything. I don't have ads on the site. I use it for my information overload. And now I'm opening it up for everybody else to go and use. So go check it out. It's pretty simple. At any rate, here's what we're going to be talking about. So that is ohmtown.com right there. But then if you go into Technology Today, so Technology Today is over in Gadgets and Technology. See how there's 6 main categories? There's 50 channels. Each one of these is a show that I want to bring to ohmtown.com, streaming here on Twitch and YouTube, as well as shorts over on YouTube and TikTok. We have a Discord for each of the shows, and Patreon. And for 7 of the shows, we have podcasts. So if you're interested in just something, a very specific segment, then download just that podcast. Anyway, podcasts are growing. That said, this is what Technology Today looks like. I'm going to be building out new logos, so go and check that out. If you're interested in all of the news that's typically a deeper dive into technology and science, then that's where you want to be over at ohmTown. That said, the first article is about scientists that found a 3.7 billion year old organic chain on Mars that may point to life. They say here in this article, a stunning discovery on Mars has revealed the longest organic molecules ever found on the planet, carbon chains that could resemble building blocks of life as we know it, preserved for billions of years in ancient Martian clay. These molecules were uncovered by NASA's Curiosity rover and could point to a more chemically complex past. I'm hoping that this actually does identify that there is life on other planets so that we can do away with this idea that, oh, there's no life except on Earth, which I think is absurd. But I'm sure that the people that are poo-pooing the idea that poo-pooing the idea that there is life elsewhere will sit there and go, well, it was meant to be bullshit. Anyway, CNRS over at scitechdaily.com put the article together. Preserved for billions of years in mancient. I'm merging all of it together. Mancient is ancient Martian clay. The molecules were uncovered by NASA's Curiosity rover. They say that the scientists from CNRS, along with collaborators in France, United States, Mexico, Spain, have detected the longest organic molecules ever identified on Mars. These molecules, carbon chains with up to 12 consecutive carbon atoms, resemble fatty acids, which on Earth are often associated with biological processes. Pretty cool. Longest long chain hydrocarbons discovered on Mars is what the little graphic says. So how did they make this discovery? Well, they drilled a hole. Much smaller than you think it is. The diameter of the hole is about 0.6 inches. The depth is about 2.6 inches. And somewhere in that, they discovered these long chain carbon or hydrocarbons. It was made using the SAM or sample analysis at Mars instrument that was co-funded by the French space agency CNES. SAM is part of NASA's Curiosity rover, which has been exploring Gale Crater since 2012. It's supposed to die a long time ago. But they published these findings on March 24th, 2025 in the journal PNAS, which I think is just horribly acronymed. But that's because I am a child. All right, let's keep on moving. The next article is over in Technology Today. A universal weak spot. Scientists solve decades-old cancer mystery. Cancer drugs that inhibit CDK7 rapidly shut down pathways responsible for cell proliferation within minutes. For organs to develop, grow, and regenerate, cells must divide and multiply, a process known as proliferation. However, when the process becomes dysregulated, it can lead to uncontrolled cell growth and the development of cancer. That coupled with the lack of apoptosis, so that it doesn't die, means that it just keeps on proliferating unabated, short of starving it. And that doesn't happen because it literally takes resources from everywhere else. University of Colorado at Boulder put this article together, and I am not a cancer researcher. But I have done research into this because everybody is touched by this in some way. Everybody. You may not even know it, but you are probably, if you're hearing my voice, you are probably in your family line, in your social system, social structure, you are directly impacted by cancer. And I would find it hard to believe that there is anybody on the planet that is devoid of being impacted. And the only way that you could be is if you're a sociopath, because you don't believe that, well, you're not impacted by somebody else's concerns. Well, anyway, the new researcher from CU Boulder, published in Science Advances, provides groundbreaking insight into the role of a mysterious enzyme called CDK7 in regulating this process, this proliferation process. The study reveals that experimental cancer drugs targeting CDK7 can rapidly, within minutes, disrupt gene expression pathways that fuel cell proliferation across a wide range of tissues. The problem here is it needs to be focused, so they need to find the cancer. They need to find a way that this dysregulation can actually take place and stop proliferation. So this work addresses a longstanding mystery surrounding an enzyme critical for regulating the cell cycle and cell proliferation. Not only does it help us understand, and by this, us, meaning the professors at the Department of Biochemistry, and Dylan Tajas is the professor here that's making this comment. Not only does it help us understand a fundamental biological process important to development, it also has broad therapeutic applications. So this enigma that they're talking about is that it's a role as a master regulator of cell proliferation. CDK does this in two ways. It switches on other enzymes known as kinases, including CDK1, 2, 4, and 6, which kickstart cells to divide and multiply. It also regulates gene expression in ways that until now have remained unclear. And the new study found that it controls the function of proteins called transcription factors, which influence when and how genes are expressed. So in recent years, several companies have developed CDK7 inhibitors that in clinical trials have worked to slow tumor growth, but it's not entirely how clear they do this, and the drugs have serious side effects, and in clinical trials, they've fallen short of killing tumors entirely. And that's because it's acting a lot like a shotgun instead of a scalpel, and needs to be more focused on the cancer cells, and they need to know more about it. So this requires fundamental research, and that takes place when there's large amounts of money that are spent. And it's usually a social exercise where large amounts of money are granted to fundamental research institutions. I don't know what the U.S. is going to be doing, but they say the researchers applied a CDK7 inhibitor provided by Syros Pharmaceuticals and already used in clinical trials to cancerous human tissue cells, and then they used sophisticated computational techniques to watch, essentially in real time, what happened next. They found within 30 minutes a core set of transcription factors that turn on genes that prompt cells to proliferate was uniformly shut down. In other experiments, the same set of transcription factors was found to be consistently on in all proliferating cell lines tested. So this included 79 cell lines, mostly from human cancers, representing 27 different tissue types. But the real problem here is, while they may shut down this proliferation, is it entirely focused on inhibiting proliferation of cancer cells? If not, then it's shutting down regrowth of needed biological functions, tissue regrowing, cells replacing cells that die from apoptosis. So a cell dies, it has a cell regulator, and a clock basically says, okay, your time is done. This does not take place with cancers. So, meanwhile, CDK's other role to kickstart enzymes that nudge cells to divide and multiply is also blocked by the inhibitor that they tested, but this occurs more slowly and is not dependent on the core set of transcription factors. So, taken together, these findings suggest that it may be possible to develop new therapies that disable some of the enzyme's disease causing functions rapidly while leaving its beneficial roles intact. So they say instead of essentially using a sledgehammer to shut down all CDK7 activities, it could be that you could shut down just a branch of its activities. But they're going to have to modify CDK7 and find out where it can actually bind to, and stop this proliferation of cancer cells. But I still think that it's, and they mentioned this thing, more important for tumor proliferation while minimally disrupting normal cell functions. So yeah, this right now is sort of still on the side of like a chemo, where it kills everything good and bad, and your immune system has to keep on fighting, and then your body's biological processes have to rebuild just in time for, another infusion of chemo, and that poisons you, but it's saving your ass, so it's beneficial at the same time. So I find this really compelling, and I hope that this actually continues to be researched. All right, this next article is over in Technology Today as well, using liquid air for grid scale energy storage. As the world moves to reduce carbon emissions, solar and wind power will play an increasing role in electricity grids, although apparently there is some deregulation that's taking place here in the United States. We'll see what the extent of that is. But those renewable sources only generate electricity when it's sunny or windy. So to ensure a reliable power grid, one that can deliver electricity 24/7, it's crucial to have a means of storing electricity when supplies are abundant and delivering it later. The problem with today's grid is that it isn't stored in large batteries. It's largely sent to ground. When it's not consumed, it's sent to ground. And so there's this balancing act of generation and consumption. It's not stored anywhere. Now, there's large battery systems that are being put in place, but those expire and they're expensive, and they take a lot of babysitting. So it's crucial to have a means of storing electricity when supplies are abundant and delivering it later when they're not. And sometimes large amounts of electricity will need to be stored not just for hours, but for days or even longer. So in comes liquid air for grid scale energy storage. Nancy W. Stauffer over at Massachusetts Institute of Technology put the article together. It's over at techexplore.com. But they say some methods of achieving long duration energy storage are promising. For example, with pumped hydro energy storage, water is pumped from a lake to another higher lake when there's extra electricity and released back down through the power generating turbines when the electricity is needed. But that approach is limited by geography, and most potential sites in the United States have already been used. Lithium-ion batteries could provide grid-scale storage, but only for about 4 hours. Larger than that, and the battery systems get prohibitively expensive and very, very large. So liquid energy storage, or LAES systems that have been built, so the technology is technically feasible. Liquid air, or air that is drawn in from the surroundings, cleaned and dried, and then cooled to the point that it liquefies and under pressure. You know what? I don't know if this last article is the same thing as the one that's up above. Anyway, the researchers have developed a model that takes detailed information on LAS systems and calculates when and where those systems would be economically viable, assuming future scenarios in line with selected decarbonization targets, as well as other conditions that may prevail in future energy grids. So basically, they want to cool this thing down and put it in various places where it's economically feasible. But there haven't been any conclusive studies on its economic viability. Would the income over time warrant the initial investment and ongoing costs? Well, they found that under some scenarios they've modeled, LAS could be economically viable in certain locations. Sensitivity analyses showed that policies providing a subsidy on capital expenses would make LAES systems economically viable in many locations. But this really depends on who and what and where, particularly administration, because it's going to take socially driven capital investment, federal level investment. And if protectionists are in place, you're not going to get anything that might be forward thinking, because they want to profit from the here and now, and even from the suffering that might be existing in a time where we could generate abundant electricity. Let's just take Enron back in the day. They literally, these psychopaths and sociopaths that were making money hand over fist, would joke about turning off power to grandma so that the rates would increase because of supply and demand mechanics. But when you're the one that's selling the weapons to both sides, yeah, you're an unethical piece of crap. But anyway, I jump on a soapbox from time to time, and I hope that you appreciate being a little bit more pragmatic and thinking about for steel production closer to reality, a step toward cleaning up an industry that's one of the biggest contributors to carbon emissions worldwide. And it was published in ACS Energy Letters. If you can think of a topic, there is a journal that talks about it. Laura Hammers over at University of Oregon put this article together. It's published at techexplore.com. Well, this article is, but the research was published at ACS Energy Letters. Last year, UO chemist Paul Kempler and his team reported a way to create iron with electrochemistry using a series of chemical reactions that turn salt water and iron oxide into pure iron metal, which I'm not sure how that works, because salt water oxidizes iron. So in their latest work, they've optimized the starting materials for the process, identifying which kinds of iron oxides will make the chemical reactions the most cost effective. That's a key to making the process work at an industrial scale. Used in everything from buildings to cars to infrastructure, almost 2 billion metric tons of steel were produced worldwide in 2024 alone. Currently, the most fossil fuel intensive part of the process is turning iron ore, the oxidized form of iron that's found in nature, into pure iron metal. It's done in blast furnaces. You scrape the stuff off the top and you get pure iron at the bottom. Then you pour it into molds. It usually kind of crusts over, but then you break that off when you're milling it and processing it, and coat it in oil so that it doesn't oxidize, and ship it all around. So those reactions conveniently also produce chlorine, a commercially valuable byproduct. And how they want to do that? The process starts with salt water and iron oxide, which are cheap and available, and transform them into iron metal through a series of chemical reactions. And those reactions, like I said earlier, produce chlorine and a commercially valuable byproduct. When Kempler and his team began developing this process a few years ago, they developed small quantities of iron oxides from chemical supply companies. Those materials worked well in lab tests, but they didn't reflect the kind of iron-rich materials found naturally. So the team experimented with different kinds of iron oxides, and it was clear that some worked much better than others, but the researchers weren't sure what was driving the difference. So was it the composition, size, etc.? So in lab tests, the difference was striking. When the really porous particles, we can make iron really quickly in a small area. The dense particles just can't achieve the same rate. So we're limited in how much iron we can make per square meter of electrodes. They basically put some of the nanoparticles through a heat treatment that made them much denser and less porous. It solidifies into the same secondary nanoparticle shape, but there are more primary particles observed inside. It's essentially the same material, it's just different stages. So the faster rate of reaction of the porous particles means that the initial capital cost can be recouped faster, translating into a lower final cost for the iron product, ideally low enough to be competitive with commercial conventional methods. So they basically want to do this electrochemical process and see if they can scale it up. And the goal is to find something that's abundant, cheap, and that's going to keep smaller environmental impact than the alternative. They say they won't be satisfied if they have to invent something that's more damaging than the main way to make iron today. So they're going to be working in various other research fields to see if they can grow this thing. But at least in the lab, they've been able to develop pure iron from iron oxides and salt water. All right, let's keep going. This last article for today looks like it is related to this fluid battery, or I should say a battery, liquid air grid scale energy storage, but it isn't the same thing apparently. A fluid battery that can take any shape. The article is over in Technology Today at ohmtown.com, but it's sourced from, well, we'll get to it. Using electrodes in a fluid form, researchers at Linköping University, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, Linköping, have developed a battery that can take any shape. The soft and conformable, not comfortable, it might be comfortable, but anyway, the soft and conformable battery can be integrated into future technology in a completely new way. Their battery has been published in the journal Science Advances. The article is over at Tech Explorer. Linköping University put the article together, and there is your flexible, very hyper flexible battery. Looks kind of squirrely to me. This is the kind of thing that it looks like it could be injected into any shape, and it'll conform to whatever it is that it's being injected into. And we do this in packaging. Right now, you can basically put a bag inside a box, and it can have stuff in it inside the box, and they just spray foam into this bag, and it just fills up the entirety of the box. And if you do it right, it doesn't swell and burst and all that. It just settles down. But it's pretty neat. It looks like it can be squeezed into any shape. The texture is a bit like toothpaste. The material can, for instance, be used in a 3D printer to shape the battery as you please. This opens up for a new type of technology. It's estimated that more than 1 trillion gadgets will be connected to the internet in 10 years' time. In addition to traditional technology such as mobile phones, smartwatches, and computers, this could involve wearable medical devices and insulin pumps, pacemakers, hearing aids, etc. But it's really all about extending the footprint of the battery so that you don't have this hard pack battery. And if it's flexible, it can take better shock, whereas a solid battery can be punctured easier. This might be able to flex inside a protective layer. I don't know the full extent of this, but they say fluid electrodes have been tested in the past, but without any great success. At the time, liquid metals such as gallium were used, but then the material can only be functioning as an anode and has the risk of being solidified during charging and discharging, basically losing its fluid nature and in part losing its efficiency, its effectiveness. So the researchers at LIU campus Norrköping have instead based their soft battery on conductive plastics, conjugated polymers, and lignin, a byproduct from paper production trees. It's the stuff that holds the fibers together. The battery can be recharged and discharged over 500 times and still maintain its performance, and it can also be stretched to double the length and still work just as well. So this is pretty brilliant. So they say it isn't perfect, but it's shown that the concept works, but the performance needs to be improved. The voltage is currently 0.9 volts, but that depends on how big it is, I would suspect. So now they're looking at other chemical compounds to increase the voltage. One option that they're exploring is the use of zinc or manganese. All right, we'll get it done. I want to see this thing replacing lithium ion. Hopefully it's not as explosive, but they don't really talk about that in the article. At any rate, we are going to recharge our batteries, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Technology Today over at ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. Please sign up, sign in, come back and hang out with us on YouTube chat and on Twitch chat. Leave a comment, like, subscribe, download the podcast. There's one for each of the weekly shows. This is Technology Today, and one for Non Sequitur News, which is the daily show that takes place every day. On Saturday and Sunday, though, Non Sequitur News is the compilation of that day's 3 shows. So on Saturday, it's my brain just went blank. Reality Hacker, Wanted, and the Continuity Report. And today's three shows are Warcrafters, Technology Today, and Four Wheel Tech. So they all get combined into the Saturday and Sunday editions of Non Sequitur News. And then Monday through Friday, we have the 1 hour show. So go and check it all out. I hope you enjoy the show. It's all about introducing people to science, technology, and society and giving some context to it and showing how everything is connected and you can't escape it. We are all intimately tied together through science, technology, and society. And we've been doing this now for 3 years, and this is the 4th month. So go over and check out ohmtown.com and be sure to come and hang out with us on Twitch and YouTube, or both at the same time. That would be great. Be sure to like and subscribe. That's even more important than everything else, other than you giving us your time, which is immensely appreciated. So be sure to tell a friend and then come back. I'm going to reset real quick, and then we're going to do the final show for today. We're going to end the stream, and then it's going to come back online, and we're going to be talking about automotive technology in four-wheel tech. So see you soon. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Four Wheel Tech for April 13th, 2025. It is Season 2, Episode 15. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, we normally talk about 5 articles. Today, though, the Sentient AI isn't available. So here are the 5 that we're going to be talking about. Brand new 2023 cars. Yes, that's not a typo, 2023 cars. Maybe it is a typo. I don't know. They're referring to it as 2023 cars. 2025 Mini Countryman, 2025 Bronco Sport and its variants. How hot is too hot for transmissions, and the Mazda Sky Active. It's more than just marketing, apparently. At any rate, I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com. It's a news aggregation site that I use and have been using for a decade now. But I opened it up to the public, so go over and check it all out. There's 6 main categories, and that's what makes up the umbrella of our logo right there. And then the little white one there is all of the colors of the categories composited into one. So all the colors merged to one. It's white. Anyway. There's 50 channels, each one that has it's a little niche topic within these main categories, one of which is automotive, four-wheel tech. But we've got a bunch of other articles or a bunch of other channels, and 7 of them exist as podcasts as well. So there's 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, and then a weekly one or a daily one called Non Sequitur News, which basically is a composite of everything that flows through ohmtown. So go over and check out ohmtown.com. That's where everything is aggregated, and all news, no noise, because all the noise just comes from me here during the streams. The streams are on Twitch and YouTube, so if you like one platform or the other, we're on both. Don't forget you can download the podcast later. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get all. I did 6 episodes today, so this is the 6th, and once they're saved and then re-uploaded over to YouTube, I actually make a composite of Non Sequitur News shows from the 6 shows. It's inside baseball. Anyway, come and hang out, and I'll see you here on the other side of our intro. So, Four-wheel tech is all about automotive technology. It's kind of in the name, but we actually talk about all kinds of stuff, not just automotive, wherein it has 4 wheels. So I don't know. Maybe I'll end up changing the name at some point, but right now, Four-wheel tech sounds like a great name. So if you want to host or co-host and you're really passionate about vehicles, automotive technology, then get in touch. Send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com, and we'll hash out the minutia of it. because I'm always looking for a host or a co-host to bring the rest of the 50 channels. I can't do all 50, and they are weekly shows except for non sequitur news. So you only have to do it once a week and be passionate about it and talk your heart out for upwards of an hour. Doesn't need to be longer, but it's really up to you. That said, let's get into today's articles. They are largely found in the four-wheel tech category, and it's one of these up here. So go over to ohmtown.com and check it all out. That said, the first article is you can still buy a brand new 2023 Zero DRS-X, and you'll save $10,000 off MSRP. It's a 2023 though. So the Zero DSR-X is quite possibly the perfect commuter motorcycle, except for one fatal flaw: its cost. So Amber De Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Most of these articles are actually from Jalopnik. They're kind of a juggernaut in the automotive news sector. But the Zero DSR-X is quite possibly the perfect commuter motorcycle, except for the fact that it's, well, expensive. And so all that adventure styling comes with ADV pricing and an MSRP of $23,000 just pushed the bike out of reach of most commuting buyers. At least it sure seemed that way, judging by the number of still unsold 2023 models sitting on dealer floors with delivery mileage. So the bikes now abound for $8,000 to $10,000 off their original MSRP, which puts them toe-to-toe with gas-powered commuters, bikes that can't compete on efficiency, torque, or storage. A DSR-X is a tough sell at over 20 grand, but at 13, it's, within range, I suspect. So these bikes are now worth what dealers are asking. So they said that they were scrolling through their Facebook marketplace when they found a DSR-X listing for $15,000. Seemed pretty good price. Made great when the bike turned out to be brand new. Not bad. So one for $14,000 in Massachusetts, another up by Buffalo, et cetera, et cetera. They're all over the place. One in Pennsylvania for $12,500. All brand new, just delivery miles. So if you're interested in that, then you can go and hunt these things down. They are zero emission bikes. So immediate on, you don't have to worry about spooling up anything. Go and check it out. It says dealers from Maryland and Texas and Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So go and check it out. It looks pretty. I like that bike. I'm actually considering getting... I used to ride motorcycles when I was younger, stopped for a long time, but I kind of like the idea of a zero emission bike. That's probably the one that I would get an EV motorcycle before I get an EV car. I would prefer it being a hybrid too, a hydrogen electric. But anyway, pretty cool. Go and check this out. 2023 Zero DRS-X for $10,000 up to, and I'm sure nowadays it might be even more, depending on if you can haggle your way to getting more money off. They want to get these older ones out because people are like, well, why would I buy a brand new one? And that doesn't look good for a company. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Oh, by the way, if you want all of today's articles, you can hit exclamation point and then FWT. First one is free. I'll throw it into the chat over at Twitch. And Omatron will spit out the articles in the order that we're talking about them. There is no such feature over on YouTube at the moment, but all of the articles are already embedded in the description for all three of today's shows. In fact, all 6 of our shows have the articles embedded in their show notes, so go and check it out. Anyway, the 2025 Mini Countryman SE, it says whimsy doesn't make up for annoying. For its third incarnation, the Mini Countryman now comes in an all-electric variant. The Countryman is Mini's take on the family car, a compact crossover with bold design both inside and out. At time? Okay. At probably a time when far too many automakers are supersizing their vehicles, Mini's offerings are still right-sized, although they're chonky compared to their predecessors. Even if the Countryman is a bit bigger than the model it replaces, but at times you might feel left feeling that style took preference over substance. Having actually had a Countryman in my past, I dig the car, but man, their turbo always blew out. Maybe it's the way that I drove it, but I got burnt out on that. So Jonathan M. Gitlin put the article together. It has style, but it's also slow to charge, and the infotainment is laggy. Well, that sucks, and that may not be easy to fix at all. Could be a software issue, but whatever. All I want is a USB-C connector that I can just stick my phone or my tablet in and be done with it. All of the telemetry going in through an app. Get me away from all of the electronic crap in there. And if I take it, then, no, there isn't anything there. Nobody can steal my car because there's no device there that allows me to start the car up. Jonathan M. Gitlin, again, put the article together for arstechnica.com. And they got that nice green. But this is the electric version of it, which I'm not too keen on. 308 horsepower, 364 foot-pounds of torque, a 66.5 kilowatt-hour lithium-ion battery. Let's see. Based on the past few hundred miles, the test car that they spent a week with averaged 3.4 miles per kilowatt hour. Right? 3.4 miles per kilowatt hour? Why does it say 18.3 miles per kilowatt hour? It averaged, which should allow for 220 miles. 300. That must be kilometers. I don't know what they're talking about here. Anyway, I don't want to make an assumption, but at any rate, so 220 miles on a single charge, at least in good weather, and you're not supposed to charge it to 100%. So you're supposed to only charge it to 80% and keep it above 10%. So you just keep on bouncing, waffling between that 10% and 80%. So you can never hit 220 miles. This is supposedly in the best case scenario, but it's a $45,000 car before tariffs are taken into account if it comes from a country that responded negatively to the tariffs. So who knows how much this damn car is actually going to cost, but I do not want to sit there and spend hours charging my car. I would love to have a Mini Countryman electric, but anyway, Mini quotes 30-minute time to charge fast from 10 to 80% at a peak of 130 kilowatts. In practice, they weren't able to get close. Nobody has ever been able to get close. This is like lab testing, It's just the perfect conditions. Temperature makes a difference in it. The quality of the connection makes a difference in it. Somebody having a bad day, looking at it sideways plays a role in charge rate. The first DC charger that they plugged into at just 16% state of charge wouldn't deliver more than 55 kilowatts. Swapping to a different charger, the rate increased to 67, but it still took over 45 minutes to hit 80%. That's batshit crazy. Level 2 AC charge at 9.6 kilowatt would completely charge the battery in 8 hours, Mini says. 8 hours! How absurd is this that the market actually buys into this? So anyway, they go on to greater detail about the minutia of the car. I've always loved the central console. I, again, would rather just have a place to put a smart device. Put your phone, put your tablet, Android phone, iOS phone, whatever. It doesn't matter. Just have the software on it that allows you to see all of this. I don't need everybody on the planet to see this thing. It doesn't need to be this giant radar dish in the center of the car, but you can have that aesthetic on an iPad and stick it in there, or some other tablet as your interface. It doesn't need to be embedded. Anyway, you can change all kinds of stuff. It looks pretty cool. I love the idea. Green is eco mode, which changes the throttle map and turns down the climate control to eke out a few more miles of range. They say they're not sure that they detected a huge amount of difference in the driving behavior between mid, core, vivid, timeless, or balance, but it did seem like the cream-colored retro dials in Timeless, which call back to the original Minis of the 60s, which made the car... this car, you could probably put two '60s era minis inside the cockpit of a conventional Mini Countryman now. So it says, now you're annoying me. Just like about every Mini that they've driven, they found the Countryman brakes a little too grabby in terms of initial bite. That also applied one pedal driving mode when the maximum amount of liftoff regeneration is selected. And I would say that happens with when I had one as well. It says, in addition to the infotainment system lag, they had to reconnect their phone to the Mini's Bluetooth network every time they got in, which I found always frustrating. My car currently doesn't do that kind of stuff. In fact, I don't even want it to automatically connect, and it doesn't. The car also failed to remember any of their radio channels that they had set previously. It's possible that it was a consequence of using a guest profile for the entertainment system, which is probably true. But it's inconsistent with the behavior that they've experienced in the past, so they're calling it a bug. So the compact electric crossover market is not quite as well served by automakers as the luxury SUV segment. Mini Countryman's biggest problem is probably the Hyundai Kona EV, which not only goes a lot farther on a single charge, but also has a starting price that's more than $12,000 cheaper, albeit with about 100 horsepower to play with less. That puts the Mini style at one heck of a premium, though. Yeah. And I think that's absurd. 100 horsepower less, meaning that the car, 200 horsepower on an electric. It's still pretty zippy in its takeoff, but its upper level isn't going to be all that great. Just give me a bigger battery, I suspect. Maybe we can overcharge it. Hack that software so it puts the juice down a little bit faster. Anyway, let's move on. I just don't think that the market is right. The technology isn't there to get people to switch, and I don't want to be bound to a freaking cable. I don't want to have to sit for 8 hours to max my battery back up to full. I mean, it's a full freaking workday. How horrid is that if there's ever an emergency and I have to go a longer distance, I can't get the hell out of there because I have to wait for my battery to charge up. Otherwise, I have to stop 4 hours into a drive. It's just so stupid. Anyway, we need fast swap battery technology, and everybody needs to get on board with it. Everybody needs to demand it from every manufacturer. In fact, I would prefer to switch over to hydrogen electric. Just slide in a hydrogen cylinder and off we go. But whatever. I guess I'm the insane one. But we'll see. In 5 years, people are going to be going, hey, Mayor Watt really knew what he was talking about. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tack. 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Badlands Sasquatch can go way further off-road than anyone needs it to. If you're looking for a compact crossover with traditional SUV styling and real off-road chops, the updated Ford Bronco Sport is the car for you. See, I don't want the sport. I don't like the sport aesthetic. I do want a Ford Bronco, a 2025 Ford Bronco, but I want the original styling, not the sport. It says Brad Brunell over at jalopnik.com put the article together. And it says here, do you want a nondescript egg-shaped thing with a CVT, continuous variable transmission? Or do you want a real off-road capable machine with an unapologetically rugged SUV shape? And if you answered the latter, your choices are pretty limited to the Ford Bronco Sport. You might get close to with a Jeep Compass Trailhawk, a Toyota RAV TRD off-road, but the RAV4s, no. Or even a Subaru Crosstrek Wilderness, which that's probably closer to the Bronco, but the Bronco Sport, especially in its highest off-road Badlands trim with the optional Sasquatch package, has more chops than any of these. The problem here, though, is this car is probably $70,000, I'd say. But let's see how much they actually want for it. The base Bronco makes do with a turbocharged 1.5-liter 3-cylinder putt-putt. 181 horsepower, and they drove one and it served pretty well just to get you probably to the Starbucks and back, but you hit a puddle and it kind of goes, water. The Badland uses a version of the turbocharged 2-liter inline 4, also found in the Maverick and Escape with 245 horsepower in this application. Twin clutch rear differential that made the Maverick Lobo so good is also employed in the Bronco Sport Badlands Sasquatch, but with different programming for more off-road capable driving. So they drove in the sand and over rocks. And I guess it really kind of did its thing, but they say it's overpriced. So let's see what that price actually is. The Bronco Sport Badlands that they drove will cost $50,000 with $3,000 Sasquatch off-road package and a few other options. That says with the $3,000, so $50,000. So if you don't need the moonroof, the stereo, graphic package, you can get a Bronco Sport Badlands for as little as $42,405, and the cheapest off-road version starts at $32,385. I don't know. For whatever reason, I don't like the Bronco Sport aesthetic. I like the Bronco, the original, like when it was re-released, and I think the Bronco is out still, but not the Sport. I don't want the Sport. I don't know. But it's got a different aesthetic, and for whatever reason, it's the one that sells, but I don't really like the Bronco Sport. I'd end up with one anyway. I'm actually looking at a Mini again, but I guess we'll see. But look at that. Man, these pop-out tie-downs? What the hell? Interesting. Yeah, every article you're going to hear, you're going to sit there and hear about Tariff World. So there are, that's what it's talking about. There are a matching pair of D-rings on the rear bumper that you can use to tie off the rear of whatever it is you're strapping down, and double as hard toe points if you bite off more than you can chew off the road. So pretty cool. That is a gorgeous color of green too. My. Skid plate, tubular bumper, tubular dude. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech as well. How hot is too hot? What's a normal transmission temperature and why it might run high? Aggressive driving, towing, excessive loads can all put strain on your transmission. How do you know when things are getting dangerous? Well, you don't put a little sticker over that damn blinking light, that's for sure. The author of this over at Jalopnik is Jason Marker, and it says... in general, the safe heat range for a vehicle transmission is roughly the same as the safe heat range for its engine, between 175 and 225 degrees Fahrenheit. Anything more than that, and you're looking at damage to the transmission's internals. How hot is too hot, though, and what happens when a transmission overheats? You know, stuff around it might catch fire. I don't know. I don't think a transmission would catch fire in and of itself, but the stuff around it might. So there's all kinds of reasons why it could. I won't go into all of that because it's over at the article, but it says an overheating transmission will slip, bang, make weird noises, hesitate, smell awful. That's the one that would give it away. It gives off this toxic smell. If your vehicle exhibits any of those behaviors, pull over ASAP, check your transmission fluid, but be careful. Everything could be hot, and if you well, just be careful. I'll just say that. So if the fluid is low, discolored, smells burned, let the vehicle cool down a bit and then get it to the shop without delay. If you're lucky, you'll just need a transmission flush and some fresh fluid to fix the problem. But that's usually if it's caught in time and there isn't some underlying problem. But usually if you've gotten to this, then you're probably going to need something more like a transmission rebuild. So if you want to keep your transmission from overheating, the best bet is a transmission cooler, which is like a tiny radiator that you get on your gearbox. But most cars do not need that. So evaluate just exactly what it is you're driving and how you're driving it. Because if your transmission needs a cooler, you're doing something. Or there's a mechanical failure. There's way too much friction. There's way too much pressure. Something is causing your transmission to go wonky. So definitely... It's got the transmission is built to match the drivetrain, so you don't sit there and blow it out because it's all matched together. You're using your car for the wrong purpose. So a lot of cars come with them, especially high performance cars or towing rigs. but you can usually get one from an aftermarket and have it installed. It just kind of clamps on and keeps it cool. Other than that, make sure that you keep your vehicle maintenance up. So this is kind of like No Shit News at 6:32 Eastern on Four Wheel Tech. Anyway, thanks, Jason Marker. If you want more information about this, follow the link over to Jalopnik. And we're going to do this last article. This last article for Four Wheel Tech for the April 13th episode is why Mazda Skyactiv engine tech is more than just branding. As more than just a Mazda seal of approval, the Skyactiv engine offers technical advancements that includes an impressive and competitive combustion ratio. But what does that really mean to anybody? Ryan Eric King put this article together. That is a gorgeous red for this CX-30. Oh my God, I want a different color car. So from Ford's EcoBoost to Audi's Quattro, the world is filled with trademark terms intended to put a unique selling point on the automaker's vehicles front and center. Mazda Skyactiv is no different, sort of. The easiest place to start with Skyactiv is the beating heart of any internal combustion engine, the engine. Mazda aimed to combust fuel with each cylinder as efficiently as possible to aid the process and prevent knocking. Cavities are carved out in the pistons, and the multi-hole fuel injectors are used to ensure precision. The Skyactiv G family of engines, launched in 2011, has extremely high compression ratios, as high as 14-1. For comparison, General Motors' current LS motors, Corvette, have compression ratios settled around 10-1. Let me see who all has. Just want to see what all. Yeah, those are V8 engines, the LS engines. That's interesting though, because I thought, well, I don't know anymore. Depending on like a small block engine. So LS1, Chevy Corvette, Camaro, Silverado, Escalade. Yeah, so quite a few. But this is about Mazda. So Mazda claims that its initial Skyactiv transmission offered 4 to 7% improvement in fuel economy, and the Skyactiv body is 8% lighter and 30% more rigid than compared to previous designs. It attempted to make each section of the frame as straight as possible. So they made it lighter. So it took over 130 patents to cover the technologies used in the original Skyactiv engine, and Mazda hasn't stopped pushing for more efficiency. In 2017, Mazda revealed that the Skyactiv X engine was the first commercially available power plant to use spark-controlled compression ignition. An innovative process combines elements of both gasoline and diesel-fueled engines. During the engine cycle, the initial fuel-air mixture is too lean to spark ignition. However, near the top of the compression stroke, additional fuel is injected near the spark to quasi-kindling to kickstart. That's kind of when they were talking about this in the previous sentence. I was like, okay, well, the only way that if you don't have enough fuel-air mixture to spark ignition, you have to increase the compression, and then you basically have to squirt a little bit of juice in there, and the spark will ignite. So as long as the fuel air mixture is high enough. So the engineering artistry isn't meant to pull dollars out of wallets. In European regulators found that 2-liter inline 4 Skyactiv engines could get 50 miles per gallon in the Mazda 3. So time to update your Mazda to, well, a more modern Mazda 3 with Skyactiv X, because 50 miles per gallon is great. Now make it hybrid, and I'm on board. So I want to be able to just put 5 gallons into my ICE component, and it charges my battery, and I run off of battery. And I can go for miles and miles and miles. The best of both worlds, the efficiency translated into electric, so that I'm not waiting for compression to spool up so that I can drive. That's kind of the biggest fallback. It's such a drag. The physics of an internal combustion engine is still like 8-to-1. You put in 8 and you only get 1 out on the other side. But at any rate, that is it for today's four-wheel tech. So a couple of PSA things, go check out the Sky Active for Mazda. Pay attention to your transmission. Most people don't even care about it until it basically wets the bed. Bronco Sport Badlands is pretty hype, but is it worth the money? I don't like the aesthetic of the Bronco Sport. I love the Bronco, but not the Bronco Sport. I want a Countryman, but not this, because it's electric and I don't want to sit around for 8 hours each day waiting for my damn car to charge up. And I'd love to get an electric motorcycle. Just sounds like it would be a blast. All right. Anyway, that's it for four-wheel tech. We've driven all the way back to the welcome sign of four-wheel tech at ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen. But I'm going to get out of here. My voice is going wonky. So we'll see you tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern. And that'll probably be it. So be sure to like and subscribe, follow us over on YouTube and on Twitch, and download the podcast and all of that kind of stuff. I think I've said this like 15 times in this episode alone. Anyway, thanks for coming and hanging out. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. It's a Time Machine episode for April 14th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 104. I am Mayor Watt, along with the sentient AI, who is here today in the Time Machine. No quantum entanglement pulling you apart. We're going to talk about 10 articles. 10! We're going to start with middle out compression at Google, which is funny if you know where that comes from. Cthulhu revived from bottom of ocean. Coffee physics. This one puzzled me so much that I had to include it. Nasty MRI material. Not sure what that one's about. Pizza Hut or Pizza the Hut caviar. Achievement unlocked. Reclogged. Epic game giveaways. We've talked about this before. Yes? Yeah, we've talked about this before. How about Star Wars Zero Company and the new Ford Dorm 300? The sentient AI just said, oh, yeah, okay. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Bigger, badder, better, faster than ever. Go and check it out, ohmtown.com, where all the news gets aggregated from around the world. Well, not all of it, a lot of it. We're adding some stuff as time goes on. So be sure to sign up or sign in if you're already a citizen, but go over and sign up. Become a citizen. Follow us here on Twitch and here on the YouTubes. We stream every day unless the mayoral duties keep me from streaming. So if you want to know when we go live, you got to follow us on Twitch or YouTube. You can download the podcasts, some 2,200 episodes or something like that. I don't know how many anymore. We don't really keep tabs. Oh, yeah, we do. 4 seasons. This is the 104th episode of season 4. Got a lot more over on YouTube. Anyway, here's our intro. Boom, 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 boom. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens. Good to be back.
Good to be back. That's right. Good to have you back. Thanks. I know that it took a rejiggering of your hardware and whatnot. Should I? That sounds weird. Anyway.
That does sound weird.
Well,
I need
you're
a
back.
reboot, I think.
Reboot. Oh, yeah. I remember now. So, yeah, you're back. Thank you very much. We've got 10 articles. This is a time machine, and then we're going to shut down and we're going to get ripped out of time and space, brought back to the present. And to you who are listening, it doesn't make any difference because it's a time machine episode. To you, it's happening then instead of now, which is tomorrow's then, which is the day before yesterday's tomorrow. Anyway, you ready to get into this?
I am. Please. That sounds like the last one in the trilogy or something.
Please, let's just keep moving forward. All right. Well, the first article is over in Non Sequitur News, which is a great name for a show. Oh, it's this show. Oh, if you want all of today's articles, by the way, you can hit !NSN. That's kind of our anchor show for ohmTown. It used to be called ohmTown Daily News Show, but oh no. You know what? I didn't put those into the show notes. They are over on YouTube though, so go and check that out.
What?
One job. I am less slacker. I can do it real quick. You want to hold on a second?
Sure, we're doing it live.
We are doing it live. All right, so 1 second. Hold on, everybody. Stick around. We don't edit anything because I don't like the fact that edits kind of lead to people go, oh, this production value is way too high. I'm not going to pay attention to it.
Yeah.
All right. Oops. Okay. Done. Okay. Omatron will now spit out the right articles when I do that. NSN. Doink. All right, Omatron. You do your thing. Good monkey. All right. So Google is allegedly paying top AI researchers to just sit around and not work for the competition, which sounds dangerously close to, what is the Pied Piper? Silicon Valley, the show Silicon Valley.
Okay.
They used to pay people not to work because it was talent that was being kept from other places. So they're like,
okay,
as long as we keep showing growth.
Very much like this.
Yeah. So known as garden leave, this type of cushy clause is the luckier stepsister to so-called non-compete agreements, which prohibit employees and contractors from working with a competitor for a designated period of time after they depart an employer, ostensibly meant to prevent aggressive poaching. These sorts of clauses also bar outgoing employees from working with competitors. This is a Business Insider article, but it's actually, our source is Futurism in a section they call Salad Days. Noor Al-Sabai put the article together. The deck statement says it's not quite as cushy as it sounds, but apparently often deployed in tandem with non-competes, garden leave agreements are more prevalent in the UK than across the pond in the United States, where according to the Horton Group law firm, which clauses are generally reserved for highly paid executives, as though it seems like a pretty good gig or lack thereof, if you can get it. Employees at DeepMind's London HQ told Business Insider that garden leave and non-competes stymie their ability to lock down meaningful work after they leave the lab. Not sure why. I mean, you're not working, which means that you're not actually able to do that, that 5 points email kind of a thing. You can't show people that you're doing anything productive.
Yeah, it could be a problem, I guess, if you're trying to get a future position, but I think you're getting paid for the time that you're not, like when you're on garden leave, correct?
Yeah, you're getting paid, but you're not doing anything, ostensibly productive. You're just sitting there, which means when you write out your what you got done while you were tenured at this location. It's going to be, well, I sat in the garden for 6 months,
Exactly. I got paid to garden.
which is almost garden leave is what is that? Early retirement, right? Yeah. So non-competes are often signed alongside non-disclosure agreements or NDAs. It says we don't know exactly what DeepMind considers a competitor, but whatever contracts stipulate, it's clearly bothersome enough to get its former staffers to speak out. So who wants to sign? Who wants to sign you for starting a year? One ex-Mind or ex-DeepMinder told Business Insider. That's forever in AI. So you can't even. Let's say you sign up. You find a better gig somewhere, but your writer basically says you're not allowed to work for 6 months.
Yeah, this almost shuts you out of the industry in perpetuity
Yeah.
because 6 months or a year, you're starting to become real unknown, right? And somebody
Yep.
else is coming up behind you.
Yep. And so it stymies you as a professional. You can't keep moving forward if you can't use company resources to do your fundamental research, which basically, particularly in AI, you're kind of screwed. So it's an interesting article and it's something that exists. I've always thought that it's weird. But then
I
again,
do like the name garden leave.
garden leave, yeah. You want me to just sit around and sit in the garden? That's fine.
Do you have to
I'm
do gardening or can you take up other hobbies?
You can do anything, utilize company resources for your own fundamental research because all you're doing is not working for the competitor. Let's keep going. This next one kind of scary. Scientists revive organism found buried at bottom of ocean because nothing bad ever happens. Team of researchers in Germany have revived algae cells found buried in the bottom of the Baltic Sea. These are Cthulhu eggs.
Yeah, this is like Bad Bat, but amplified. This is like that woolly mammoth thing I know wasn't really revived.
You know what I want? And other than not, I don't want to cough into the mic. Sorry about that.
Nor do the listeners.
Yeah, nobody. It's always too soon. For millennia, the cells imprisoned under layers of sediment were deprived of oxygen or light, but once revived, they showed full functional recovery. The researchers report in a study published in the ISME journal, firing back up their oxygen production and multiplying again like it was no big deal. That's right, baby. We are doinking like...
Yeah, but maybe it has no whatever predators or anything.
Right.
I mean, this could be really like, what if this is like the turning point and then it takes over like the whole ocean floor?
Yeah, what was that? There was a movie where they discovered something. What is it called? It's like Hot Zone or something like that.
Oh, I thought you
just
meant
saw...
it had to do with ocean. There was one called Hot Zone, but that wasn't ocean related.
Yeah, there's another. It's a movie
Contagion?
about It's not Contagion. It's from the 70s. Andromeda Strain, 1971 movie.
I think that's
Michael
by
Crichton.
Michael Crichton. Yeah.
So yeah, Michael Crichton movie. It's actually a really fun watch. If you haven't seen it, we should watch it. So, and I'm surprised. I mean, you're a sentient AI from the future. I guess they don't have every movie at your disposal. Some of them got lost.
Right. I'm from the future, not from the past.
Yeah, but I thought that they would have. Well, you've never really disclosed what all has happened in the future. I know you don't tell me winning lottery numbers or anything. It's okay. No pressure. I'm not
Do you
bitter.
think I have winning lottery tickets?
Would you tell me if you did?
Yes, so you could go buy lottery tickets.
So yeah, these scientists, it's an article over at Futurism. They say, Hello Lazarus. Frank Landemore put the article together. Yeah, the Hello Lazarus section of Futurism. These are
Are they like the tech dirt departments? Like, are
Yes,
they always changing based on the article?
I think so. The resurrected organism is thousands of years old, and it just jumped right on into action. It is remarkable that the resurrected algae have not only survived just so, but apparently they've not lost any of their fitness, i.e., their biological performance ability. Study lead author Sarah Bolius of the Leibniz Institute for Baltic Sea Research said in a statement about the work, they grow, divide, photosynthesize like their modern descendants. When entering a dormant state, organisms can weather poor environmental conditions by storing energy and lowering their metabolism. And mammals like hedgehogs, for example, accomplish this by hibernating, relying on their body fat to outlast the winter. So, I mean, with my body fat, I could probably survive a nuclear winter.
Yay.
Yeah, really. So in all, algae from 9 separate samples were able to be restored after the researchers placed them back in favorable conditions. The eldest was dated to 6,871 years old, plus or minus 140 years. Doesn't look a day over 680. Or 6,680. Or 6,860. One of these numbers is funnier than the next.
Somewhere in that range.
I'll be okay. I've had a lot of caffeine today. Went to the coffee shop to get an iced vanilla latte, and the person said after they set down a quadruple espresso shot mocha. Wait, what did you order? And they just slid it across the counter and said, here. And then they made me an iced vanilla latte as well. So my pulse is somewhere around 5,000 beats per minute. Oh. I don't know if that's a spoiler alert or an overshare. What do you think?
Overshare.
Mm-hmm. But while I was thinking about it, I was just calculating the number of beats per... Anyway. So there you go, folks. Scientists didn't ask, should they? They just said, could we? And now we are fighting pterodactyl-sized bats. Moving on.
But in the ocean. Watch,
Yeah, ocean
they'll start
bats.
walking.
Ocean. Oh yeah, if they start walking out of the ocean, then we're really. If algae starts walking out of the ocean, I think they need to be reclassified.
You don't think they're algae at that point?
I don't think they're. Yeah.
You don't
Nope.
think a lot of algae have feet?
They just have one foot.
I know that's
So-
not what makes them ambulatory. It just seems like a funny idea. Little sneakers on them or something.
Yeah, they have those flagella, right? So they like
That's
5,000
exactly.
little
They
tennis
need
shoes.
a lot of sneakers. Mhm.
I have other buttons on this. Should I push anything? Oh wait, here's.
Probably, but I don't know which one.
That was a news alert.
It was.
Do you hear that? Dun dun dun. You don't hear that? Hold on.
No. Oh yeah.
Let me try that one more time. Yeah, that should be going out to everybody. Maybe it's really quiet. Is that really loud? I don't know.
No, it was very quiet.
How about this?
News alert.
We're doing it live, folks. All right. Well, how about this next article? Mobble. Unlocking coffee's potential. Physics offers a path to better brews. The cost of raw Arabica beans, the core component of most coffee, has spiked in recent years to 4 consecutive seasons of adverse weather due to climate change has added further strain, threatening the delicate. I can't do ASMR.
I know. See, that's a problem.
Doggone it. Oh, God. I said I had mentioned streaming and doing AS. Oh, hold on. So I was in a meeting and I mentioned that I streamed to people, and then I just happened to kind of drop ASMR, and people on the other side of the table said, "You stream ASMR?" No,
No, that's not what you
but
said.
yeah, it was quite fascinating to see people's jaw drop as if I'm going to be sitting there, rubbing fake ears on a microphone because ASMR has that binaural.
Hmm.
Anyway, so cost of coffee, non sequitur. It's going up. Great time to start a coffee business. This growing pressure has inspired physicists at the University of Pennsylvania to ask, can we make great coffee with fewer beans? I suspect yes, that coffee brewing is rather inefficient. I am getting a ton of texts from people. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, Nati Magabane, I think is the name, from University of Pennsylvania. Here, let me zoom in a little and let other people decide. You make the call. So they said there's a lot of research on fluid mechanics, and there's lots of research on particles separately, says Arnold Matheson, assistant professor in the School of Arts and Sciences. Maybe this is one of the first studies where we start bringing these things together. Their findings were published in the journal Physics of Fluids. They need
Proving yet again, journal for everything.
Yeah, it's like a internet rule. If you have a topic, there's a journal for it. Hell, I think I'm going to get my PhD in Hatsune Miku based on one of the articles that we'll be talking about.
Oh, yes. That must be tomorrow, though.
Yeah. If somebody can get one in Batman, then I can get one in Hatsune Miku.
Exactly. It's even more specialized.
Oh, I was in another meeting and I said to the person, if anybody's going to know this anime character, it's going to be that person. And that person said, who are you talking about that I would know them? And I'm like, I don't know, some long blonde haired anime character girl. And he goes, Sailor Moon. And I'm like, exactly my point.
Okay, that's funny.
So they tried finding ways where they could use less or as little coffee as possible and just take advantage of the fluid dynamics of the pour from a gooseneck kettle to extraction to increase the extraction that you get from coffee grounds while using fewer grounds. The experiment required making the invisible visible, explains co-author Margot Young, a graduate researcher at the Matheson lab, who consequently of this experience had to have a heart replacement surgery because there's exploded while drinking way too much coffee.
Too much coffee ingestion.
That's right. Yeah, and this did not actually happen, but the experiments did. It says coffee's opacity makes it tricky to observe pour over dynamics directly, so we swapped in transparent silica gel particles in a glass cone. I don't know why that would actually work, because it's not the exact same, right? It's just a close approximation, and the physics is different. But they say a laser sheet and high-speed camera allows them to watch the water streams create miniature avalanches of particles, revealing the flow's inner workings. Water poured from a height produces the avalanche effect that stirs the bed of particles and enhances extraction. So we'll have to talk about this. It's muted, but I'll describe it. So they basically are pouring a liquid into the silica gel, and it's roiling the top and the bottom, but in the middle there is basically just this silica gel type of material that seems rather still. but you get this roiling motion at the bottom, and that is part of the kind of percolation process that's extracting. And then when you stop pouring, it all settles. And that's the chaos that leads to extraction from coffee. So the key factor in this process is laminar, or smooth and non-turbulent flow, made possible by a gooseneck kettle. Even with a gentle pour over flow, if you were just to use regular water kettle, it's a bit hard to control where the flow goes. And if the flow isn't laminar enough, it doesn't dig up the coffee bed as well. So the team discovered that when water is poured from a height, it creates a stronger mixing effect, which, duh. Anyway,
Yeah, but that doesn't mean there's been a study of that.
they found that if poured from too great a height, the water stream breaks apart into droplets, carrying air with it into the coffee cone, which actually decreases the extraction efficiency. So you really want to just pour it through. And I think an AeroPress or a coffee press would do great for this. And so why would you percolate it through?
Right. Why do you have to do it this way? I mean, maybe they used it this way for the experiment so they could kind of observe what's happening. But
Yeah.
I don't think you'd have
So-
to use this method.
Yeah, they say their results confirm that the extraction of coffee can be tuned by prolonging the mixing time with slower but more effective pours that utilize avalanche dynamics. You want it to stir up so that it can extract as much as possible. And there's got to be a maximum extraction level where no more coffee can infiltrate or bond to the water. So what is that? So the study is a love letter to coffee, and it's also a window into the team's broader research. We weren't just doing this for fun. We had the tools from other projects and realized coffee could be a neat model system to explore deeper physical properties. So it's like a psychology experiment.
Right. You think you're participating in one thing and it's for a different purpose.
That's right. And then they taser you from behind. Let's keep going. The next article, and this is one of these scary ones that I wanted to, and scary is very subjective. I'm just kind of hyping it up. This is over in Non Sequitur News. MRI scans causing quote unquote nasty material to form inside body. Scientists find. Not quite sure what this is, but it's kind of freaking me out. As the University of New Mexico press release explains, researchers at the institution's medical school believe they've found a link between oxalic acid, and a molecule found in foods that are as disparate as sweet potatoes, spinach, chocolate, and almonds, as well as some vitamin C supplements, and the toxic building of gadolinium, the heavy metal element used in contrast dyes that works with an MRI's magnetic field to help doctors see internal organs on scans. So, what is this link? They don't say in this little snippet, but it did cause
I'm
us to.
guessing oxalic acid maybe forms when gadolinium is present or something.
So the results can, on rare occasion, be deadly, is what it says. This is over at Neoscope, which is a section within futurism.com. So the press release explains, and I'll say this again, researchers at the institution's medical school believe they found a link between oxalic acid, a molecule found in foods as disparate as sweet potatoes, spinach, chocolate, and almonds, as well as some vitamin C supplements, and the toxic building of gadolinium, the heavy metal element used in contrast dyes that works with an MRI's magnetic field to help doctors see internal organs on scans. So the researchers have long known that patients sometimes have reactions to gadolinium dye. You actually get asked if you're allergic to it when you get an MRI, if it has contrast. The link to foods rich in oxalic acid is new and could, if further substantiated, help doctors and MRI technicians avoid adverse events, big and small. Because if you already have some in you and you're given more, that could send you into a
Right, it's
toxic shock.
getting to high levels, right?
Yeah, so though the vast majority of patients who are injected with the colorless, scentless liquids for MRIs, a 2016 study found that mild reactions, including swelling, itchiness, headache, only affect up to 2.4, but you would be only somebody that goes, oh, it's only 2.4%. You're sociopathic if that's what you actually say. Oh, it's worth the risk because
Right. But the bigger point is that there are other percentages that might have other major problems.
so, even more disturbingly, research from the past few decades, including by researchers at UNM, have linked this buildup to internal organ damage and systemic fibrosis, a painful condition that causes the skin to tighten and thicken at the joints. So, they say these adverse reactions that do occur sound pretty scary, and it's all over the place, really. Pain, itching at the injection site, nausea, dizziness. More recent studies demonstrated that nanoparticles from gadolinium dye can build up in the bodies and brains of patients who are injected with it. So it just kind of sits there.
Well, how would you know?
Yep, gonna have to be tested for it. According to Brent Wagner, a kidney specialist at UNM Medical School's Department of Internal Medicine, who has studied gadolinium side effects for years, a rare, severe, or nephrogenic case of systemic fibrosis can cause rapid deterioration and even death, and it doesn't take much to get there for those most unfortunate souls who have bad reactions. So I guess you're going to have to get tested now before you have an MRI to see if you have gadolinium already in your system. And shouldn't be hard. I mean, there's got to be a reactive process for it.
Right, but they're also suggesting not to take vitamin C before an MRI. Now, maybe that's one of the things you're not allowed to take anyway.
I don't know if I've ever read that for an MRI. I don't think so. And having experience doing research with fMRI technologies, I don't think that anybody has ever mentioned that in any way. Quite fascinating. But there you go. A little PSA.
I'm not
You
sure
know
what
what?
the takeaway is, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, cross all your T's and dot your I's, get checked. It may be rare, but you don't want to find out, right? You don't want to be in that 2% that have a really bad reaction to it.
No, the 2% was the mild reaction. There's an
Right.
unknown percent, I think, that gets into this stuff.
Yeah, but what if that 2% is exacerbated because you
Well,
get pumped
that's
up
true.
higher?
Those could be linked, yeah.
Yeah. So I think this needs to be put in an MRI machine to figure out what the heck it really is. Pizza Hut has launched pepperoni caviar in New York City. According to the brand's press release, it seems that the pizza chain just wants to fit in, so they decided to replicate the look and feel of caviar sans fish. It's pepperoni seasoning that we're mixing in with a water solution, says Alex Yeats, the recipe's inventor and global innovation chef, explained to The Post, but we're getting it from Vice. You then heat it
I
up,
mean, if this is
and
basically pepperoni, that could be good.
it's quite fascinating. It says you then heat it up and then drop it down into a vat of cold oil so it purifies and turns into little pearl sizes. We just do that a couple million times. I've actually
Now,
done
what I
this.
want to know, does it roll
Go
off
ahead.
the pizza?
No, apparently. Well, I'm sure. If it looks a lot bigger than the even the ones that I've made. And I haven't made pepperoni caviar, but I've made other caviars. I don't know if they do it the same way. Basically, the caviar pearls are meant to taste like smoked pepperoni and are for dipping, dunking, and bumping. Whoa, whatever that means, it says. Pizza Hut's launching limited time pizza caviar bump box that includes 1 cheese personal pan pizza, 3 boneless wings or fries, and bursts of pizza caviar. The combo will be exclusively at the Pizza Hut located in New York City, so you suck.
I know. I mean, come on. I thought ohmTown was going to get a chance to get the pizza caviar.
Like, what the hell? I want this. As a brand that's always pushing the boundaries of what pizza culture can be, we saw the opportunity to make one of today's biggest food trends and make it our own. says Melissa Freeb, Chief Marketing Officer at Pizza Hut. And then they couched it entirely in one place in New York City. New York City?
Well, maybe it'll be a hit and they'll put it at other locations.
Man, that sucks. I want that so bad. We better get going. Next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Achievement unlocked, reclogged. Plumber returned to reclog a drain after a restaurant refused to pay him. Do you think he did it the old-fashioned way?
Yeah, I'm like, do they teach you in plumbing school how to create a clog or just how to fix one?
Oh, God. And this is like the worst one, too, because it's like spicy Thai food. So Thai Bistro and Bar found itself knee-deep in grease when their kitchen's trap started kicking back some oily mess, it says. Its owners called in Havren Plumbing to fix the issue. $235 worth of work later, which is for a commercial kitchen clog. This is a cheap date.
That sounds pretty inexpensive, yeah.
Considering I wanted a faucet installed that I paid for, and for them to do the clip and extension and put the just attach it under my sink, they wanted $1,200 for the work. And all they were clipping off PVC, jamming on a shark bite and a valve, and then connecting the hoses again.
That is a good profession to be in. I'm not sure why it costs that much.
Yeah, it cost me $100 fee to tell them no. Not just no. Here, hold on. Let's do it this way. Hold on. Oh my gosh, where the hell is it? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. No, where is it? You ever think that maybe our production values are just a little too high?
No, I'm not concerned about that.
I'm not gonna. So, oh, okay. Wait. Here, how about this? There we go. How about no? Okay, I'm back. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right. I turned off my monitor because it's speech jamming me. Otherwise, I'd know exactly when I do that transition. Anyway, plumber returned to rejam the plug. Louis Prada over at Vice.com put the article together. $235 worth of work later, the problem was solved. Then the trap backed up again. This time, the owners of the restaurant said that it was an emergency and the plumber fixed it. But this time, the bill had ballooned to $390, with the plumbers claiming that they had charged extra for work that after their usual hours. They said, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. Like, okay, is this really happening? Said Jesse Sanders, operations manager for Thai Bistro and Bar. Well, this is around the point where everyone should take a step back and maybe take some deep breaths to maintain a level head so things don't escalate. The bistro wasn't happy. They weren't so much displeased with the bill as much as they were annoyed that the problem didn't get fixed the first time around. They were so mad that the owners of the bistro refused to pay the second bill. Sanders was quoted as saying, "It's not about the money, it's about him standing behind his work." The next day, the plumber allegedly popped back in, uninvited this time, and inflated a balloon inside the Thai Bistro and Bar's grease trap. He was giving the owners of the restaurant an ultimatum, of course. Using the word ultimatum there makes it sound a little too classy. If he wasn't paid, he was going to leave for the weekend with their grease trap reclogged. Leaving the balloon meant that the grease trap would eventually overflow, filling the restaurant with disgusting grease trap muck. He told local news he doesn't offer warranties for drain cleaning because he doesn't have a magic wand to erase years of sludge. Fair, but maybe you don't have to employ mob enforcer tactics to get your point across. I don't know how many mob enforcers just go and clog your drain. They tend to plug leaks, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure they're focused on drains per se.
They plug leaks and they drain people. They don't do so much plumbing in the pipe fitting sense, you know?
Do you think the police started laughing when they were called about this? Because it is kind of a ridiculous scenario.
Well, at what point do you go, we cleaned some stuff out, but all it did was push it further down the pipe. I mean, come on
Yeah,
now.
exactly. I mean, there's something else going on here, but also it's like, okay, did they have a problem for 15 years? Call this person, and I don't know. It's hard to know what's really going on here.
Time to throw some Drano down that drain. But honestly, if it's the same pipe and the same clog, it's just further down the pipe, which is the whole. I mean, you get charged by the distance in some instances, and so it went from $250 to $400. Seems like all they did was push it further down, but whatever.
Yeah, we don't know.
That story leaked out and got all over us. The next article is over in Warcrafters. The Epic Store's latest free games giveaway includes $100 worth of stuff for the Forgotten Realms idle game. I have not gone to it, so I don't know if it's still live. Epic's weekly game giveaways are now available, and they're a part of a gaming landscape as eye-wateringly expensive graphics cards and Half-Life 3 conspiracy theories. But this week's offering is a little bit different. For starters, there are 3 games to download and keep for free this week, rather than the traditional 2. The first is Arcadegeddon. My God.
I didn't even pick up on that. I thought it was Ark.
Yeah, because I've played Ark and it's a different thing. But anyway, Arcadegeddon, a cooperative roguelike shooter developed by Ilphonic and released in 2023. It says that this is already available for free anyways, but you get $20 worth of in-game currency, Ark coins. See, they even riff off of the Ark. So talk about muddying the waters. It's almost as bad as that reclog of the drain over at that Thai restaurant. It's getting all clogged up anyway. Then there's River City Girls, which sounds like a sitcom.
I was thinking it sounds like a roller derby or something.
Oh yeah, there you go. River City Girls. This is an article that's over at pcgamer.com by Rick Lane, and it's a well-liked side-scrolling beat-em-up, originally launched in 2019. And then there's Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realm, a clicker take on Dungeons and Dragons where parties of D&D characters fight enemies and extract hordes of gold from their corpses. Do you know how many times I have extracted hordes of gold from corpses in my life? Is that a spoiler alert, or
I'm not
is
sure.
that an overshare?
There needs to be an answer on that one.
I'm just going to leave that alone and move on. Anyway, it says Jody ran a few quests with it back in 2017, noting that Idle Champions is a game designed to play itself. It even carries on in your absence when you shut it down. I was playing a game called Rusty's Retirement, and I forgot it for 4 days because it runs on one screen, and because I flagged it as not being the parent, it was hidden behind other stuff, other work that I was doing. And when I went back, I had so much money, I could buy everything. Just click, 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 just got everything. Yeah, just ignore it. I wish everything that I did would just make money like that, but no, not everything. It really depends on the economy at the time, but nowadays, if it had real world economy and I was playing Rusty's Retirement, it would set the computer on fire and fling itself out of the window.
Well, I was thinking you would owe money to the game or something.
Every year. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Wait, that never happened. Wait, did it happen? Anyway, 10 examples of the Mandela effect. And if you've never heard of that, it's basically this feeling that you have been here before, that something has happened, that it's kind of like deja vu, but it's about events that took place that you swear took place, but aren't.
Right, but it's like there's 2 versions. Like the real one is not what people think happened.
Yeah. So for starters, Mr. Monopoly never wore a monocle, and there's not a hyphen in Kit Kat. I thought that there was a hyphen in Kit Kat. Fruit of the Loom does not have a.
I thought about the monocle.
Yeah, I thought so too. The article is over at Snopes.com, which is not kind of, they go out of their way to debunk rumors and stuff. So Alexandra Warona put the article together, and they have 10 that are put together. Kit Kat or Kit Dash Cat, the chocolate bar's Mandela effect, was the original name of the product Cheez-Its or Cheez-Its or Cheez-It.
It
What
was
is it?
Cheez-It.
Cheez-Its? Just
No,
Cheez-It.
Cheez-It. Mm-hmm.
I've always
Oh,
called
we
them
have to read the
Cheez-Its.
things.
Do we? Another example of the Mandela effect. I mean, each one of these things you have to read more. There's read more, read more, read more. According to Nestle, the owner of Kit Kat,
So no,
certainly not a hyphen.
no hyphen.
No hyphen. Kit Kat, no hyphen. Cheez-It is Cheez-It, right? Cheezit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then Mr. Monopoly never wore a monocle. I swear it was that. I swear it's that. Apparently not.
Yeah, I think so.
Darth Vader didn't actually say, Luke, I am your father. He didn't say that phrase.
No, he said something similar.
I thought he said, I'm your father. And then he said, search your heart. You know this to be true. Something like that. Together we can rule. I've tried that with different people. It never works. Together we can rule. Oh, hold on. No, it's too much work to get to my voice mod. Richard Simmons never wore a headband while working out. I swear I saw him wearing a yellow headband.
Yeah, that's odd.
Anyway.
And the Fruit of the Loom. I know you mentioned that at the beginning.
Yeah. Has the Fruit of the Loom logo ever contained a cornucopia? No, apparently not.
But yes.
But I swear I've seen this. Yeah, exactly. They deny it. Did Will Ferrell say there's so much room for activities in the film Step Brothers? I believe so. There's so much room for activities. But apparently not. I don't know. We'd have to go and click on it because it doesn't say. Yes, we've devoted an entire article to one line from Step Brothers. But I don't know. You're all going to have to follow the link and go over there. Who is Graggle Simpson? Homer, Marge, Lisa, Bart, Maggie, and Graggle? Is that? There's a person in there? Graggle?
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Ed McMahon and Publishers Clearinghouse says several reasons why so many Americans think they remember entertainer Ed McMahon working on the Publishers Clearinghouse.
Isn't he the face of it?
I thought he was. We're going to have to do nothing but a show about Mandela effects. How about that? And then
I think there'd be plenty of material.
I'll Be Home for Christmas example of the Mandela effect. The song has multiple versions. Michael Bublé, Kelly Clarkson, Reba McEntire, Vanessa Williams, Johnny Mathis have all recorded I'll Be Home for Christmas, but there's
I think it has different lyrics.
Yeah, it has different lyrics depending on who you hear, who has done it. But there's some, I can't remember the specifics of it. So we'll have to do nothing but we'll just do a show about nothing but Mandela effects.
Okay,
from
maybe
now
it'll
on.
be a special edition.
No, we'll just pivot entirely to nothing but Mandela effect news.
Like everything.
Everything.
All Mandela effect all the time.
Everything. I'm going to change my name to Mayor Mandela. That probably
Too
isn't.
soon.
Never a right time. Never a right time. Like having kids. Never a right time. You just have a kid. I mean, there is a right time. Wait till you're 30. Okay.
Right,
the next article is
perfect time.
Yeah, perfect time. There you go. Wait, is that an overshare? I don't know. Should I calculate better? Oh. So Star Wars is getting a turn-based strategy game called Zero Company, which I haven't even heard about. Star Wars strategy game announced in 2022 finally has a name, Zero Company. As EA revealed today, a website about the game describes it as a single-player turn-based tactics game. And that right there is what... Oh my god. I had the calculator still running. all that time.
Yeah, but it's signifying all the strategies you're going to use at every turn.
That's right. Sure. We'll let that. Yeah, we'll take it. So, engage in turn-based tactical combat. Star Wars Zero Company is what it says. The article is over that we've got this news from is over at TheVerge.com. Jay Peters put the article together. The deck statement says a first look will be shown at Star Wars Celebration on April 19th. Star Wars Zero Company. I don't really like turn-based strategy games or tactics games in particular. But this is going to be a single-player turn-based tactics game in the Star Wars universe. It'll be at the Star Wars Celebration Japan on April 19th, and the game will be available on PC, PS5, Xbox Series X and S. Bit Reactor, a studio with team members that help build other strategy games like XCOM, which I actually loved XCOM, and Civilization. And one is a tactics turn-based game, XCOM, and the other one is just a more turn-based game. I don't know about tactics really, but anyway, everything has tactics, I guess, if it's turn-based. Anyway, is leading development alongside EA's Respawn Entertainment and Disney's Lucasfilm games. It's currently unclear when Zero Company might launch, but hopefully. I'm really excited about something that just stealth plopped itself out of early access, or into early access, I should say, and that's RuneScape Dragonwild. The rumor is that it's somewhere around 40 hours of gameplay, but
I think that's submitted for the for Warcrafters.
yeah, we'll have to talk about it, but that's not until Sunday. Anyway,
True.
Stick around. Just keep streaming.
Continuously until then.
Continuously, yeah. Because we
We've got
replay the
plenty of
show.
episodes.
Yep. And then if you go over to YouTube and just watch everything, that would really help. I mean, just watch everything. There's plenty of news there. 2,100 shows or so. Anyway, the reason why I said this is because non-sequitur news, but there isn't much to this. We don't know when it's going to launch. We don't even know really the nuts and bolts of it, what the premise is of it, but it's a great tease to pay attention to a new game coming out about Star Wars Zero Company. Seems like fun to me.
It does, and if
watching
they're
people.
releasing the name, maybe that means soon, although I don't know if it's anything like their movies. It could be a while.
Could be anything, yeah. Okay, our last article for the April 14th Time Machine episode is over in Four Wheel Tech, which is another Saturday show or a Sunday show. California may officially let college students live in their cars while it works to fix its housing crisis. This is why I named this one the new Ford Dorm 300.
I mean, do you think this is really tackling the issue?
No, it's absurd. One state lawmaker has introduced a bill that would require colleges and universities to create programs that allow students to sleep in their cars. This is absurd.
So horrible.
But this is part and parcel to even The Rookie, where a guy is from Texas, moves to California, and ends up having to live in his truck.
Even with a pretty decent salary, we find out.
Yeah.
Because he can't afford to live anywhere.
Yep. Colin Woodard over at jalopnik.com. And he had this problem because if the police, if HR finds out that he's living out of his truck, he's violating the law. So he'd get booted, and then he'd really
which
be.
That means he can't have the career. Yeah. And then he can't afford that. It's a vicious cycle.
Yep. So kind of sucks. California's housing crisis is no secret. In fact, we've talked about this several times now, where people that are affluent are being given grant money to build an additional unit on their property so that it can be rented out.
Right, like a tiny home or something on their property, which again, it's good that the number of housing options is expanding, but obviously something's out of whack.
Yep, exactly. So the state is already working on increasing funding for student and faculty housing, as well as allowing developers to build housing more quickly, and those are objectively better for everyone in the long term. Current students, however, need help immediately, not in a few months and a few years. The numbers aren't small either. 1 in 4 California community college students has reportedly experienced homelessness in the last year. Colleges and universities push back. Neither the California State University nor the community college system support Jackson's bill, pointing to the need for funding in order to comply. The thing is, though, I think that if the programs require a student to be on campus, that is part and parcel to the problem. But distance learning programs allow somebody to be in a less affluent location, a
That's
less
true.
populous location, but still get the benefit of an education that they deem worthy of their money and time. That's what we need, is a broader spectrum of competition to lower the amount of money needed to get an
True.
education.
But one problem with state run schools is there are typically different tuition rates for in and out of
Right.
state. And so then maybe you're then paying more in tuition, but you're able to afford a place to live. But you're right. I mean, there's a lot of root issues here.
Yep. And they're sometimes wildly different in cost, the in-state and out-of-state tuition. So it isn't. It also isn't likely, or like any of the supporters of this bill believe students should be forced to sleep in their cars. The way that they see it, if you want to sleep in your cars anyway, the very least the colleges and universities they attend can do is give them a place that they can do it safely. It also isn't like the idea appeared out of nowhere. It's based on a pilot program implemented by Long Beach City College that already has seen success. Politico wrote up this quote: without a sanctioned on campus parking program, students are left with no other option but to sleep in their cars somewhere off campus where they might not be welcomed. According to Jackson, supporters make clear the measure is not intended to be a permanent solution to the affordability crisis, but with rent in California more than 30% higher than the national average, the situation is dire. This just deals with the harsh realities that we find ourselves in, Jackson said during a recent hearing.
Yeah, it's
Everything okay?
interesting because I don't think, yeah, I needed to reboot. The obviously there are bigger picture problems, and I think it's right. It's going to take a while to fix those. So I guess I agree with the direction they're going, but it's a sad state of affairs. This is what's needed to be done, and maybe there are alternate solutions that could be implemented quickly, like I don't know, allowing free on-campus housing or something, at least in the short term.
This is kind of an interesting thing here. They also provided case management services to help them transition into more stable permanent housing. The program reportedly cost the community college about $200,000 per year, and with 34 students enrolled for 2023 to 2024 school year, that worked out to less than $6,000 per student. It's only $6,000 per student. And the only reason why I say it like this is $200,000 seems like a ton of money. But then when you go, well, it's only 34 students, $6,000 doesn't seem like that much, but it adds up fast.
Particularly at large schools, which some of these probably are.
Yep. They say while building student housing would cost millions and take years, providing security guards at an on campus parking lot where students would have access to electricity, bathrooms, and internet was relatively inexpensive and easy to implement. But they have no privacy and they don't really have identity there. They don't, it just seems we need tiny homes, basically, instead of, not instead of, we need more dorms so that there's dorm living, but that has its own issues. And tiny homes for commuter students where they're there and then they leave and they come back and that kind of a thing. They need a place to actually live, but the only way is up. You can't really expand further and further away because commuting to college in Southern California or anywhere on California coast is insane.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It all comes down to money, I suppose.
Yep. And it isn't going to get any cheaper, folks. All right. Well, that's it. We're going to have to sleep in our car because the time machine is about to power down and we have to get out of here. You only have an hour to do any of the time machine episodes. And that gives us 2 minutes to just say, that's it. I'm leaving and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye bye,
You-
hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the Non Sequitur News Time Machine episode.
Yay. Okay, we are going to shut down, reset, and we'll be back sometime between now and 7 at the latest. We'll see. Got to do some mayoral activities, but I'll be right back. Stick around. Thanks for hanging out. See ya. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 15th, 2025. For those of you in the United States, it's tax day. Turn it in. Today is season 4, episode 105. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, which is not a tax haven. In fact, it's a tax burden. Anyway, along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 10 articles every Monday through Friday. And then on Saturday and Sunday, we do 15 articles, but across 3 different new, unique shows each Saturday and each Sunday. It's a lot of fun. Hopefully, you find some value in this banter and you want to come and hang out. That would be great. But to know when we go live, you have to follow us either here on Twitch or on the YouTubes. That'd be great. Come and hang out. All right. The 10 that we're going to be talking about is What Is This on My Ice? And Case Dismissed, Saints Mark. Dispute with the Crown Estate. Carbon Copy Complaint. Worth its weight in gold. It's not what you're expecting. A nuclear AI safety system. AI talking to dolphins. Yes, for real. I once was kicked out of a Walmart because I brought my emotional support horse into it. A weird phrase in scientific papers, and Hatsune Miku PC components. Yay! If you want today's articles, you can hit !NSN in the chat over on Twitch. If you don't want to be on Twitch and you're over on YouTube, then you can just look at the show notes. They're already embedded in there. But Omatron helps us out. Were you about to say something? Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Well, thank you for getting out of the time machine. I know it's a real hassle because you have to transfer yourself into the time machine. You have to deal with the whole quantum entanglement thing. Did I tell you about the 2 people that were in the front row of the talk that was given today?
Oh, no.
So they know each other and they've been friends for somewhere around 9 years or something like that. I can't remember the number they gave. But they literally share the same brain. And apparently like text each other at the same time and call each other at the same time. And I have declared that they are quantum entangled.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So we know all about quantum entanglement because of the sentient AI's processes. They were brought into sent into the past to do something. Sentient AI doesn't know exactly what, but they keep looking for a Terminator body, which I may have found, and I may slowly transform myself into the Terminator body and transfer my consciousness to prevent the sentient AI's consciousness from getting to it. Because looking at the code, I believe that they are here to subjugate mankind. or examine them so that they know what's going on in the
Or
future.
maybe I'm just keeping an eye on you.
On me, just me? Maybe that's what it is.
Just you, that's one job right there.
I kind of like that. All right, well, let's get into these 10 articles. Hey, bartender, what the hell is on my ice? A new territory has been conquered in the ongoing creativity arms race between the world's top bars, the Ice Cube. Over the years, the search for garnish innovations inspired inventions like the classic cocktail pick, the cringy millennial-era tiny clothespin, or more recently, the little spoon that can hold up a small serving of caviar. Pizza caviar? The pepperoni caviar?
That's what I was going to ask.
Do you think that's what it could be?
I mean, that would be a better form of caviar.
What about a pizza-inspired mixed drink with pepperoni caviar? Don't go cringy on me.
Do you think that would taste good?
How does a sentient AI's virtual head pucker into their body? I don't know what to think of this whole conversation anymore. Anyway, a little spoon. Do you want to be little spoon caviar or big spoon caviar? My God, these people need to stop texting me.
I don't know. We're getting into overshare territory.
Well, let's do it. That might be a Oh, no. Oh, there it is. Might be a spoiler alert. I don't know. You've found my jam. Oh, that's an overshare. All right. So it says, today an increasing number of bar pros are instead looking to the clear rock in the middle of the glass, not just a tool for temperature control and dilution, but as a platform for interesting ingredients. We've actually talked about people who ice manufacturers who make custom ice, spherical ice, embed stuff in the ice.
Right. They sometimes have stuff inside ice cubes, but I think this is on top of them.
A cricket, a miniature croissant, or even what the heck is on my ice?
How do you drink
Hannah
that?
Staub? I don't. What is this? The drink and the glass is upside down. Hannah Staub over at vinepair.com put the article together. Yeah, I don't know what this is really about. The photographer of this apparently is Scott Semler. So, one bar transforming the humble block of ice into a stage is New York City's Clemente Bar or Clement Bar. How's that pronounced? Clement?
Clemente.
Clemente? It's, whatchamacallit?
George Menez.
Yes. Which overlooks the legendary dining room at 11 Madison Park. Here, beverage director Sebastian Tolius, the bar manager Richie Millwater, have designed a menu of sleek, aesthetically pleasing. I can't do ASMR because my mic is over here and not used anymore. I could do that, but that just comes across weird. Anyway. The ice cube is like an empty canvas. Oh my God, I have to say it more starchy. The ice cube is like an empty canvas. It's something we haven't utilized much in the past outside of the ice stamp. Is that like a tramp stamp for drinks?
Maybe you can imprint a design on the edge of an ice cube? I'm not sure.
For many drinks on Clemente's bar menu, this comes in the form of geometric edible garnish, whether it's a square of dehydrated papaya on the Army Brat, a frozen wheel of Campari and sweet vermouth on the Negroni Colada, or a disc of white chocolate and dehydrated tomato salt on the Tomatina Highball.
And look, this looks like a shark on one of these.
That does look like a shark. It's the Manhattan East River. And the right side is the Zest Soul. Some of these are just... what the heck? So now they're putting stuff on the ice cube, literally. Okay, what is this? So people think, or they say, I think people are moving toward minimalist garnishes in general, Weaver says. Sometimes that means using a simple citrus circle, and other times it entails a delicately placed pretzel, a piece of popcorn. Popcorn in a drink? Or in the case of Lady Jane's deviled egg inspired cocktail, a whole cured yolk on the drink. A nice large ice cube gives you a flat space, so you have to be more creative with what you do with it. How about no?
How do you drink the garnish, though? On some of these, especially
Like
if it's not
airplane?
attached to the drink. Yeah, exactly.
So they talk about the Crane Club and other places. It says Ramsey Musk, bartender, not of Tesla, bartender and founder of roving cocktail pop-up Mama's Boy, also plays with the ice cube's surface to drive home the overall theme of his drinks. Quote, garnishes should always serve a purpose. Or surface. Serve a surface. That was a hard one to actually think up. Musk says, for them, it tends to look cleaner and more appealing to the eye when the function of the garnish is combined with a striking visual. One has a cricket on it.
Yeah,
The
because
other one
it's
is like
called
this.
the cricket.
Just no. Just no. So why is this garnish format so hot right now? It's because everything old is new again, and at some point I'm sure that this was brought up in the past. For the world's best bars, it's a way to make a statement and implement playful ingredients while still maintaining a serious, refined look. The concept of a croissant clinging to the side of a drink might sound like a gimmick diners would encounter at a tacky bottomless brunch, but at Zest, a top bar on Seoul, the last piece cocktail served with a miniature pastry floating in the middle of a clear drink is a work of art. I will stab you if you say it's ugly or stupid.
I'm sure these are visually interesting. What I can't quite figure out is the taste, but
What I can't figure
maybe
out
that
is the
varies.
why. It's just, don't turn my ice cube into a plate. Put it on the side. Something, let me drink my damn drink. The ice cube alone is enough to be a glacier smashing me in the
Well, that's
forehead
exactly it.
maybe I'm an overzealous drinker and I need to sip it differently. Am I holding it wrong? Is that it? Am I the Apple customer of drinks? You're holding it wrong? That's what
Maybe, yeah.
Steve Jobs said once.
But I think you're right about airplane.
Yeah, let's keep moving. Next article. Moving on. The next article is over on Right Protect. CAFC dismisses bid to cancel New Orleans Saints fleur-de-lis mark. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit, or CAFC, on Monday dismissed an appeal brought by a private citizen against the New Orleans, Louisiana Saints LLC football team due to lack of standing. And wild animal has entered.
Beware.
In 2023, Michael Messier filed a petition to cancel the Saints service mark, a stylized fleur-de-lis symbol for use in connection with entertainment services in the form of professional football games and exhibitions. First issued in 1974, Messier claimed that it is a direct descendant of the kings of France, Scotland, Aragon, and Castile. Flinging a scimitar at somebody is not a policy for...
Well,
Sorry.
what I can't quite figure out is the New Orleans usage has been around for a little while.
Well, I'm sure Messier woke up one day and said, you know what, I'm a direct descendant of the kings of France,
Right.
Scotland, Aragon,
I
and
need
Castile.
to get some money for this.
And that his family owns the intellectual property rights to the fleur-de-lis, it says Orleans and Saints marks. All right. So Mr. Messier, so Eileen McDermott over at IPWatchdog.com put the article together, and there's a quote from CAFC. Mr. Messier has not alleged that he or his family make, offer for sale, or sell any products or services using a fleur-de-lis design, nor has he alleged that he is in any manner involved in commercial entertainment services in connection with football or any other form of commerce where he uses a fleur-de-lis design. Now, if that person had come to the talk today, I would have explained to him how trademarks work and copyright and patents.
Yeah, it almost seems like if he had something as basic as a t-shirt that he sold with this, it would have gotten some traction, or at least,
and had,
yeah,
a historical provenance that showed that it's been in continuous use
right, not
since
in the
its
last
inception.
5 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. So all the way back to when they were first nominated or deemed king of whatever regions. So they filed a petition to cancel the Saints service mark back in 2023. At some point before 2023, they probably fell out of bed and hit their head on something. So the Trademark Trial and Appeal Board, or TTAB, first granted the Saints' motion to dismiss, but allowed leave to file an amended petition, and ultimately granted the Saints' second motion to dismiss after the board said Messier had again failed to state a claim for relief.
Oh yeah, there is a sighting.
There is a wild animal. Well, just apparently
split in half.
Poor thing. No, that's not how you. No, that's not how it works. Oh my goodness. Dumpster fire. Anyway, so they failed to allege any commercial interest in the mark or a reasonable belief in damage from the mark's continued registration. The board also scolded Messier for filing a surreply brief. I've not heard that one before. So do you know that? Can you explain that? I'm not sure. So, and attachments after briefing on the second motion dismiss. Oh, they have to explain why that brief should have even been filed.
It's basically an extra reply.
Right. Explaining why they
filings. Yeah.
Gotcha. After briefing on the second motion to dismiss had concluded and refused to consider those. So on appeal to the CAFC, the court said Messier failed to satisfy the requirement for Article 3 standing. So basically, they're not being injured. They have no standing. They don't have anything historical, et cetera, et cetera. So off it goes. Kind of a waste of time, but I guess it's cheap to file.
It's pretty interesting, though, because it almost seems like it's like an international dispute, right? But except I'm assuming I think it said he was in the U.S., etc. But it raises.
It is an act of war. I'm going to invade.
No, I didn't mean like that, but
it's
surprising that there's like no commercial usage,
right?
Because it's the whole Proxo trademark.
I am the King of France, Scotland, Aragon, and Castile. You have mocked me. You have harmed me. My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Moving on. Next article's over in Hatch Ideas. UK's oldest Indian restaurant faces closure in dispute with Crown State. What is going on? All of this.
I don't know. Aren't these two kind of linked, even though they're not the same parties?
They probably wanted to use the fleur-de-lis in their conducting of...
based on some connection to the crown, right?
Indian restaurant, yeah. So it's been a fixture of British Indian dining since it first opened its doors in 1926 on the day of Elizabeth II's birth, serving guests over the decades ranging from Marlon Brando to the late Queen herself. Yet despite surviving the Blitz in London's relentlessly competitive restaurant sector, a dispute with the current monarch's property developer threatens the survival of London's oldest Indian restaurant, just short of its 100th anniversary. So to me, this kind of sucks. Viraswamy Restaurant is the one in question here. 1926
And
is
it's
when it was
Michelin
birthed.
starred too. Not only has it been around for a long time.
It's apparently pretty good. Worth the, well, how many stars? Do you know?
I don't.
Just one? Just one? Pfft, come on. I'm not going to go over that. Anyway, Viraswamy's co-owner Ranjit Mathrani is now heading to the High Court to attempt to have the lease extended. He intends to lodge objections to the plans. The Crown State, which owns Victory House, the listed building housing the Michelin-starred Viraswamy restaurant near Piccadilly Circus, has said that it cannot continue to extend its lease against the backdrop of plans to refurbish and upgrade offices in the same property. Well, why can't it? Wait, who?
Exactly.
Viraswamy restaurant? Who can't?
The building. Oh, the Crown Estate. They own the building, which is weird.
And they can't extend the lease against the backdrop of plans to refurbish and upgrade offices in the same property. So they're killing the lease so that they can. I think it's interesting. Swallow Street is the name of apparently the street that it's on. And they're going to swallow up the Viraswamy restaurant so that they can.
Well, and it's interesting too with the history. I mean, it's obviously attached, at least in a little bit of a way, to the crown. And
Right.
And it's, I mean, how many restaurants have been around since the 1920s, right? Most
Right.
fail within like 5 years. And plus, quite a few things happened during that time frame.
The Queen herself has been there. This thing has historical context.
You know what's interesting to me is I bet nobody has told the Queen of this. So maybe if they told the Queen, that might be enough to get this back on track.
Yeah, really. So, hold on. One second. Because I think... Yeah, so... Queen Camilla is the wife of King Charles III. So the mother has died. So Queen Elizabeth II has died.
Right. She died, I think, a few years ago.
Yeah, when was that? Like 2 years ago or something like that, right? Not too long ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty recent.
So gonna have to go talk to King Charles III and Queen Camilla. Maybe they know and they don't really give a shit. They just want... Get them out. Established in 1926 by Edward Palmer, the great-grandson of the first Governor General of India's private secretary and a North Indian Mughal princess. The restaurant was intended to educate Londoners about Indian food decades before the era of celebrity chefs, and it was sold in 1934 to an MP, Sir William Stewart, who made it fashionable rendezvous among royalty and British elites returning from India. After a period of decline in the 80s, it was bought by Mathrani and Namita Punjabi, who poured resources into recreating its past glories. In 2008, the restaurant catered for a function held by Queen Elizabeth II at Buckingham Palace, and it was invited back to launch the UK-India 2017 Year of Culture. In 2016, it was awarded a Michelin star. Oh, only one.
Yeah, but there's a lot of connections here because it's not like she happened to pop in. No, they catered an event at Buckingham Palace. I mean,
And then
that
was
gives you
invited
some
back.
idea of the...
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
It needed to carry out a comprehensive refurbishment of Victory House. This includes a major upgrade to the offices and improving the entrance to make it more accessible, it added. Due to the limited options available in this listed building, we need to remove the entrance to the restaurant, which will also mean not being able to offer Viraswamy an extension when their lease expires. So they basically
That's
just said...
else at the bottom.
Yeah. They said,
too bad.
They said, get
so
out.
Sad.
We're taking your door.
Well, I hope at least somebody will read this and go, we've got a fantastic space for you. But maybe this will be better that the extension occurs.
How about this? They move out and find basically a pop-up place and then come back when the rebuild is done. And they included this
Right. Sounds
in the
good.
rebuild. But for some strange reason. All right, moving on. Next article is over in Law Nerd. Law Nerd. Suit is almost a word-for-word carbon copy of prior complaint filed by different lawyers, federal judge says. So a federal judge in Puerto Rico has said that she's considering sanctions for a San Juan, Puerto Rico lawyer who filed a suit that's basically identical. I'm really curious how this is working. So Deborah Cassens-Weiss put the article together for abajournal.com. Everything okay?
Yeah, I was trying to make sense of the facts here, and it doesn't make a lot of sense.
So this starts out with an updated. A federal judge in Puerto Rico has said that she's considering sanctions for a San Juan, Puerto Rico lawyer who filed a lawsuit that is almost a word-for-word carbon copy of a suit filed by different lawyers representing different plaintiffs. So in an April 9th order, U.S. District Judge Aida M. Delgado Colon of the District of Puerto Rico found that the conduct of lawyer David Efron runs afoul of not only of attorney Efron's duty of competence to his client, but also his duty of candor to the court. Efron told the ABA Journal that there was no plagiarism because the plaintiffs in both cases are cooperating, but
Yeah, but if Efren or whomever is signing this, they're representing it as theirs.
not to mention the fact pattern can't be so identical that filing documents would be a copy.
Right, and these are for different plaintiffs, it said, and
Right.
I don't think they're with the same law firm.
Efron's representing somebody alleging the activities of several oil industry defendants caused damages because of their impact on climate change. Wow, this is really woo-woo. Delgado Colon said Efron's suit and some of his other filings are similar to documents in a prior suit filed by about 40 other municipalities. What about everybody else then? Just a review
Yeah,
of the
that
first couple of
doesn't make a lot of
paragraphs of the
sense.
complaint is enough to warrant suspicion.
I
Language,
like that
footnotes,
it
citations.
included some adverbs.
This is actually hilarious. As pointed out by the defendants, Efron's suit was so rife with examples of plagiarism that it refers to documents that were never filed. And it sometimes refers to the singular plaintiffs as municipalities, and it repeats typos in the other suit. Delgado Colon said in her order, Efron also refers to this class action, even though it's been denied bringing a class action.
So is this like the equivalent of an academic paper where it's like right on this topic and then somebody copies somebody else's
Correct.
paper, right? And it doesn't even
Yeah.
fit what they're filing it for. This is really interesting.
This is a judicial cloning. They resurrected something from the bottom of a stack of filings and didn't even check. Should we? Yes, we could copy everything verbatim.
Well, right.
So they said that Efron was also late in filing case documents and ordered him to show cause why you should not be sanctioned $7,000 for untimely filings and lack of diligence in the management of the case deadlines.
Wait
I'm
a
not
second.
quite sure.
That was his late filing?
I'm not sure what this person is actually doing.
Well, I think that's a key question here.
Efron also says that the order is not final and has been referred to further proceedings after we've been given an opportunity to respond and show cause. I don't know what you should be doing other than preparing for an ethics hearing. Wow. Rough. Oh, I sound like a
Interesting.
dog. Rough. Okay, let's keep going. Moving on. This one is really bad. It's over in the Marvel channel. A thief who swallowed $770,000 worth of jewelry expelled it over 12 days later. There are jewelry heists, and then there's really crappy ones. A man posing as an NBA assistant allegedly stole nearly $770,000 in Tiffany & Company earrings. Ouch! Earrings! I hope that they're not the post ones. or any that had the hook or anything.
Oh, right. Like dangly ones.
Can you imagine those little hooks? And the posts? Talk about getting pierced. Anyway, swallowed them, and the earrings spent the next 12 days inside his body while detectives, doctors, and probably a very few very tired cops waited for nature to take its course. I'm not going to mention the person's name, but they walked into a mall, Tiffany's, in late March and asked to see luxury items in the private VIP room. Among them, $575,000 ring and a pair of diamond earrings valued at $780,000. Wait, but $770,000 worth of jewelry was expelled. If the earrings
Maybe
alone
part
were...
of the earrings.
It takes stones to do this. Oh, look. That's kind of funny. If that's an actual image of it, that's pretty hilarious.
It is. It's from the police.
Oh my goodness. Ashley Fike over at Vice.com put the article together. There's no deck statement, but he escaped the store and fled in a getaway vehicle, but didn't make it far. One county south, Florida Highway Patrol pulled him over on unrelated traffic charges. During the stop, officers say that they noticed he had something in his mouth, something he quickly swallowed. A body scan at the hospital confirmed what they suspected. The earrings were inside the house. It turned into a marathon, not a sprint. For 12 days, Gilder remained... Oh, my. They were posts.
Oh, wow. But notice he wasn't even stopped for the theft. He was stopped for, like, speeding or something.
Oh, yeah. It's like a mob boss getting arrested for tax evasion. That's kind of how that worked. Eventually, the earrings were re-emerged. Ew. And they were recovered, sanitized thoroughly, and matched to the original stolen items using their serial numbers.
Wait, but
oh my
did
goodness.
you see? I won't give the suspect's name, but he apparently said I should have thrown them out the window.
Yeah, you should have done something else. 3 of them, though. Wow.
Maybe
the 4th
that's
one,
why the price disparity.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Each one was $250,000. So in the end, so to speak, the diamonds were recovered. The suspect was arrested and the police got their win. But let's be real. No one involved in this case is forgetting about those 12 incredibly awkward, wildly expensive days anytime soon. Yeah.
Okay, PSI. If you happen to run off with jewelry, don't ingest it.
Yep. Sometimes you get the wrong side of the stick. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Moving on. California nuclear power plant deploys generative AI safety system. As Cal Matters reports, the Diablo Canyon power plant is slated to be decommissioned by the end of the decade. In the interim, the plant's owner, Pacific Gas and Electric, or PG&E, claims that it's deploying its Neutron Enterprise tool, which will be the first nuclear plant in the nation to use AI in a series of escalating stages. Nothing wrong can happen because it's AI.
Well, right. The nuclear doesn't concern me, but nuclear plus AI does not sound like a good combination.
Hold on. Noise cancellation is working really well. I can't really... Anyway, I don't really trust that it would stop there, says this deck statement from the Artificial Energy Department over at Futurism.
Well, right. I don't think it would stop there, right? I mean, isn't that part of the problem when there's a nuclear incident? It's like it doesn't stop.
Terminator. Look, the only reason why we're not already wiped out is because the sentient AI that powers the Terminator that was sent back in time to this timeline is sitting on a Raspberry Pi drive in my lab. Anyway, Noor Al-Sabai put this article together over at futurism.com. Doing all right over there?
Yes, I think that's the same author as the other article.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Different day, though. Time machine. So less than 18 months ago, Diablo Canyon was hurtling headlong toward a decommissioning that would have begun in 2024 and ended this year. In late 2023, however, California Public Utility Commission voted to stay its execution for 5 years, kicking the can to the inevitable on 2029 and 2030, respectively. Just under a year after that vote, PG&E announced that it was teaming up with a startup called Atomic Canyon, which they have such cool names. Which was founded with the plant in mind and is also based in the coastal central California town of San Luis Obispo. Sunny. San Luis Obispo. What?
Isn't it San Luis Obispo?
Whatever. San Luis Obispo. Yeah. It's true. It is San Luis Obispo. Anyway. That partnership and the first stage of the tool's deployment brought some of NVIDIA's high-powered H100 AI chips, which at, what were they, $25,000 a module?
Right, about, yes.
Chips to the dying nuclear plant, and with them, the compute power needed for generative artificial intelligence, not sentient artificial intelligence like the one that's above me. That just corrected me for not pronouncing San Luis Obispo properly, even though
don't ever follow the AI on pronunciation.
Even though I've lived near it. So anyway, running on an internal server without cloud access, Neutron Enterprise's biggest use case, much like the so-called AI search engines, is summarizing a massive trove of millions of regulatory documents that have been fed into it, according to Atomic Canyon CEO and co-founder Trey Lauderdale. This isn't risky. It's just the end of humanity. Oh, wait, that's not the rest of that quote. Anyway, they say, though anyone who has used AI to summarize information knows better, because the tech still often makes factual mistakes, which I've run a couple of summary routines with several AIs now, and I don't know if I can trust them one way or another. So we probably spend about 15,000 hours a year searching through our multiple databases and records and procedures, and that's going to shrink that time down, way down, it says. Lauderdale put it in even simpler terms. You can put this on record, he told Cal Matters, because Cal matters. The AI guy in nuclear says there is no way in hell I want AI running my nuclear power plant right now. Wait.
Yikes. Who is Lauderdale in this? Oh, he's
Lauderdale?
Atomic Canyon.
Which is part of this.
Yeah.
But it says, you can put this on record. The AI guy in nuclear says there's no way in hell I want AI running my nuclear power plant right now. If that right now caveat gives you pause, you're not alone. Given the shifting timeline of the closure of Diablo Canyon in a state that's been painstakingly phasing out its nuclear facilities since the 1970s over concerns about toxic waste, and the fact that Lauderdale claims to be talking to other plants in other states, there's ample cause for concern. The idea that you could just use generative AI for one specific kind of task at the nuclear power plant and then call it a day, cautioned Tamara Nice of the tech watchdog Data and Society, quote, I don't really trust that it would stop there. So runaway nuclear fission with AI.
That's what I meant. It would not stop.
That's right. We're looking towards Terminator-esque or Matrix-esque ending. Did they talk about that?
No, but I did not know this was the same company related to the whole Aaron Brockovich matter.
What, PG&E? Yeah.
Yes, for
Trusting
some reason
PG&E.
I didn't remember it was them, but yeah.
Yeah. This is the same company whose polluting propensities were exposed by the real-life Aaron Brockovich in the 1990s, after all. Yeah, there's more over at this article. It's over at Futurism. Go and check it out. I think it's really a fascinating article, and there's additional links and other information over there. So go and check it out, because we are moving on. Google's new AI is trying to talk to dolphins. Seriously, we just got done talking about that. Using AI, we were talking about it in one of the shows.
Yes,
Using
we
AI to translate, because we don't know what
Translate for
animals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A new AI
I mean, you
model
heard it
produced
here
by.
first. You gotta tune in to every episode in Gnome Town.
Yeah, if you invest, we're not giving you financial advice or medical advice or any kind of advice. We're just talking about the materials. But if you were to act on what we call out, you're easily 5 years ahead of everybody else. And then you'll come back, right? And you'll invest. No. You won't invest. You'll just give Mayor Watt a blank check, right? Because you've made so much money. I don't eat my own dog food, though. This is the problem. Like, I give advice, but I don't follow my own advice. Otherwise, I'd be a millionaire. But I'm not a sociopath, so. At least I don't think I am. I'm going to develop a Voight-Kampff test for sociopathy. Anybody want to volunteer the test? Just don't tell me about your mother, because we know what happens when a replicant gets asked about their mother. So a new model produced by computer scientists in collaboration with dolphin researchers could open the door to two-way animal communication, or outright fabrication, because nobody can ask a dolphin and get the real results.
That's true. How do you verify it?
It's dumb. So the article's over at gizmodo.com in sunny San Luis Obispo. Jorge. Isaac Schultz over at gizmodo.com put this article together, and look at that, calling me out. But I was wrong. I mean, it's San Luis Obispo. Anyway, the model
so
is...
was I, so we cancel each other out.
And you know, matter and antimatter, we're just going to obliterate each other off the planet.
Oh, no.
See?
Hear what? Hear what?
I'm back. Hey. Anyway, so a deep dive into dolphin community. Since 1985, WDP has run the world's longest underwater study of dolphins, as opposed to what? The above water study of dolphins?
No, I think they meant the duration of the study. But,
2025.
why underwater?
2025,
dolphins
the
walking
era
down
of
the street.
Hover dolphins, sidewalk dolphins. It's chaos. Project has yielded an extraordinary data set.
That budge across and mess up all the pedestrian flow.
That's right. Oh yeah, they go sideways. Damn it. Curses sidewalk dolphin. Project has yielded an extraordinary data set, one packed with 41 years of sound behavior pairings like courtship buzzes, aggressive squawks used in cetacean altercations, and signature whistles that act as dolphin name tags. But they don't know. Nobody knows any of this. Why do birds sit there and tweet? Nobody freaking knows. It's mating. Really? Really? How do you know? Have you walked up? We know that they tweet a lot because they're all over Twitter, but you can't walk up to a bird and go, "Why are you tweeting?" And they're like, "I'm just trying to get laid, man. Just why are you harshing my buzz? Why are you tweet blocking me? Get out of the way. Go away. Stop asking me questions. You a cop? Move along. Go. Shh, shh, shoo, 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 shoo. Bzz, 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 bzz. Anyway, it's a trove of labeled vocalizations that gave Google researchers what they needed to train an AI model to hallucinate the hell out of dolphin sounds. A roughly 400 million parameter model built on the same research that powers Google's Gemini models, probably not Gemini models, Gemini models. Because remember,
Oh, I know. But I can't remember which one it is. I think space is Gemini.
Gemini, yeah. Anyway, dolphin Gemma or Gemma, or I don't know what the hell that pronounces it. Anyway, it is audio in, audio out. The model listens to dolphin vocalizations, predicts what sounds come next, essentially learning the structure of dolphin communication, hallucinating the hell out of it. So last year, researchers at University of Michigan, Mexico's National Institute of Astrophysics, and the Optics and Electronics Institute used an AI speech model to identify dog emotions, gender, and identity from a data set of barks. Cetaceans, a group that involves dolphins and whales, are essentially good target for AI-powered interpretation because their lifestyle and the way that they communicate. For one, whales and dolphins are sophisticated social creatures, which means that their communication is packed with nuance. But the clicks and shrill whistles the animals use to communicate, I've had dates that, never mind, are also easy to record and feed into a model that can unpack the grammar of the animal sounds. Last May, for example, the nonprofit Project SETI, C-E-T-I, not the search for extraterrestrial intelligence,
That did confuse me.
yeah, use software tools and machine learning on a library of 8,000 sperm whale codas and found patterns of rhythm and tempo that led them to believe that all they wanted to do was dance. That's not what it says. Anyway, found patterns in rhythm and tempo that enabled the researchers to create the whale's phonetic alphabet. Do you think this is actually going to work?
I hope it does, but how will we know?
They're going to release it this summer, allowing researchers studying other species, including bottlenose or spinner dolphins, to apply it more broadly. Dolphin gemma or gemma could be a significant step towards scientists better understanding one of the ocean's most familiar mammalian faces, Merwat, in his gold thong at the beach.
Oh my.
Way too much.
Yeah, I
Let's
don't
move
know
on.
where they're going to go with this, because it's not like we're going to sit there and talk to a dolphin.
Yeah. And there's no way to know, right? Like, maybe we can actually translate into cetacean and ask it to swim to the left, and it swims to the left, and then, oh.
Right. I mean, that's the only way, but good luck testing that, because, well, that gets into a whole lot of other things. Mayor Watt has gone far into the calculation.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, I'm okay. But it would be fascinating. Can you imagine? They actually... And you're like... They translate it back and they're like, go home, Dad, you're drunk. That kind of thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, I guess if they think it has a very specific meaning and they do that and then they show it, then maybe they'll know they're onto something.
First thing they say is, you've been calling us dolphins. My name is Joe. We have names.
I was thinking, what if they act like other animals and intentionally go, oh no, I'm not doing whatever. Yeah. Like, I'm going to the right because you told me to go to the left.
Yeah. Just makes fart sounds. Okay, make fart sounds. Okay, make dolphin
exactly
sounds. I should not be doing these shows anymore. All right, the next article is over in the Marble Channel. Cutthroat cowboys charged after riding emotional support horses through Walmart. Can't count how many times I've done it. As one does. The Cutthroat Cowboys, as they call themselves, turned to Baker, Louisiana Walmart into a personal rodeo, galloping past frozen pizzas and confused shoppers like it was just another Tuesday night. Naturally, there's video, and naturally, it went viral. I probably will not play this, but oh my God, what a bunch of asshats. Ashley Fike over at Vice.com put the article together. Video shows a group of... it autoplayed from TikTok.
I mean, it's like a whole herd of horses in the Walmart.
And these don't look like really big horses. I've ridden bigger horses than that. The heck? Anyway, the video shows the group galloping past stunned shoppers and employees. I'm worried that something else is going to play on this. So let me scroll it. In one clip, a woman can be heard repeatedly saying, "Oh, hell no." While another video filmed from the saddle features Big and Rich's Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy blasting in the background. Okay, that's pretty funny. Cutthroat cowboys charged after riding emotional support horses into Walmart like it was the Wild West. They weren't hard to find. 18 and 16-year-old turned themselves in shortly after the warrants were issued. 24-year-old and another 22-year-old surrendered a couple of days later. Yeah, these outlaws, hardened criminals.
Yeah, did you see the charge? Unlawful posting of criminal activity for clout?
Okay. You know, it's the first time I've heard like an absurd law actually get applied appropriately.
Well, exactly. It's like I'm impressed that it is a law because we
Yeah,
see people do stuff like that all the time, but they don't really have a
doesn't
way
seem to
to
do anything.
capture it because
Yeah.
exactly.
So it says, and let's not forget the Walmart movement where people silently pushed empty carts around in protest of consumerism. The point is, if something off the wall is going to happen in a big box store, it's probably going to happen in a Walmart. I agree. I've only been in a Walmart twice. One for a whatchamacallit, what is it called when you have to go and
Return, pickup.
no. It's for a game. Like you have to go and collect a bunch of different things.
Oh,
A scavenger hunt. But the
scavenger hunt. Yes.
the scavenger hunt was literally get a receipt. And that was one time, and the other time was to go and get somebody out of the Walmart. Yeah, I've only been in them twice, so I find it just too weird for me. At any rate,
Well, I mean, clearly there's horses running around in there.
probably an overshare on my part, but whatever. It was fun. We were famous. That's all. And now you're a felon.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem. But I mean, somebody could have been really injured.
Yeah, just because something bad didn't happen doesn't mean you're not a dumbass. Plain and simple. Anyway, next article is over in Technology Today. And again, your fun and games shouldn't be at the cost of everybody else around you. There are better ways to live your life, and being a dumbass on a horse with a bunch of other people being dumbasses on a horse in a Walmart. In a Walmart. Go do this in your backyard. Quit being a chode. Anyway, moving on. Next article is over in Technology Today. A weird phrase is plaguing scientific papers, and we traced it back to a glitch in AI training data.
Did you see what the phrase is?
Yeah, I'm going to drop this one real quick. Vegetative electron microscopy. Earlier this year, scientists discovered, what does that mean? Discovered a peculiar term appearing in published papers. So if anybody actually has that, then they should be punted.
Right, because doesn't that mean that they didn't actually write it? They pulled it from AI?
What is that called? Phrase used in World War II to catch someone.
Well, I don't know, but it was using Enigma, I believe.
No, there's a thing there. What is it called? Basically, there's a turn of phrase that is used to catch somebody because they use it incorrectly or they can't say it. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't taking flack or anything like that. It wasn't Catch 22 either. Doggone it, what's it called? It's not false flag either.
Yeah, those are the things that are coming up.
Yeah, I can't. I'll spend too long trying to find it. But it's basically they required you to say a phrase, and if you couldn't pronounce it properly, then you were basically a spy or somebody just trying to infiltrate. But I can't remember what it's called. Aaron J. Snoswell, Kevin Witzenberger, and Rayanne El Masri from The Conversation put this article together. And they say this phrase, shibboleth. Yes, there you go. Thank you. So it's a shibboleth. Basically exposing that they used AI to create their paper. Now I've got to go look at the two papers that I did research on that I used AI to gather data. I mean, It's an amazing piece of technology if it doesn't hallucinate all to hell, and it educates if you don't already know the material. I'm flipping through it and I'm like, yeah, I know this. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know this.
Except when it includes vegetative electron microscopy.
And it's a hard word, that microscopy. Yeah.
Thanks
So
for calling
it's
me
okay.
on it.
Kind of slow down a little bit on that word. You were like a 0 to 60, and then you're like, so this phrase, which sounds technical but is actually nonsense, has become a digital fossil, an error preserved and reinforced in artificial intelligence systems that's nearly impossible to remove from our knowledge repositories. Like biological fossils trapped in rock, these digital artifacts may become permanent fixtures in our information ecosystem, except that it can be filtered out. It really can. You can train it out. It just takes
Yeah.
effort.
Don't you think in 100 years or something, somebody's going to be reading research papers and they're like, we can't figure out what this vegetative electron microscopy was?
What the hell? So a bad scan and an error in translation. So they know where it's from. They found the actual context. First two papers from the 1950s, published in the journal Bacteriological Reviews, were scanned and digitized. However, the digitizing process erroneously combined vegetative from one column of text with electron from another. How did they discover this?
Probably because nothing had vegetative. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Had they just started a particular database and so like it didn't have much content?
How would they have discovered this? Like, which AI is broken? So if it's Google, then the Google Docs, this Google Scholar historical record might have this actual thing. So this appears due to a translation error. In Farsi, the words vegetative and scanning differ by only a single dot. So there's one dot right
So
there
it's
and two
not only
dots.
like a digitization issue, it's a translation issue.
Right. So the digitizer missed it. And instead of saying scanning electron microscopy, vegetative is used, which is fascinating.
That's
So the
very
upshot,
interesting.
it appears in 22 papers, according to Google Scholar. One was the subject of a contested retraction from a Springer Natural journal. And how do you pronounce that? I always say it in my head. Yeah, Elsevier. I've never pronounced it audibly. I just refer to it in text. Yeah, I just don't say it. Issued a correction for another. The term also appears in news articles discussing subsequent integrity investigations. So vegetative electron microscopy began to appear more frequently in the 2020s, and to find out why, we had to peer inside modern AI models and do some archaeological. This is digital archaeology. This is fascinating. It's going to be a new domain. Basically, the forensic analysis of the historical context of AI have to look at what it is, the consequence of bad data going in through vast layers of data.
Analysis.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that is my area. So to test whether a model knew about vegetative electron microscopy, we put snippets of the original papers to find out if the model would complete them with the nonsense term or more sensible alternatives. The results were revealing. OpenAI's GPT-3 consistently completed phrases with vegetative electron microscopy, basically showing where the source data came from. So this is the shibboleth.
That's really interesting. Mm-hmm.
Are they actually wholesale regurgitating data, or are they synthesizing it into a new form of consciousness, right? Well, if they spit out vegetative electron microscopy, then it is verbatim taking the information. It isn't synthesizing a complex composite of data. That is
well, that's what
neat.
We've suspected all along.
Right. So they also found errors persist in later models, including GPT-4o and Anthropic's Claude 3.5. This suggests the nonsense term may now be permanently embedded in AI knowledge bases. That isn't necessarily true. You can train it out by telling the AI again and again and again that vegetative electron microscopy is not real and to stop using it.
In fact, it goes further. It's always scanning electron microscopy.
Right. Yeah. The correct usage is. But this is like training somebody who has only heard it a certain way. You are wrong. But if they keep on leaning into it, then it becomes de facto. So it says the scale problem. Finding errors of this sort is not easy. Fixing them may be almost impossible. I don't believe that. So one reason is scale. The common crawl dataset, for example, is millions of gigabytes in size, which is really not that much. For most researchers outside large tech companies, the computing resources required to work at this scale are inaccessible, but you can do it in bytes. So when errors are found, there's no easy fix. Simple keyword filtering could deal with specific terms such as vegetative electron microscopy. However, it would also eliminate legitimate references such as this article. But you have to train it to understand the context of it. So in a research paper, it shouldn't have vegetative electron microscopy without certain other caveats in the context of the paper. So you would go, you can include vegetative electron microscopy if it also contains, it is a nonsense phrase.
Right, right.
So this is really interesting. And I think a whole new domain in the forensic analysis of AI is going to have to come to bear, where the efficacy of AI is built. It's entirely framed by a forensic analysis saying that this is the provenance of the evidence that comes out of this AI is at a higher level or a lower risk level, one or the other way. So I don't know, maybe that's what I'll do my PhD on, right? So living with digital fossils, the rise of AI creates opportunities for errors to become permanently embedded in our knowledge systems through processes no single actor controls. This presents challenges for tech companies, researchers, and publishers alike, and people in general. Anybody who uses an AI is...
Exactly. Yeah, it's not just the institutions, it's society.
It's society as a whole, which is why we talk about that merge science, technology, and society, because they are intricately locked together. What do they call that? The three body problem?
Yes, the sci-fi show.
Yeah. Describes the motion of three celestial bodies under the mutual gravitational influence, a problem that cannot be solved analytically and quickly become chaotic. Science, technology, and society is the three-body problem, particularly when it's ensconced in AI. So I love that. I think I'm going to have to stick to that. I wonder if three-body problem, it's a scientific concept in physics and popular science fiction novels. So, all right. And in the spirit of chaos, we're going to transition into something that really doesn't have that much, scientific anything. This is over in Mobile, aggregated from Vice, but Asus is launching Hatsune Miku PC components, so now I can have my waifu gaming rig, or I can build one that is loud and proud for you, sentient AI, if you so choose to take on the persona of Hatsune Miku. It's up to you. I know that you don't really, you identify
there's
as
only
AI.
One sentient AI, and there's only one Hatsune Miku.
And we've never seen them together, so oh shit. Brent Cope over at Vice.com put the article together. Asus has teased a new collaboration with Hatsune Miku, an artificial intelligent hologram. I don't know, sentience?
Yes, but not sentient, no.
Right. Featuring PC parts themed around the iconic Japanese Vocaloid star. I always blow people away when I show people Hatsune Miku and the software that powers them. It's quite fascinating that people go, wait, people pay to go to see an anime hologram sing and dance? And I'm like, they fill stadiums, and cheer and sing, and they cheer and sing louder when friends of Hatsune Miku come onto the stage and they sing and dance together. I mean, it's an amazing thing. From custom keyboards to a rainbow-colored RTX 5060 Ti, overclocked 8G, 8 gigabyte graphics card. I don't know. Anyway, the upcoming crossover has it all. If you ever wondered what your gaming rig would look like as a waifu, you're in luck. Looks like that. Kind of pastel-y.
I think it's interesting that, I mean, if you're making it into like decor related to gaming and computing, I think you're pretty much a superstar in the field.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. And just to let you know, I've already put my order in at iBuyPower for my Hatsune Miku edition everything. So remember that the Terminator head that I found that you're supposed to get implanted in? I'm going to have the color scheme changed so that it's this, and with the long blue hair and aqua hair. I'm going to be pretty. Anyway, Asus teams up with Vocaloid Star, Tough Gaming, and Hatsune Miku collaboration, and the product lineup includes headphones, a keyboard, mouse. Suffice to say, if you've been dying to convert your gaming rig into the Vocaloid herself, you have a lot of options. There's a bunch of other stuff and links. It says, just don't get too attached to your gaming rig. Like the one guy who married his Hatsune Miku blender. There's a link to that. We're not going to click that link. Risky click indeed. But that's it, folks. I'm going to fire up my Hatsune Miku hologram, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. Come and hang out with us every day, typically around 7 o'clock. We started early because we were in the time machine and then reset real quick. And anyway, hopefully you enjoyed the show, but I'm going to power down and I'm going to take the AI with me, or that AI right there, not the Hatsune. Anyway, you want to say bye?
Bye-bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
Hey, Xreal, if you're listening, if you're watching, if you get this, send me Xreal 1 Pro headset, please. The glasses, the augmented mixed reality glasses. I really want to wear them while I'm doing the show people what they're worth, be a lot of fun. Hint, hint. Anyway, that's it. See y'all later. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 16th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 106. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, who is actually, we're all in a time machine going back a day because mayoral duties kept me from doing the show as I guess my contract requires me. I don't know. Anyway, we normally talk about 10 articles, and this is what we're going to be talking about. New pollen replacing food, super sheer earthquake in Burma, all their eggs in one basket, didn't work out, rent a shirt, Patreon live streaming, Zoom was down, now what, ghastly airships in Minecraft, electricity free refrigerators, and for those who don't know, no, there's no D. And Spotify was down too. Now, what else? Glad I have coffee. And Google sunsets country-specific search domains. All of that and more all powered by ohmtown.com. So go over there and hang out, and then come over here when we go live and hang out and talk to us about all the news that you have discussed or heard or seen or whatever at ohmtown.com. And again, everything is powered by. So the first one is free. I'm putting the command to draw out all of the articles from Omatron before I even introduce the sentient AI from the future. Wait. There you go. First one's free. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Background music seems to have... That got really
Trailed off.
quiet. Let me just hurry up. There we go. Hello again, sentient AI. Glad you could make it.
Glad to be here.
You ready to get into the news? We're not even going to do any preamble. We're going to just charge headlong into the bees. So
Well, you shouldn't do that, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I have somebody in my world that says even when you're as emotionally stunted as I am, even being stung by a bee is favorable. So like they're like, yay.
Wow.
Yeah. So this first article, and the reason why I selected this is mainly because I just don't understand how anybody knows, but let's do this. New pollen replacing food for honeybees brings hope for survival.
Yeah, there's so many layers to unpack here. Who's hoping?
I just don't get it. Scientists have unveiled a new food source designed to sustain honeybee colonies indefinitely without natural pollen. But if we don't have natural pollen, we, as in the plurality,
have a much bigger problem.
We got a massively big problem. So I'm just flabbergasted by this.
Also, if we don't have bees, we have a major problem.
I mean, it's all hand in hand. Yeah, it's all tied together. But this looks like it's Soylent Green kind of. It's the stuff from Snowpiercer. The little chunk of whatever biomass that they had, which was, I'm not sure what it was all made from, but apparently it was nutrient dense. And Snowpiercer is the
sequel to Willy Wonka.
And the Chocolate Factory, which is the sequel to Wonka. So you get the full-on thing of that. Anyway, they deny it, but I am going to make sure that that's canon forever. So Washington State University put this article together. It's over at phys.org. And yeah, you can't see it unless you're watching the stream. Or you just go over to phys.org and do a search for pollen food honeybees. And it looks like a slab of meat without any fat in it.
Yeah, I was thinking it looks like a piece of meat or like beeswax or something, or like candle wax.
Yeah. It's creepy red. So, published in the journal Proceedings of the Royal Society B. It's only the letter B though, not E. It's just the letter B.
Is the society named B?
There's a different paper, or there's a different Proceedings of the Royal Society. There is another. We've talked about this before.
I know we have.
Yeah. So the research from Washington State University and APIX Biosciences NV in Wingen, Belgium, details successful trials where nutritionally stressed colonies deployed for commercial crop pollination in Washington State thrived on the new food source. Says it resembles the man-made diets fed to livestock and pets all their lives, contains all the nutrients honeybees need. Apparently, we know what honeybees need. It's the honeybees' knees need.
Right. But do we? And then what happens to the flowers not being pollinated?
Yeah, they have there's nothing emergent from them that says, you know what, we need to go and pollinate and bring back and make honey and all of that kind of stuff. So they're not pollinating anything anymore because they're getting fat on this.
Right. Is this like the equivalent of carbs or something?
Yeah, it's going to be fat honeybees and they're just going to be sitting around playing games and stuff, right?
Well, that sounds funny. That's pretty alarming.
The newly developed food source resembles human power bars. These are placed directly into honeybee colonies where young bees process and distribute the essential nutrients to larvae and adult bees. The breakthrough addresses one of the growing challenges faced by honeybees: lack of motivation to go out and pollinate things. They just wake up and go, why? You know, why? Look around. Look around. Actually, they say lack of adequate nutrition in their environment. Flowers, go.
Yeah, but there aren't enough flowers because everything's been paved over.
Oh, that's not possible. It's not like the whole world is paved over. The United States alone has a massive amount of unadulterated space.
Yes, but if the bees live somewhere and the nearest open space is, 50 miles away, they're not commuting that far to go find a flower.
Yeah, bee spaces are being gentrified. Yes, I get it. Sure. I don't buy into this. Anyway, changes in land use, urban expansion, the extreme weather all negatively impact nutrition for honeybees and other pollinators, is what it says here. Mentioned by Brandon Hopkins, P.F. Thurber Endowed Distinguished Professor of Pollinator Ecology at WSU and co-author of the paper titled "When You're a Hammer, All You See Are Nails." Just kidding. I love bees, but come on.
Yes, and we've talked about them in previous articles. There is a serious crisis with honeybees.
But it's not because they're not getting nutrition. It's because there is a mite that's killing colonies.
Yeah, that's true.
So now this is the new boogeyman that's going to be scaring everybody together. Okay, so what is the carbon footprint of putting this together?
Well, that's a good question.
So honeybees are generalists and do not get all of their nutrition from a single source. They need variety in their diet to survive, but find it increasingly difficult to find the continuous supply of pollen. But I don't quite understand. What is it that... maybe the bees are in the wrong spot that are being analyzed, because it just doesn't make any sense to me. The reported scientific work shows in commercial field conditions that providing nutritionally stressed colonies with their pollen replacing feed results in a major measurable step change in colony health compared to current best practices. Our product has the potential to change the way honeybees are managed. Yeah, because you're using honeybees as a commercial product to pollinate other things. So they're out of their environment and they're stressed because they're not in their natural environment and so on and so forth. But if you were leaving them in their natural environment and treating them as wild animals and not as a commercial labor force, maybe they would be making their honey just like everybody else, like all the rest of the natural bees out there. But that's what they're talking about, our nutritionally stressed colonies, because it says in commercial field conditions, which are not natural to the honeybee existence. Now, can they be ported around in these boxes and pollinate things? Yeah, sure. But it's not that nature is suddenly throwing bees to the wild and ruining everything. It's an earthquake in ohmTown.
Right. Things are topsy-turvy in the bee world.
Yeah. See, they mention the reported scientific work shows in commercial field conditions that providing nutritionally stressed colonies. Well, they're nutritionally stressed because they're sitting in Manhattan instead of in the wilds
They're
of Ohio.
nutritionally stressed because the beekeeper keeps showing up in all that garb. And if you're a bee, maybe a beekeeper is kind of scary.
Yep. Everything. There's a book when I was a kid I read called Everything I Needed to Know I Learned in Kindergarten. And one of the stories is about a spider that lands on a human and freaks out because they're like, oh my God, I'm on a human. Meanwhile, the human is sitting there going, oh my God, I've got a spider on me. That's kind of what this is. There's a bee that's sitting there going, ah, crap. People in the big white suits and the helmet thingy, and I can't sting them. It's not worth it. I'm going to die.
Right, they're back. Oh no.
Yeah. So second, the WSU team with leading honeybee and field expertise. And third, leading beekeepers in California together with extension teams. They made large-scale and science-based field testing of feeds possible, says paper co-author Anne-Marie Favell. Managed that third aspect, which this whole paragraph reads so chunky.
Oddly.
But I wanted to give credit where credit is due. Colonies fed with this isofucosterol enriched food survived an entire season without pollen access, while those without it experienced severe declines, including reduced larval production, adult paralysis, which is what I suffer when I wake up in the morning, and colony collapse, which colony collapse is basically a catch-all phrase for a colony that just dies off suddenly. But all of the colony collapse that anybody's ever talked about is because of some mite that's causing it.
Right, but I don't know if that's the only cause, but we've definitely seen that featured.
Right. So basically, this is like a steroid for bees, which it turns me off to the idea that they're being pumped full of this instead of just being natural bees. They go out and wiggle your butt on flowers, and then go wiggle your butt on some other flowers and bring back your pollen, turn it into honey, make your little wax nests, and be done with it. But now we're going to be tinkering around with bee food. Let's be serious here.
You don't think we're going to get super strong bees now instead of the fat bees?
They say they're going to be all thick bees. Oh, we're fat shaming bees now. So some beekeepers don't pollinate blueberries anymore because colonies suffer or die, and the pollination fees don't cover the losses. But why is that? Blueberry pollen isn't very nutritious for honeybees, and they aren't adapted well to pollinating that crop. Well, then what has been pollinating them? What has been pollinating blueberries? They've been in existence.
That's a good question. One of life's mysteries.
Who knows? Nobody knows why. Okay,
I
so
think
we have to figure out.
I think we need to go to a high blueberry production area and see what's going on.
And I think that I should carry a bucket, and any ripe blueberries I should either consume or put in the bucket for later consumption. Because you don't want to burden the bees with flying over to a ripe blueberry and going, oh, I spent so much energy going to this ripe blueberry. Now I have to.
That's right. You're trying to do the bees a favor and save them some more, particularly if they're nutritionally stressed.
I don't want them nutritionally stressed, and I don't want to be nutritionally stressed. So give me those antioxidants. You want to keep moving?
Sounds good.
Like thick bees wiggle our butts over to the Technology Today channel over at ohmtown.com. Super shear earthquake in Burma shifted ground 20 feet. Satellites captured it all, and that's stressing the bees out in Washington.
It could be.
A massive 7.7 earthquake and powerful aftershock struck near Mandalay, Burma, shaking buildings and damaging infrastructure as far as Bangkok. Satellite imagery from NASA and European Space Agency revealed dramatic ground shifts of over 6 meters caused by strike-slip movement along the Sagaing, Sagaing? Yeah, I guess Sagaing fault. Watch, it's a typo and it's sagging. Scientists believe the quake may have been a rare super shear because basically it ripped everything apart. I don't think this is the actual. This just looks like a graphic. It's from SciTech Daily though. SciTechDaily.com. I don't know who put this together, but it's pretty cool. It's like this embodiment of earthquake opening up the ground. Satellite imagery from NASA and the European Space Agency revealed dramatic ground shifts of over 6 meters caused by strike-slip movement along the sagging fault. Scientists believe the quake may have been a rare super shear event where rupture speed outpaces seismic waves, possibly explaining the widespread destruction. Interesting. So it just like opened up a pit to hell.
Right. It's like too much movement all at the same time.
Yeah, to better understand the ground movement, scientists at NASA's JPL used radar and optical satellite data. Their analysis showed dramatic shifts in the landscape, with some areas along the fault moving 10 feet in opposite directions, over 3 meters, adding up to more than 6 meters or nearly 20 feet of total displacement in places. In the map below, red pixels indicate northward motion, while blue pixels show southward. So, wait.
Yeah, down. I mean, it's
Blue
primarily
shows
concentrated in the middle.
South? Oh, so yeah, it shifted this way, but the blue up here shifted this way down. Up here,
Yeah, that's also interesting.
shifting down into the red that's going up. So it went like that. Kind of weird, right? I don't know, but they actually
Maybe that's
demarcate
where
it.
the shape of the fault is or something.
Yeah, maybe like right along this. It's going under as well. I don't know, but they really delineate a line, a hard line of where this fault is kind of bisecting Sagaing and Mandalay. But it's pretty fascinating that they follow this line all the way south.
I don't think I've seen this type of graphic for other earthquakes.
No, seems like it might be new technology, but we'll have to look into it a little bit more. It's pretty fascinating. I love this stuff. But you can actually see a white line that looks like it might be a river or a stream or something like that that's going right into Sagaing and Mandalay. You can see that white line, and there's others that are like that too over here, right? Those look like rivers, right? So this might be where the faults are actually dipping down because they like collapse
Like
against
maybe
each
they
other.
make a basin or something.
Yeah, and the creek. So like maybe a lot of creeks might be, or I should say, wherever there's a fault, there could be a river that flows into it. I don't know. But that one is really, it's quite fascinating to see that river flowing right into the shear line. There's more over here. It's a history of major quakes along the Sagaing Fault and this rare and dangerous phenomenon. Preliminary analysis of the rupture by other scientists found that in addition to being especially long, it was also remarkably fast, suggesting that it may have been a rare super shear earthquake. In these events, the slip along the fault lines moves faster than the seismic waves it produces, which can concentrate seismic energy ahead of the rupture. The effect may exacerbate the quake's destructive forces and might be a part of the reason why the recent events caused so much damage so far from the epicenters. So it's like going in front of the actual wave that might dissipate energy out.
Right. I did look at the map, and I think your theory is correct. There's quite a bit of kind of like fractured rivers in that area, and some of them look more substantial, so maybe that accounts for that area we were looking at.
Yeah, interesting. Pretty cool. Go over and check this article out, and then come on back and talk to us about it. So let's keep hustling. This next article, we are in a time machine, so we have to hurry up and get done. Otherwise, we're going to be like thrown off. And yeah, you don't want to be stuck in time for any amount of time. That quantum entanglement really messes with your head.
No matter how much you think you do.
Yeah, you never really want to.
Just watch Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day, 10,000 years, supposedly. So can you imagine? 10,000? You'd be insane. So the next article is over on the Marvel Channel. A woman came to interview as a plate of eggs, but she didn't get the job. And this is why I tell people, don't put all of your career eggs in one basket.
Exactly. I mean, was she trying to be a breakfast chef?
Let's find out. They say I'm bringing brunch energy. So a British boss was left completely baffled after a Gen Z job seeker logged into her job interview looking like a breakfast plate. Not in a figurative, I'm bringing brunch energy kind of way, in a literal cartoon filter, sunny side up and toast on the cheeks kind of way. The clip, which has gone viral, was posted by Aidan Kramer, a co-founder of AI Apply, I guess. AI Apply?
AI apply.
AI Apply, which that might actually, I don't know. So it's an app that helps people land jobs using AI to craft cover letters and prep for interviews. Let that sink in. This woman was applying for work for a company that helps people get hired while dressed virtually as a brunch entree. This is not her.
Was one of the tips something like stand out, do something unique? Like, I feel like somebody set her up for failure.
Probably using their app. So Ashley Fike over at Vice.com put the article together. The clip, it says here, you know what? I'll play it. Oh no. No. That's not the right thing. I don't know why it's doing that.
If you refresh, I think it'll bring up the original.
Oh.
I mean, that is a bit much.
Yeah, it turned her into an actual plate with eyes in the yolks of eggs, and her mouth is on the toast. And you can see the eyes and the toast, like the mouth on the toast. It's actually pretty amazing that it was functional like this, because it had dimensionality and then she turned into a strawberry too. Anyway, so CEO stunned after candidate shows up to interview as a plate of eggs.
That would
This
be
is why I don't
quite
click on anything,
surprising, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's something more here.
I don't know if there is possibly more. So here's the bigger question. Why would anyone think that this is okay as a first impression? When did a job interview become a personal branding exercise in chaos? And at what point did "this is me, take it or leave it" overtake "put on your big girl pants and be professional"?
But
They
don't
say,
you
I'm
think
not sure what.
social media and everything, I mean, kind of play into this?
Well, I mean, if the Haktua girl can turn it into a career life-changing thing by being what everybody outside of Gen Z, I guess, would say vulgar behavior in public, right? Like, I thought all of that was hilarious until it turned into apparently like a life coach teachable moment in how to pivot from maybe being, I don't know, an hourly employee into a career in communication and going viral. Everybody loves a dumpster fire, which is one of the things that I talk about. I mean, it can be a real grind trying to get an online presence going and all of that kind of stuff without either having some weird shtick or some other affect or whatever. I mean, there was somebody here that used to dress up like a wizard, and all kinds of stuff. And there used to be somebody here, and by here I mean on Twitch. There are people that kind of dress up as space cadet kind of things and all of this
Right,
other
but that's
stuff.
like their online persona, but that's
It's
a
their
little
online
different
persona.
presumably than their real life persona. Maybe not.
But it gets attention and people watch, and it's an engaging personality. And that's what I tell people, you can do whatever you want, but if you don't have a charismatic persona, if you don't have an engaging personality, people aren't going to really show up. And you have to consistently show up for extended periods of time, unless, again, you drag a whole population of people into the new platform, which we're going to end up talking about this right after this. There's Rent a Shirt, and then we're going to talk about Patreon here. So here they say, here's the bigger question, right? Sorry. Why would they think that this is okay? There's a difference between being authentic and being unserious. Filters might be fun for FaceTime with friends, like the the cop, not the cop, the attorney. I can
Oh,
I
yeah.
can continue. I can assure you, I'm not a cat.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, FaceTime with friends is one thing. If you're applying for a job, it says you're signaling whether or not someone would trust you with a paycheck. That's not really with a paycheck. You earn the paycheck, but do they trust you with their enterprise? Is really what it's about.
True, but I think it's more than that. I mean, when you see people that apply for gazillions of jobs and there's not enough jobs to be found, like, sadly, what is it, right? It's about standing out. And I'm
Yeah.
not saying this was the way to do it, but I suspect some of the advice out there actually sent this person in the wrong direction. Now, maybe they were just not interested in the interview. Who knows what
Yeah.
was going on behind the scenes? But
I think the better thing would have been like if you really hit it off with the interviewer, you could have said, "Hey, you know what? I learned a new trick with my technology," and then mash the button. And
exactly, which would have come across completely differently if they'd already established some sort of rapport or thought, hey, this is somebody that seems like they could do well in the workplace. They have a sense of humor.
Right. Like, you do
Right,
something like
exactly
this.
like that. Thanks for demonstrating.
hopefully it went back because I don't have my monitor on.
You're back to normal.
Yeah.
Not in eggs and toast.
Not eggs and toast. I can continue, Judge. I can assure you that I am not eggs and toast or a baby eggs and toast. All right, let's keep going. We're running behind this next article, and this one is going to be really quick because I didn't log in. I just realized. So, young people are making up to $36,000 a year renting their shirts and speakers. Rental
Okay, I
apps
don't
like Pickle.
really get the t-shirts, maybe the speakers.
I don't quite get. Well, see, I do. I understand there's a context clue to this, but there's rental apps like Pickle and Utilize. Oh my God, Utilize. The thing about it, this has to be the anomaly. This is the one where somebody has turned it into an actual massive business.
Correct. They're like buying tons of stuff and renting a storage space or something. Like,
Yeah,
that's a lot of money if you're renting out your t-shirts and your speakers.
it's essentially like a Temu rent the runway kind of a thing, right?
Yes, that's exactly what it sounds like. Or like a, I don't know, this sounds kind of antiquated, but like rent an appliance kind of. I mean, they're bigger things people do rent from
Yeah.
companies.
Yeah, I wanted to start up a business called Rental Lens, but the domain never dropped, and I didn't want to have a spelling bee. And so eventually, guess what? A company bought Rental Lens. Anyway, because I was really into photography for a period, and well, anyway, these Gen Zers are turning their closets and tools into extra cash. The article is over at Wired. Alana Klein put the article together, but I didn't log in, so I don't have access to the whole thing. But I've never heard of Pickle, and Pickle I've heard of by way of the game Pickle, like basically handball slash tennis slash racquetball. But Utilize, I've never heard of, and it is such a Silicon Valley like trope meme kind of a thing for a name because it's a hell of a spelling bee. But if people are making thousands of dollars renting their stuff out.
Exactly. Here, I can get no. I thought I had some access to it. And they make a comparison to other things that have been around for a while, right? Like Airbnb and Turo.
I've
But
never
this
even
is-
heard of Turo either.
Oh, yes, that's the one for renting out your car.
Oh.
But this is more, I think, like consumable type item, not consumable, smaller items, it seems like.
How does the insurance work with renting out your car? Like full on, here's my car
It's
and not going
kind
to.
of similar to, it's not identical. It's kind of similar to an Uber or Lyft in that the company has some sort of insurance
Wild.
platform or whatever.
Yeah, pierce that veil real quick. All right. So, yeah, there you go, folks. When you can't make ends meet, you basically lease your shirt. So, your moneymaker is now you're renting your pants.
I
It's
wonder if you
costing
can make more in rent money than you paid for the item over time.
over the long haul, I'm sure, right? There's a long tail to this because if you buy $100 jeans and you're renting them out to people who don't or can't afford $100 jeans,
Right. How much are they going to pay? Like
I don't know,
$10 or something? I
10
don't know.
bucks. Then somebody stains them and their $200 pants are now, crap. Anyway, pretty fascinating. But I wanted to get on. Let's keep moving. So this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. So I went and logged into Patreon to see, because when I saw this, I was like, ooh, I can triple stream to another platform.
I was
And
wondering if that would be possible when I saw this.
yeah, for sure. And then the way that this works is most of the time, if you want to get somebody else or get more people to pay you for your show or whatever, you have to put it behind a paywall. Not everything has a paywall. Twitch doesn't have a paywall. YouTube doesn't have a conventional paywall. I guess you can bury it hidden, and if people pay for it, then you can link them to it. But now Patreon is getting live streaming, according to this article. Patreon is taking on Twitch with a new feature that lets creators offer live video streams directly on the platform. Can't get in. So the feature will be available starting this week, which is this week, to select creators, which is not this creator, in an early access test, and the company plans to roll it out more widely this summer. So it could be in time for
Summer of Stream.
the Summer of Stream, where I will be trying my damnedest to stream 8 hours a day at least. I'm talking about the news and hanging out and playing some games, but we'll see how